What's up everybody, New-Man back. Welcome to a brand new video, and today we're going to be doing my review for Shin Godzilla. So this is Godzilla-Thon episode 34. I don't know how many times I have to review this movie on the channel. I don't actually have to review it any times. I love this movie, so I review it over and over and over again. I've done the English dub review, I've done the Japanese review, I've done an in-depth one. This one's got to be my fourth, at least. So getting into it, I don't really need to get into the background of my experience with this movie, right? If you really want to know about the background of what I thought about when leading up to this movie, you really can just go back and watch my videos. I made videos leading up to the release of this movie, which this is the first Godzilla-thon that we're covering of a movie that I covered on the channel, which is fun. It's really cool. If you really want to know, like, what was D-Man thinking at this stage in Godzilla's, the advertisement campaign, or like leading up to the movie, you can go back and find videos and you will hear exactly what I was thinking. I don't have to recap it. In fact, I probably shouldn't, because I might wind up contradicting myself due to me not remembering very well. Anyways, getting into my review for Shin Godzilla, this will not be any different from any other Godzilla-thon. I'm going to do the same general plot rundown. Everything's going to be generally the same as usual. So the movie starts out with a boat called the Glory Maroon being discovered off the coast of Hanada. A geyser erupts, destroying the boat and the aqua line that runs underneath the ocean. Yusaki and Rando meet in the Prime Minister's office to speak about the incident. Residents in the Tokyo Aqualine area are all joking around about this situation, not taking it very seriously until something starts stomping on the ground floor above them. This was my first indication that I was in for a treat, because the movie starts out, it does not skip a beat. You get straight into it. Godzilla has his presence shown from the very first scene of this movie. You feel the presence of Godzilla. Now, although he won't wind up looking like Godzilla until much later into the movie, you still get the sense that he's there. You still get the feel, and once you start hearing the footsteps going on the seafloor, oh man, that was awesome, because it's the 54 footsteps, the sound effects are all classic, I love it so much. Rando sees footage of a giant creature walking around on the ground on YouTube, or whatever he's looking on, I don't know. The government goes into a panic and they can't figure out what it is. They're all discussing about, oh, is it a thermal vent or a volcano, or is it a nuclear sub? What is it? But Rando discusses the potential that the heat being released by the water is being caused by a massive creature. He's, of course, not taken seriously. Yuki from Space Godzilla, which, great, Shin Godzilla using old classic actors. I don't know why they didn't get the actor who played Ogata back. That's crazy to me. This is the second Godzilla movie in a row that Akira Takarada expressed interest in, and they didn't bring him back for even a cameo. Anyways, getting back to what I was saying, Yuki from Space Godzilla is all focused on the response, but the Prime Minister is more focused about meetings and the politics of the situation instead of dealing with it. Hideki stops Rando and warns him to stop being a rebel and stop bringing up stupid things such as a giant creature causing the eruption. Suddenly, a tail rises up out of the ocean, sending the government into a panic. Rando now takes action, only wanting a response, but everyone around him doesn't seem to understand what to do. Most people are just worried about the cost, and there's biologists worried about the new species. The creature starts moving up the Tanu River, and the creature works its way through the shallows. Yusaki Shimura calls his friend Hiromi in. Hiromi thinks the creature can in fact come on land, as the footage online suggests that it can stand on two legs and support its own weight. The creature makes its way to the Kamata ward of Tokyo, busting through multiple bridges along his way. During the Prime Minister's press conference, in which the Prime Minister prematurely calls the creature's soon-to-be death, as he says that it will beach itself in the shallows and be killed by its own weight, the creature makes landfall in the Kamata ward. There's a fantastic scene, you guys know how much I love this sequence, that starts with frantic edits showing the fear of everyone around as the monster attacks. The music ramps up and plays one of my all-time favorite songs, Persecution of the Masses. As the monster gets to the Shinagawa district, the Prime Minister is paused, not knowing what to do in response. Eventually, the JSDF is mobilized and sent out against the monster. The creature halts in Shinagawa and evolves into a 150-foot tall red creature. I think he's just a little bit over 150 feet tall, but you get the point, around that area. The JSDF helicopters are called off because civilians are in the area. The civilians are more than likely killed when the creature turns around, makes a 180, and starts bolting back towards the ocean. This all happens only after its dorsal fins start to burn red, though. Now, when I actually saw the movie, I didn't quite know what was happening right here. I honestly thought that the second form, or technically third form of Godzilla, was about to do some lame version of the atomic breath, like maybe he was gonna shoot out the blue classic like mist atomic breath, and then later on in the movie he'd show up with the purple version. I didn't really know how that was gonna play out, but I like the way that it happens because it introduces a very new and fascinating thing, that being Godzilla's dorsal fins aren't just there for no reason. They're actually thermal vents to help release heat in his body. This also opens up Godzilla's back for a weak point so that they can exploit it later in the movie, as Godzilla's back needs to be ripped open and exposed so that you can penetrate the skin, that way the heat can release easier. His skin is in fact so thick that it traps the heat inside, and he'll die if he doesn't have a way to release the heat. So his body slits open in multiple different areas so that the heat can escape. Shin Godzilla's got one of the most crazy biologies of all Godzillas, with starting out with very large gills that will seep blood on land, and then he evolves into a creature that can survive on land, but it turns out that he's so overheated that he needs to get to the ocean where his back can split open and he can breathe and live, and then eventually he just turns into this massive creature. So it's a very cool, very crazy evolution. The Minister's Council head out and check the damage firsthand. Yaguchi calls his friend Izama to make a task force to combat the creature. It's a band of rebels, including some leading biologists and chemists. The discovery is made by Pink Towel Guy. I don't honestly know his name, and I don't think they actually ever state his name in the movie. You would have just had to have read his title card on screen, but I missed it. I was too busy reading the subtitles. Anyways, Pink Towel Guy discovers that the creature will continue to evolve. Hiromi discovers that the creature runs on nuclear fission. An American-Japanese ambassador is called into Japan. Her name is Kyoko Ann Patterson. She requests the help of a man called Goro Maki. Yes, that is the exact same name from Son of Godzilla. I still don't know if that was an intentional Easter egg or not. I have to think it was. I think there was also someone with the name Goro Maki in Godzilla 1984 too, something like that. He's a man who apparently predicted the appearance of this monster. Maki is missing. He turns out to be the owner of the Glory Maroon from the start of the movie. Maki named the creature Godzilla. He also gave it a Japanese name, Gojira, according to the Japanese legends of Odo Island, where apparently he was born, which is a fantastic and very sneaky callback to the original 54 movie. They never directly call it out and are like, oh, look, Odo Island in 1954, a monster was there. They never do that. They just say, back 60 years ago, which places it in 1954, Goro Maki on Odo Island was either born, or we never get an age estimate for how old he is, but I'm gonna assume he was in his teens or whatever. So he witnessed some stuff that really messed him up, and what he witnessed was the Japanese, we're supposed to believe it's the Japanese and Americans just dumping nuclear waste into the ocean. Maki's last words are written down on a piece of paper, saying, "I did as I pleased, you do the same." This is the big theme of the movie, as Ano, the director, really wants to push that message that people need to do what they please. They need to start working together and getting things done that will benefit everyone, and do what they please. Do as in work together. I'll actually go more in depth with all of the themes and allegory of this movie next week during, not Godzilla-Thon, because this will be the last week of Godzilla-Thon for a while, but during a video essay that I've been working on for a while. So the origins of Godzilla, as they're briefly explained, are in 1954, an underwater ancient marine creature, we still don't know totally what that means, fed off of nuclear waste. Maki finds out and is kicked out of his scientific field. We don't know exactly why he was kicked out of his field, presumably just so that the government could bury this whole incident. But regardless, he's kicked out of his field, much like Dr. Mifune from Terror of Mechagodzilla. Turns out Godzilla's body harbors elements unknown to science, which explains why he's able to stand on land without dying, and how he's able to self-evolve. Godzilla's body evolves to fit the environment it's in. If it's in a hostile environment, aka if the military is trying to kill him, he will evolve so that he cannot be killed by the military, so that he can survive in his environment. If you hit him with a nuclear bomb, he will evolve so that he can survive in an environment where he's hit by a nuclear bomb. That's just the way it's explained. We know that there's rapid evolutions that he can undergo in order to not die on the spot. So, presumably this Godzilla is immortal. The plan is made to stop Godzilla's blood in place so that he can't evolve, which will render him immobile, because his blood will start to heat up to the point when he has to rapidly cool himself down, forcing him to evolve into a frozen state. That's actually what goes on at the end of the movie. If you pay attention, they don't just freeze Godzilla's skin. That's not at all what they do. They only halt his blood in place. What Godzilla then does is start to overheat, making him rapidly freeze. You start to see him glow at the end of the movie, and he then evolves into this frozen, like almost stone state. That way he won't die. And notice how his next evolutions, the things coming off of his tail, they don't really seem like they can have blood. They seem like just skin and bones. That's probably to reduce the ability to have the coagulant used on them. Godzilla relands in his fourth form in my favorite sequence of the entire movie, and honestly, probably my favorite sequence of Godzilla history. That sequence is Godzilla's landing in, I don't remember where he lands in, honestly, but wherever Godzilla lands, Godzilla's landing on the beach all the way to his destruction of Tokyo with the atomic breath. Probably my favorite portion of Godzilla history right there. What makes this scene so great is the fast-paced nature of it. We get the sense that Godzilla's been on land for a long time. They even call out how slowly he's moving. However, things that really make this seem exciting is the action-packed editing. Everything goes by so fast. Godzilla makes his way through Tokyo very, very quickly, and that is aided by the wonderful music of Akira Ifukube. We have some of my favorite Godzilla themes of all times making their way back into this movie. King Kong vs. Godzilla's Godzilla theme. We have Godzilla's theme from Terror of Mechagodzilla, of course one of my favorite themes of all time. And then we also have some very exciting new music that's introduced in this scene as well. It is stated that Godzilla's head and feet must be attacked in order to reduce radiation leaks. Turns out that Godzilla's body harbors so much radiation that they worry shooting him in the stomach will release all that radiation into the public and into the world. So what they do is they fire upon his head and his feet, presumably so that they can knock him down and use the Gucci coagulant on him. If you remember, leading up to the release of this movie, anytime I did a trailer breakdown or talked about the trailers of this movie or talked about any of the footage of this movie, I was always bringing up how they were shooting Godzilla's head and feet, and I never had a reason why. I thought maybe, you know, they're just trying to kill him faster. The fastest way to kill an animal is by shooting it in the brain, right? And a lot of us bounced that theory around, and a lot of people noticed that too, is how they were shooting at Godzilla's head and his feet, and we never had a good answer until after we saw the movie. That's one of the best things about leading up to this movie, was how much speculation I was able to do. It was a lot of fun, and once I finally got those answers, it was equally as fun to know, oh, that's the reason why. The army mobilizes into a sister city of Tokyo to stop Godzilla. Godzilla is unfazed by everything the JSDF does to him. First off, they shoot some giant turrets at him, and these massive bullets just ping off his skin and fly in all different directions. It is so cool and very well done. We've never seen that level of combatants from the military against Godzilla. We've never actually gotten to see what bullets would do to Godzilla. Usually you'd think they just like hit him and crunch or something, but here you see his skin is so hard that it literally deflects the bullets. The JSDF start to unload missiles on him, and it just explodes everywhere. These missiles are going off right on his head, and every time the smoke envelops his skull, suddenly his face will just appear coming out of the smoke. It's absolutely awesome. It turns out that helicopters just don't have an effect on God. Type 10 tanks, which are pretty old school actually, are used against Godzilla, as well as long-range missiles bombard his skull. All of this does absolutely nothing, except for provide one of the most visually interesting scenes of Godzilla history, because the directing here from Anno and the cinematography from Shinji Iguchi is so great. This scene is absolutely amazing and very underrated. A lot of people will give the atomic breath sequence so much praise. However, scenes that I think equally match it would be the moving shot from the car earlier in the movie, where you're in a car's perspective looking at Godzilla as he's walking through this building, and you eventually catch up to him, and he's moving one way, you're moving the other, and you eventually meet up right as he steps on a building, and you're just looking up at how massive he is. And this sequence right here, I think this sequence has so much interesting and creative directing that we've never seen before, that it gets so little praise for what it's worth. It is incredible. And everyone, the atomic breath scene is amazing. Yes, I'm not going to deny that. But this scene is awesome as well. I think a lot of people need to remember how great this scene is. Godzilla's destruction in the city could have been more. Yeah, I mean, I would have liked to see him actually go after things and destroy things instead of just walking a line. That being said, they make it work. They make it work so well that you actually forget how little you see Godzilla destroy stuff in this movie. I love the way the camera is attached to the tank barrels as they're firing at Godzilla, or the way that you're seeing soldiers' perspective as they shoot Godzilla. It reminds me a lot of both Gareth Edwards and Ishiro Honda all in one. Soon some jets drop heavy artillery on Godzilla, and this actually seems to affect him. He starts to turn away and head towards the ocean until they blast him even more with bombs, until he's basically bombed into oblivion. Smoke covers the entire screen and we don't know what's happened to Godzilla. Suddenly, out of the smoke flies a bridge, which apparently Godzilla kicked off of its stand and into the air, and it lands on some army tanks. Godzilla emerges unfazed. Tokyo is evacuated, however they don't fully evacuate Tokyo. There's a lot of people who wind up dead. Japan goes into defense against Godzilla, and one of my favorite songs from the movie, Defeat Is No Option, kicks in. US bombers fly into Tokyo, and Godzilla develops an EMP to shut off all the lights in Japan. It makes for one of my favorite shots of the entire franchise history. This movie actually contains my favorite shot of franchise history, but this is one of my favorite shots of Godzilla stepping and all the lights going out around him, and every time it just cuts back and you just see every time you hear the all the lights in a certain district will go out until it's completely pitch black and you just see Godzilla's flame. And the red burning in Godzilla's skin is one of my favorite things about this design. It reminds me a lot of the burning Godzilla design from the 90s. It's very cool. The Japanese cabinet is evacuated. Important members leave by helicopter. Other members, such as Yaguchi, leave by car. Rando sees Godzilla in the city, which is very cool as well. And it's soon afterwards that the US hit Godzilla with some MOB-2s. I don't know. That's just what the planes or the bombs are called or something. Now, these bombs do some damage. They really make Godzilla bleed. These things hit him directly in the back, right where his body needs to be open so that his blood can flow, and they penetrate straight through that thin layer of skin and explode in his back, creating a geyser of blood. In response, Godzilla gets really agitated and starts to glow bright purple. One of my favorite things about this scene is seeing other people's perspectives, such as the main prime minister's perspective as well as Rando's perspective, as you can see the glows start to emit from around buildings. Godzilla's mouth splits open in two ways. First, he detaches his bottom jaw, and second, his bottom jaw splits in half, which I don't know the biology logistics of that, but it's at least very interesting to look at. It's very cool to look at. Then all of a sudden, Godzilla releases this black mist throughout the city. Now, this scene was spoiled for me before I got to see the movie in theaters, so I didn't really get to experience it, but the second this happened, my entire theater erupted into applause, and I did too. It is so rewarding to see. So, the black mist starts going through the city before Godzilla suddenly ignites it. His eye seals over with some sort of, I don't know, protective lens, and Godzilla sets Tokyo into a sea of fire. He shifts the fire into a thin purple beam of atomic energy. Godzilla kills the plane that bombed him before capping off the radiation, which seems to hurt him. The second he closes his mouth and stops releasing the atomic energy, he roars. And the only time he roars in this movie is when he's hurt. All the radiation builds up in Godzilla's body and he undergoes a rapid evolution. Suddenly, he develops the ability to emit the radiation from his dorsal fin, which destroys 2 more planes flying above him by shooting just multiple beams straight through the air. I did not expect this. I expected Godzilla to only use his laser light show during the daytime, but seeing it at night with all the darkness surrounding him and the purple cutting through the night sky is a real spectacle to behold. I feel bad for anyone who didn't get to see this movie in theaters because it was absolutely fantastic. Then Godzilla uses his front beam, his solo mouth beam, to destroy the rest of Japan. He kills the Prime Minister and his cabinet and burns the entire city down. This is the best shot of the movie. Godzilla walking in front of a wall of fire as his atomic energy depletes and he soon shuts down. The next morning, the task force reassembles to stop Godzilla. It's pretty much left to Rando Yaguchi, Hideki Akasaka, and some other misfits. Yaguchi breaks all the rules in order to stop Godzilla by sending the biological information across Japan so that everyone can study it. A US-Japan task force is made to combat Godzilla. It turns out Godzilla has some sort of phased array radar, whatever that means, EMP, that stops all electronics from being used around him. He emits this thing at will, meaning Godzilla, although shut down, is still conscious. One of Godzilla's dorsal fins was shot off during the bombing by the US earlier in the movie. It's revealed that it's starting to grow a new Godzilla. This is a much more in-depth scene in the deleted scene that shows chunks of Godzilla's skin turning into faces. The US wants to drop a thermonuclear warhead on Godzilla. Yaguchi is pissed at Hideki, who states that the warhead is the only way to stop Godzilla, and this is the only way to gain international support. He says it's a scrap and build reality. Yaguchi decides it is now that the freezing plan must be ramped into full effect. They have a coagulant formula, the only thing they need is to produce it. Yaguchi calls every company in Japan into production of this drug against Godzilla. The Prime Minister okays the Yaguchi plan, however he also signed off on the warhead. Godzilla will reach full force in 15 days and be active again. The US will also drop a nuclear warhead on the 15th day. The US states if Godzilla surfaces in New York, they will do the same thing and drop a nuke on him there. Turns out Maki knew how to stop Godzilla, but allowed Godzilla to attack Japan because the Japanese didn't protect his wife, who was killed due to radiation poisoning or something. We never totally find out. It's right after this talk of what happened to Maki after his death that we cut to a quick scene of Godzilla's tail splitting open. This scene is super controversial and I've covered it in depth before. I'm not going to talk about it anymore. The pink towel guy learned that the map of Godzilla's DNA that Goro Maki left behind at his death actually must be folded like origami before you can fully understand it. As it is discovered, Godzilla can live to evolve anywhere. The Germans help solve Maki's riddle, and it turns out that the Yaguchi plan will work against Godzilla. Hideki and Izumi convince the Prime Minister to proceed with the Yashiori operation. The JSDF love the plan. Yaguchi reaches out to the French to interrupt the nuclear countdown to buy Japan more time. The US helps with the Yaguchi plan. Izumi pushes for Rando to become the Prime Minister after Godzilla. Yaguchi inspires his troops for the Yashiori operation, stating that there will be a high risk of acute radiation exposure, which is something this movie does very well, as makes you really feel the fear that Godzilla is radioactive. It doesn't do it as much as I'd like, it doesn't do it to the level of the 54 movie, but it still does it very well. The Yashiori operation begins when some bullet trains bomb Godzilla, waking him up. He starts to release the atomic back blast beams, ooh that's a mouthful, and drones bomb him from long range. The point is to run him out of atomic energy in his dorsal fin projectiles. This works, and he has to start firing the beam from his mouth. Suddenly, he's hit by so many bombs that he can't take it, and this bolt of a light runs up his tail, turning the tip of his tail purple and emitting a beam from his tail. The drones continue to bomb him and all the surrounding buildings around him. They knock all the buildings over onto him so that he can't get up. He does, however, break through the buildings and starts to get up when some long-range missiles fire more rockets, blowing up buildings around him. The buildings around him land on him, knocking him over. When Godzilla is down, the coagulant is injected into his mouth. Godzilla atomic breaths the crew into oblivion. He is slowed down by the coagulant, but can still stand up and starts to run away. Trains explode, knocking him back over, and the coagulant is pumped into his mouth even more. He gets up before the coagulant takes full effect, forcing him to freeze. Turns out that Godzilla will be frozen for at least 2 or 3 years. Yaguchi and Hideki will run for office for the next election, or something, I couldn't totally tell. It sounds like Rando wants to be Prime Minister now because he respects what happened and he wants to make it so that if Godzilla wakes back up, nothing like that can ever happen again. He will be on top of the game, but it also, the whole movie sets up Higuchi to run for office, so I don't know if the idea is that they're going to run against each other or run with each other. Point is, they're both going for higher positions in the government. Kyoko backs Rando, stating that she'll be president of the US and he'll lead Japan and they can lead together. Yaguchi owns his decisions against Godzilla no matter how many casualties they caused, and Yaguchi states that things are far from over. That is the last line of the movie, hopefully implying that there will be a sequel. Godzilla's tail starts to evolve and the movie ends. all these humanoids are coming off of it, and the tip of it splits open into a face. And that's what happens at the end. The human story in this movie is very good. I love Rando Yaguchi. He's one of my favorite Godzilla protagonists. And the thing that I really love about the human story in this movie is that it's driven by the kaiju story. Everything that happens in this movie is a result of Godzilla's actions. Everything is a reaction to Godzilla, which makes this movie, even though Godzilla's not in it a lot, feel very Godzilla-centric. As some of you guys I'm sure remember from my War of the Gargantuas review a year ago, I really love when the movies focus on the kaiju first and foremost. The kaiju don't always have to be there a lot, but just as long as their presence is felt, that is what I want. The kaiju story in this movie is great for that reason as well. The human and the kaiju story play off each other perfectly. And the kaiju stuff actually on screen is very creative, it's original, fun, and menacing all at the same time. I mean, Godzilla's first form doesn't, alright, let me be specific because people will always get confused. Godzilla's first form is not on screen. Godzilla's second form, the Kamachikun form, it's laughable. I like the third form, I like the Shinagawa-kun, and I love his final stage. The effects in this movie are fantastic. There's only few scenes in this movie when the special effects will look a little fake, and even then, they still look better than Justice League 2017. Yeah, that was a random dig at Justice League. I just saw that movie, and oh, the special effects were awful. The music in this movie is amazing. My top 2 favorite soundtracks of all time. I really struggle. I always go back and forth between the original movie and this one as the number 2, but I think this one does hold a place as number 2 for me. The number 1 soundtrack is MonsterVerse Godzilla. Awesome music in that movie. And overall, I give Shin Godzilla a solid 9 out of 10. If you wanted me to go more in depth with some topic on the movie, I'm sure I do in another video. I'll just leave it at that. You can go back and listen to my solo review from when I very first saw the movie, or my solo review from when I reviewed the English cut from a couple months ago. You can also go back and listen to my in-depth review that I did with Andres Perez, aka Kaiju Noir, back when the movie came out. That does it for this one, guys. Thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed. See you guys next time. D-Man, out. What's up, everybody? D-Man back. Welcome to a brand new video, and today we're going to be doing the 35th episode of Godzilla-Thon. That's right, Godzilla-Thon is back from the dead, back out of retirement. Actually, this series will never end, because anytime they make a new Godzilla movie, I'll be here to review it. So today, we are gonna do my spoiler review. You guys have all been asking for it. I've been excited to do it. My spoiler review for Godzilla Planet of the Monsters. Or, I'd like to call it Godzilla Monster Planet, because that's the actual translation. That's just a cooler title. That's just my opinion, but it's right, Alright, so getting into this, actually this is 4 pages worth of notes. The only other review to have 4 pages worth of notes was Shin Godzilla, so I don't know how long this one's gonna be. I'm very excited to start recording Kong-a-thon. I'm actually waiting for a specific piece of equipment before I start recording that, but I'm gonna be getting that equipment soon, and then I'm gonna be recording Kong-a-thon, and I'm very excited for Kong-a-thon, as I know a lot of you guys are. This just feels like a great return to form for me, so I know this has nothing to do with Godzilla Monster Planet, but I don't know, I just feel like it's a really cool thing to finally go back to Godzilla-thon. It's been over a month. I think it's been like 2 months since the last Godzilla-thon. I don't know, I've missed it. I've missed doing the reviews. I've been watching Kongs, I've been taking notes, I've been doing the pictures. If you guys follow me on Instagram, you've seen that I've been posting and teasing some of the art. Same thing with on Facebook. There you go. This one for Godzilla Monster Planet. Let's get right into it. Haruo Sakaki. He's the main character of this movie. He's taken over an escape shuttle on this massive transport ship that has left Earth and is headed to distant planets. He plans to blow himself up in the pod, and the pod will blow up with him, assuming that the mission, which is what the crew is going with, doesn't change. So what the mission is they're planning to leave the elderly on a new planet, and Haruo's saying if that plan isn't aborted, he's gonna blow himself up. They're at the planet called Taui. They're there for immigration. Haruo is pissed because the elderly are being dropped off on the planet, and it's not suited for human life. The elderly contact Haruo and warn him that they did want to go on the planet. They volunteered for this. They want to die on land. They know the risk. He's all upset, and so he's just upset, so he gives up. They don't want to die in space. They've been there for 20 years, searching for a new planet, and then they're just done. Haruo surrenders, and he's arrested. The elderly die in the atmosphere on their way to the planet. Their ship blows up, and Haruo's watching from his jail cell. Haruo's grandfather dies on the shuttle as well, so it's pretty emotional for him. He really didn't want to see that happen, but his worst dream came true. Haruo recaps Earth's history in a quick montage. Kaiju appeared, killing everyone, until one day Godzilla showed up. Godzilla killed everything in his path, whether that be kaiju or humanity, and not even thousands of nukes being released at once could stop him. The movie directly references when multiple hundreds of nukes hit Godzilla at once, but in a timeline explained video that we're going to be doing pretty soon, we'll talk about the extended history of the Monster Planet timeline and how they did launch thousands of nukes at Godzilla and he just kind of walked it off. That raises a big plot hole, and that plot hole I'll maybe discuss in a future video. Just to pose the question to you guys now, can someone explain to me how it's possible for Godzilla to tank 1,000, I think they say actually it's like 20,000 nukes, it's something absolutely ridiculous number, 20,000 nukes, and yet he's killed by a couple of robots and some EMPs being deployed inside of his body? I get it, he has that dorsal fin on his back that shoots out this shield that can protect him, he has the whole regeneration thing, and the EMPs in his body disrupt his regeneration, but really, if this Godzilla is powerful enough to regenerate from being hit by 20,000 nukes, if his dorsal fin can regenerate and protect him from the shield, with the shield, and you know, he's just gonna live from that, this Godzilla is by far the strongest Godzilla of all times ever. I don't care that they managed to, spoiler alert, kill him in the movie. I don't care. He's definitely the strongest Godzilla ever. No Godzilla we've ever seen can do that. I don't even think Final Wars, who took a meteor to the face, could do that. So that's insane. They killed this Godzilla, which is absolutely incredible. Good job, humanity. Haruo, your plan shouldn't have worked. The aliens show up. I say the aliens like I've already established that they're aliens. Alright, so aliens show up on the planet. They show up to help humanity, but they fail. The aliens help evacuate Earth. There's also multiple species of aliens. We'll get into that in another video. During evacuation, Godzilla blows up a shuttle, killing Haruo's parents when the shuttle falls down onto these cars and they explode and everyone's dead. Space travel is cold and lonely and dangerous. Lots of humanity die on the travel. Some of them kill themselves, which is a pretty brutal scene when you see a guy shoot himself right in the face and his blood goes all over the wall. That's the only blood we actually see in the movie, which is interesting. Haruo says humanity has no pride or care anymore, and that's one thing that Godzilla took from them. Haruo studies Godzilla in prison and has help from an Exif, that's the alien race, named Mephthes, or as Haruo says, Mephathis. There is about a 0.1% chance of finding a new habitable planet outside of Earth. At least that's in range of this space station. Morale is low, and so the decision is made that Earth is 11.9 light years away, but it's worth a shot trying to get back there. A paper is published suggesting that Godzilla can be killed. The plan to head back to Earth is becoming a popular theory and is becoming a reality. The Gamatron, which I guess is some sort of prediction machine, starts using 80% of its power to run simulations on if a jump to Earth will work. People get excited to head back to Earth. A whole bunch of the humans on the ship have never seen Earth before, and the humans talk of the Gamatron as if it's the Exif's god, which is interesting. I really don't know. Do they worship this machine? I'm not sure. Either way, a plan to use a subspace warp jump to Earth is made. The aliens talk to each other about heading to Earth, and it's about this time that the Gamatron creates some sort of long wormhole that the Earth nations, which is what the spaceship, like the international species community on the spaceship is called, enters the wormhole. They're basically spit out at Earth. Reconnaissance drones probe the Earth. Particles covering the atmosphere interfere with the visibility, however. One drone is shot down by an output of particles, aka the atomic breath. The Earth Union identifies Godzilla is on the surface of the planet. They then debate how to proceed. It turns out that Godzilla hasn't actually had a huge effect on the oxygen of Earth. Even though he's radioactive and leaves radiation everywhere he goes, people can still breathe safely on the planet, according to these drones. and then later on they'll say that they can't, so I don't really know which one to believe. Mephes releases Haruo from prison. Actually, wait a minute, I'm gonna go back. I totally know which one to believe. It's definitely these drones in the air. These drones are telling the truth because later on, if you remember, we see in the post-credit scenes, Haruo is breathing without his mask on, and he's just fine, so there you go. So, Haruo is released from prison, Mephes gets him out. Haruo brings the plan to kill Godzilla up to the Earth nations and says that it will work if more data is collected on Godzilla's combat. They need to find some sort of super organ of Godzilla's. 600 people are sent to the surface of the Earth in order to do this. Thermobaric bombs are dropped on the surface to wake up Kong, to clear out a forest for landing, and Haruo has the old Terasawa Pass trapped, meaning he places traps all over the Terasawa Pass, so that if Godzilla walks through it, he'll be bombed by these whatever the traps are. I don't think we actually find out what the traps do until the very end, and even then, that's clearly a different plan that they're putting in motion. It's definitely not the same one from the start, because he says, oh, we need to put traps in this place. So, I don't know what the original traps do. Communication to the orbiting spaceship is blocked by some sort of fog bank. You know, because Skull Island has the fog bank, so this movie had a fog bank. I really feel like these guys just watched King Kong and were like, yeah, that's pretty badass, and so they just did it in a Godzilla movie, which totally true. Kong Skull Island's a badass movie, but there is a lot of parallels to Kong Skull Island in this movie. And I'm not just talking like King Kong in general, I'm specifically talking Kong Skull Island. And you guys can see I made a whole video like parodying that fact, the Kong Skull Island trailer, or Godzilla Monster Planet Kong Skull Island style. Anyways, Haruo is planning to investigate the terrain, although he can't be let off because he committed the crimes at the beginning of the movie, so they kind of have him in handcuffs. I can't speak, apparently. They have him in handcuffs, and his fangirl Yuko is put in charge of him. She actually doesn't fangirl out about him too much, however. She's clearly obsessed with him. She calls him senpai, all this weird stuff, even though they never met, so she clearly has a deep respect for this guy. And I like how in the subtitles on Netflix, which absolutely suck, by the way, I actually have only seen the English cut of this movie once, but I've seen the Japanese cut a number of times. The subtitles are terrible. Sometimes they don't show up at all. Sometimes they show up really late and then are off screen way too quickly before you get to read them. And in cases like this, they're blatantly translating wrong. She clearly says senpai, and I know they don't really have a word for that in English, although I guess you could be like Mr. You could have her say Mr., but it's funny because they just always change it to Haruo, so she's always calling his name. It's like, that's not what she's saying. I can understand his name. That's not, even though it's in Japanese, that's not something that we change for English. Anyways, some of the plants have become super strong to the point where you can shoot them with these what is that? Like some sort of torch, some sort of welding torch, and they won't even break. It's mentioned that it could be deadly to expose yourself to the fog in the air. That's not actually what they say. They just said, hey, be careful. If you poke a hole in your spacesuit, you're gonna die. But it's like, I don't understand why you would, because clearly earlier the reconnaissance drone said, no, yeah, you can breathe on this planet without your helmets. And then later on, we definitely see humans doing that, so I don't know why they're so worried about it. I guess they just don't want to take that risk. However, I just assumed it was due to the fog in the air. Yuko asks if the elderly were killed by the bombs that Haruo placed on the shuttle, which is a super dark thing to think about. The bombs that Haruo rigs up on the shuttle to blow himself up with at the start of the movie, if then this command decided to blow up the elderly upon entry into orbit with those same bombs, that's really messed up. I don't understand why they would. Haruo doesn't either. He says he has to stay optimistic and he'd rather not think about it. But I don't understand, like, why? What would they get out of that? What would they get out of killing the elderly? Just to be like, we got rid of these people who are wasting our supplies. I don't understand it. They're gonna die on the planet anyways. Haruo makes it very clear that the planet's not habitable for human life. So it's just interesting, just something to think about. Maybe they did blow up on entry because of the command. However, as Haruo says, he'd rather not think about that. So let's move on. Haruo says humanity lost not just the Earth to Godzilla, but they also lost justice and dignity, which is something I really like that. Justice and dignity, I like the way they play around with that, having Haruo really feel like he's trying to help regain humanity's dignity as well as his own dignity by fighting and killing Godzilla. Haruo notices Earth, quote-unquote, remembered humanity. This is found when fossilized remains of a city are discovered. So the whole city has basically been fossilized and turned into plants, and you can still see the structure of the buildings in the distance, which is really awesome. After an investigation team goes quiet, Lendon, I think his name's Lendon, it might be Lenad, but Lendon gets suspicious. Just then, some big bird monsters attack. They are pretty metallic, but they can be killed by being shot. It is discovered after the attack humans have been gone for about 19,200 years, so we'll round up and say 20,000 years. Turns out that the fog on the planet is not fog after all. It's actually pollen produced by the plants, by the trees. The only way to get rid of the fog is to burn down the entire forest, which is going to be difficult considering it's basically metal. Leonard now wants to retreat from Earth, gather resources while waiting on the moon, and then leave the planet entirely and leave the solar system. Haruo confronts him about this, saying that this is their planet and they can't give up on it twice. The Servum injured and killed as many as 50 people, making retreat the only logical solution. Mephthes brings up the point that although retreat is logical, it's impractical. The groups are split over such a large area because they're waiting to attack Godzilla. It would mean everyone has to reconvene at one central point before leaving the planet. The evacuation starts because Lendon's just like, screw it. And I know I keep bouncing back between the names Lendon and Leonard. It's just because I really honestly don't remember this character's name. He's not a bad character. I actually like his kind of character motivations, how he's like, I really want to be the hero, I want to take over, I want to rule the world someday, but I'll do it as a nice, good, charismatic leader should. I'm not going to be like a dictator or anything. He's like, I just want to be a cool guy. I want to be a hotshot, just like my heroes. And Haruo's like, yeah, you're such a little kid in the heart. You really got to focus on just killing Godzilla here, guy. Let's not focus on afterward. Let's focus on just getting it done for now. And then Leonard's just like, you know, let's abandon the planet because I don't want to deal with confrontation. And also, it's logical because a lot of our people died. And Haruo's like, hey, you big idiot. And then Leonard's like, I am a big idiot, and saves Haruo. Actually, I genuinely do think he's a cool character. He's not too memorable in the long scheme of things. You got Haruo. Haruo and Martin are honestly the only characters I actually really like in this movie. I think Mephthes is okay, and Lendon or Leonard, whatever his name is not bad either. But overall, I really only do like Haruo, and Martin is pretty cool as well. Adam's got some cool moments in here, but Adam really doesn't do much in this movie. And for some of you, you don't even know who I'm talking about because this movie focuses so centrally on Haruo that you really don't even get time to know the other characters' names. Anyways, the evacuation starts but requires the movement of all ships through the Terasawa Pass. This is where Godzilla lives, and this starts to create fear amongst the people while evacuating. Mephthes warns Haruo that Earth's Godzilla's home now. They showed up and started dropping bombs looking to pick a fight, and now Godzilla's gonna bring it to him. Another reference to Kong Skull Island, interesting enough. Actually, those aren't the words he uses, but still, that's the basic speech he gives. He claims Godzilla has received the message, aka the message to fight, and will soon be searching for humanity in order to make them pay. He says that this is part of the Exif's legend, and the destruction of worlds because of large creatures like Godzilla isn't an uncommon thing in the large grand universe. Mephthes says Godzilla is divine anger, and he will make humanity pay for their creations and actions until they learn their lesson to stop trying to play God. I really don't know what the hell Mephthes is talking about, because the humans don't do too much evil stuff in this timeline that we know of. You know, they just live out their normal lives blowing nukes up like we do in our world, so I guess he could be talking about that. This could be a reference to the creation of Hedorah in this universe, who we'll get into in another video, but Hedorah basically was some sort of bioweapon created by humanity. Or this could be a new origins for Godzilla that we don't quite know of, where Godzilla was also a bioweapon engineered. Or this could be the old origins of Godzilla, in which Godzilla is created due to humanity's errors, blowing up nukes and turning him from a radiated dinosaur into Godzilla. That could also be what they're talking about. I don't really know. I hope we get an answer next movie about if Godzilla was a Godzilla before turning into Godzilla. Or it could just be the old school 54 origins, where Godzilla's in the ocean, gets hit by a nuke, and it's like, hey, that didn't feel good, and so he just shows up and starts killing people. I really do not know. Just then, Godzilla appears in the Terasawa Pass. Due to the Servum's attack, the shuttle Haruo, Mephthes, Lendon, and Yuko are in cannot evade in time. Haruo runs off from the main ship, jumping into an attack craft to fight Godzilla head-on. The ship crashes and explodes while people are evacuating. Haruo fights Godzilla in a speeder. Godzilla isn't attacking Haruo, meaning the data that Haruo is looking for isn't being collected. They don't know which organ is producing this shield. Leonard, whose real name might be Lendon, again, I really don't know, I don't remember, then appears to retreat to leave Haruo to die. It's a really cool mislead, and the first time I saw it, I was really like, oh, I can't believe he'd do that. Haruo goes to sacrifice himself so Martin can collect data needed to kill Godzilla. Last second, Haruo pulls away because Lennon shows up in a tank and starts bombing Godzilla as well. Lennon sacrifices himself in return for Haruo so Haruo can live on. His last words are, "This planet can go to hell," which is awesome. I absolutely love that. That's another thing. This character, his sacrifice and his last words, just really all together, I like the character due to those kinds of things. Godzilla blows him up with the atomic breath, and then Godzilla heads out. We don't really know where he goes. He kind of just walks away into the valley. Someone else is put in charge. We don't quite know who yet, especially because the Netflix subtitles don't appear on this scene. It's just blank. He is ordered to do whatever he can to save lives. The data reveals that the shield is generated from Godzilla's central dorsal fin, which is a cool use of the dorsal fins. Shin Godzilla is really the only other movie to actually have a logical explanation for why Godzilla has these dorsal fins. We get it from all the other movies. He charges up his atomic breath using these, but Shin Godzilla, you know that they're a ventilation system for his blood inside of him that heats up due to the nuclear fission inside of his body. In this movie, we know that they generate the shield that protects his body and helps him regenerate his skin. And really, other than that, we don't ever get a good explanation for why he has these things. So it turns out that Mephes was put in charge, but as a result of his religion scripture, he turns down the responsibility. It is the Exif Creed that people are created for certain reasons. He believes that Haruo's reason is to destroy Godzilla and lead people, humanity, and the Exif to Sanctuary, and the other alien race that has a stupid name that I don't want to try and pronounce. Because of this, Haruo is put in charge. Haruo orders an attack on Godzilla. Haruo sets traps in the valley and plans to lure Godzilla into a dense area and trap him. Then they will kill him. Godzilla is attacked by manned gliders, and he mainly only uses the atomic breath to defend against them. The servums interrupt the attack, killing a fair amount of people, and Haruo orders the large landing ships to go distract Godzilla in order to pull Godzilla further into the valley. I think this is kind of a big mistake on Haruo's part because that's super reckless, and they call that out in the movie, and he kind of throws one back at Adam, who calls him out on that. It's like, hey, I thought Earth was our home. That's where humanity came from, right? We have no reason to leave. If all the ships are shot down, we're already home. Which is basically him being like, hey, screw you guys who want to leave. I hate you. Let's go kill Godzilla because I want to. It kind of makes him a selfish character. I hope they do something with that in the next movie where they have him learn a lesson. Godzilla is hit with thermobaric bombs which get his attention. Adam's ship is shot down, but Adam escapes in time, and Godzilla falls into the valley. Now he is drawn into the trap area. Godzilla walks in the trap point and bombs go off and he gets stuck in rocks. Godzilla is bombarded with tons of tanks and missiles and everything that you could think of. The dorsal fin is shot off, and as it's regenerating, Haruo takes a mech into battle. The other power suits all follow him. They shoot EMPs into Godzilla's body, which disrupt the frequency that his body emits. His body emits some sort of sound that creates this shield, and if they can disrupt that and amplify it, his body will drop the shield permanently. The dorsal fin fails to regrow. Godzilla tries to use his atomic breath, but because of the EMPs amplifying the noise inside of his body, the detonation of the atomic breath happens internally and Godzilla explodes just like in GMK. Earth is saved and Haruo has survived. It's a total victory, right? Well, sort of, until Martin discovers that this Godzilla really didn't have anything different with the last Godzilla that they saw 20,000 years ago, meaning this is probably a new Godzilla, because the old one will have certainly changed after 20,000 years, assuming it's still alive. Haruo gets all cocky, being like, yeah, whatever, we took down one Godzilla, we can do it again. Then suddenly a mountain erupts, Godzilla arises from it. This Godzilla, the real Godzilla from the beginning of the movie, is 300 meters and rising compared to the 50 meters of the Godzilla we saw previously in the movie. He's over 100,000 tons. Mephes reveals that this is the true incarnation of death and destruction. He calls it the King of Destruction. This is destiny. This was always going to happen according to Mephes. I think this is who Mephes meant Haruo is destined to destroy. Haruo will lead to the death of this Godzilla. I think that's truly what Mephes believes. Haruo orders an immediate evacuation of Earth. Godzilla roars down multiple landing ships, which is absolutely awesome. This Godzilla has some of the coolest abilities. He's got the atomic breath of of course, but he also has this sonic wave that he can shoot out of his mouth that just disrupts everything and explodes stuff that come into contact with it. It's basically a video game superpower. Godzilla's tail then blows up a forest and kills almost every single human on the surface. This happens for multiple reasons. Number one, Godzilla's tail is so big when he swings it, it creates a shockwave. And number two, there's theories online, and I haven't been able to find true confirmation of this, but there's theories online that Godzilla's tail, the reason it explodes so much of the land around it is because it can interact with the land, because Godzilla is sort of closely related to the plants on this new Earth, meaning when he swings his tail over them, they kind of just erupt because he can manipulate the material in the atmosphere. Haruo is about to die, and then the credits roll. That's just where we're left off. And the first time I saw that, I was literally so like, no, they can't do this! And then it just ends, and I was like, are you kidding me? Like, you've got to be kidding me. I have to wait for the next one to find out if he's alive. But it's okay, we know he's alive, because in the after credit scene, Haruo wakes up to see a native girl who has rescued him. That's the end of the movie for good. I don't think it's the best Godzilla movie. I actually wouldn't put it in my top 15 list even, maybe. Actually, it might be like 15 or around the bottom half of the top list, but it definitely isn't one of the best Godzilla movies. However, I still do think this is a solid entry in the series. Now, about Godzilla's design, a lot of people have been saying, oh, it's just a ripoff of the 2014 design. I personally like this design a little bit more than the 2014 design for a couple reasons. Number one, the eyes are bigger. Number two, I think he's generally more well-proportioned. I don't think he looks as fat as the 2014 Godzilla looked, and I just think he generally looks more appealing. I also love the beard spike on the full-grown Godzilla and just how jagged he looks. I would love to see this design realized in full live action. The things that I dislike about it are the blue nature of the original Godzilla's color, the baby Godzilla that we see throughout the movie. I don't really think he looks all that interesting. He's just kind of this dark blue color, and it's just kind of boring to look at. The other Godzilla, we never actually see what he looks like. He's covered in dirt the whole movie when we see him, so he's just brown, which is kind of boring to look at. I would prefer if he went back to like his gray or black look for next movie. I think that always looks better on film, but this is an anime. Maybe they decided that the black didn't look good, so they went away with it. I'm not totally sure. As for the human storyline in this movie, I think it's pretty good. I think that Haruo is a really interesting main character. I'm not too familiar with anime, so I'm not used to the whole, archetype of, you killed my family, I'm gonna take you down, that's popularized in Attack on Titan. I think Haruo is a pretty cool character. As for the other characters, however, I think Martin's the only one with a true personality. Mephies is alright. I do enjoy Mephies' whole, overly religious angle, but other than that, we really don't know anything about any of the other characters. We know that Yuko likes Haruo because she wants to be strong like she thinks he is, and we know that Adam is a nice guy, and we know that Lendon wanted to be a hero. We really don't know anything about the characters in this movie other than Haruo, so I really only like Haruo, and as I said, Martin I think is a good character, but to be honest, I think only Haruo is going to stick with me for a while, and I look forward to seeing him in the sequel. However, I would say that this is definitely not one of the top casts you're going to get in a Godzilla movie. This is definitely not one of the top set of characters you're going to get in a Godzilla movie. They're ultimately forgettable characters outside of the main character, which is okay because it's a central story around him, not an ensemble cast like Shin Godzilla, but I don't like these characters as much as I like, say, Shin Godzilla or 2014. As for kaiju stuff in this movie, it's good, but it's not great. I could have done with more of it. We don't see too much of Godzilla doing anything other than shooting his atomic breath, which doesn't feel that far out of line with what we've been seeing in the past. I just would have liked to see him do a little bit more. He doesn't even feel like he moves half the time he's on screen. He kind of just stands there. So I would have liked to see him do a little bit more. I get that he's so big that he can't do too much, but until we finally get to see the real Godzilla in the last 4 minutes of the movie, we don't get too much of Godzilla doing anything. Then that Godzilla actually does stuff. He moves a lot. He blows stuff up. He actually has a really different, interesting looking design compared to the one that came before him. I don't know, he just has more personality to him too, and his expressions and everything, so I think that I can get behind a full movie about this Godzilla more than I can get behind this movie itself. Other than that, the servum didn't really do much, and I don't really have anything to say about the other kaiju because they weren't in the movie other than in silhouette, which is disappointing to say the least. I would have enjoyed a full movie of the timeline of the Monster Planet history leading up to humans evacuating Earth. Next movie, I would have appreciated to pick up humans coming back to Earth after their subspace navigation fails and everyone dies on that planet. Basically, this is what I would have as the sequel in the trilogy. Actually, I wouldn't even have it be a trilogy. I would have it be like a four-parter because I definitely think you need the backstory, and I think it would be better if it was told outside of just news flashbacks at the start of this movie. The effects in this movie, do I really want to call it effects? Because it's not. It's animation. It's CGI animation, so I guess effects, but this feels like a mixture of CGI and classic hand-drawn animation. I think it's pretty good. I wouldn't say that they're like outstanding effects. I can really appreciate the groundbreaking nature of them. I wouldn't even say they're like better than the live action stuff from the 60s because it's animation. It's not as visually appealing. That just comes with the genre. I'm not gonna knock the movie because it's a genre. I'm gonna knock the movie because it was a boring movie. It wasn't, but you get what I'm saying. That's the kind of thing that I ding it for. So I'm not going to ding it for the animation. I personally don't like anime as much as I like live action stuff. So as for effects, I'm really not going to judge it on effects, which just kind of makes this portion of the video worthless, but whatever. I covered it in all the other ones. I always cover the effects. Music. The music in this movie, it's growing on me. It is growing on me. There is some music in this movie that I absolutely find to be amazing. Godzilla's main theme's pretty awesome. Anytime we get a military march is super cool. Some of the battle themes are alright. However, whenever we get techno music, it really takes me out of it. I don't like the techno stuff. I'm not about that life. I don't think the composer Hattori really brings it as much as, say, our composer from Godzilla against Mechagodzilla does. However, I do think this is his best work in the franchise, so I will commend him for that. The plot was okay. It's not too generic. A lot of people say, oh, it's a ripoff of Interstellar. Well, guess what, suckers? I've never seen Interstellar, so I can appreciate this movie on its own. So yeah, I thought the plot was pretty interesting, and I really like some of the decisions they made with the aliens. I think this is the most original alien storyline we've ever had in a Godzilla movie, and I like a lot of the elements of it. I do. I think it's a good movie. Overall, I'd give it a 7.5 out of 10. I'm not going to say this is the best Godzilla movie ever. I definitely, like I said, I'm not going to pretend that I thought it was amazing just for the sake of, I don't know, pretending that it was amazing. I just thought it was a good movie. I definitely would watch it again, and I have watched it multiple times, but ultimately, this isn't going to be one that I go back to every couple of months like I do with some of the other ones, because this one's just not as good as some of the other ones. I would much rather watch Godzilla vs. King Kong, or Shin Godzilla, or 1954 Godzilla. I wouldn't put this one on the list of like, gotta watch it again immediately. And even when I watched it the first day, I was like, well, I should probably watch it again because I have reviews to make. But ultimately, it's a good movie. I just don't really feel too much need to watch it too many times. I do enjoy watching it. Every time I watch it, I have a good time with it, but it's just not one of the standouts for me, which is okay. It doesn't need to be. A lot of people are going to ding this movie because it is really the big setup for the trilogy. However, I appreciate world building. I appreciate what they did in this movie. I love the fact that we're setting up for a sequel. I love that Kong Skull Island was setting up for Godzilla vs. Kong half the time. I always appreciate that in movies. I love world building. I don't often understand the complaint about, oh, this was just a big trailer for another movie, because, like, first of all, no, it wasn't. It clearly wasn't. It can stand on its own. Second of all, so what? You know, we're gonna get that sequel eventually, and especially with this in an anime format. Anime often does this, in my experience anyways. It's build up for a sequel or for a next episode or something along those lines. This is considered a series. Even Netflix labels it as Godzilla the Series, so I'm totally fine with this being an extended first episode, an extended pilot that just leaves us on a pretty interesting, fascinating cliffhanger, and I appreciate the setup for the sequel, so I don't have any problems with that. So there you go, guys. That's my review for Godzilla Planet of the Monsters. Like I said earlier, I gave it a 7.5 out of 10. It's a good movie. I'd say go check it out at least once if you're a Godzilla fan. It's free on Netflix, assuming you have Netflix, so it's worth it. It's a very experimental film, and I appreciate this dive into a new genre and this attempt to do something original in the Godzilla franchise. Thank you guys all for watching. I hope you enjoyed. See y'all next time. D-Man, out. What's up, everybody, man? Back. Welcome to a brand new video, and today we are doing the 36th episode of Godzilla-Thon. That is right. After 7 years, it is time for Godzilla-Thon to return. The last Godzilla-Thon I did was for Godzilla Planet of the Monsters back on January 31st, 2018. I cannot believe how long ago that was. It really doesn't feel like that long ago to me, but that was the last Godzilla-Thon I did, and there's been quite a few Godzilla movies since then. So to celebrate hitting 101,954 subscribers, aka 10/1954, I wanted to relaunch Godzilla-Thon, and with this relaunch of Godzilla-Thon, I'm going back to the original style. I'm gonna keep doing these reviews in the same exact format I did them back in the day. A detailed, in-depth, plot-by-plot, beat-by-beat breakdown of each movie in a podcast-styled format, and I'll take us all the way to the newest Godzilla film. At the moment, it's Godzilla Kong: The New Empire. And that way the original run of Godzilla-Thon can be completed, at least for now. And so today we're jumping into the very controversial Godzilla City on the Edge of Battle. This thumbnail art I did all the way back in 2019. I did this in May 2019 because I was originally going to resume Godzilla-Thon back in 2019, and then I made Kong-a-thon my priority, and then that obviously had its own delays and such. But now we're here for Godzilla-Thon. We're back. It's time. So today, I'm gonna run you through what is generally considered to be like everybody's least favorite Godzilla movie. It's considered like the worst Godzilla movie, but you know what? Hot take? I think that this movie's fantastic. I really think it is, and the longer it sits with me, the more I watch it, the more I appreciate it. So, in a way, I'm gonna be defending the hell out of Godzilla City on the Edge of Battle because I think it has such an unearned reputation. I think it is truly, truly a very well-written movie, and maybe one of the, not like the best, but maybe one of the more well-written Godzilla movies that is out there. It's just really light on spectacle, which is what everybody wanted. The Godzilla anime trilogy really suffers from one thing overall, and that is expectation. People wanted it to be Final Wars the anime. They wanted a Godzilla Rulers of Earth adaptation in an anime format, and instead, we got these really slow philosophical movies. And, you know, that's not everybody's cup of tea, but you know what? I think that this is a very, very well-written movie. I think it is shockingly well done, especially because in memory, this is the weakest of the trilogy. I always remember like Monster Planet has some fun elements to it, especially towards the ending of the movie. It really kicks off with Godzilla Earth, and then especially Godzilla The Planet Eater I've really grown to love, but this one, City on the Edge of Battle, I always remember being the weakest link, and I'll say, after rewatching Godzilla Planet of the Monsters, both the English and Japanese dubs, before jumping into both the English and Japanese dub of Godzilla City on the Edge of Battle, I don't feel that way anymore. I think Monster Planet's still very good, but I do think it's the weakest link. I think that this movie really is where they hit their stride. I really do think that this is solid. I know that people wanted it to be Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla, the all-out crazy anime, and I know that there's that fan animation that's got Mechagodzilla fighting Godzilla for like 30 minutes, but that's not what I come to Godzilla movies for. The thing that makes Godzilla so special is the deeper meanings, the intention, the plot, the character, the story, the emotion. That's always what sets Godzilla apart, as far back as 1954. Godzilla was never just a generic monster movie, and the series has never just been monsters fighting, or at least at its best, it wasn't that. And this movie, I really think, lives up to that. This movie addresses so many of the questions I've had about the Godzilla series, like, well, maybe not a ton, but you know, it addresses one of the biggest in a way that I think is really clever, which is, what is the purpose of Mechagodzilla? I mean, just from a conceptual standpoint, if you can build something that can kill Godzilla, a weapon, why not just build a weapon? Why does Absolute Zero need to be mounted on Mechagodzilla? Why not mount Absolute Zero on a cannon and then have a bunch of support drones fight Godzilla, keeping his attention while you freeze him and kill him? It's just because Mechagodzilla is a very fun 70s concept. That's why Mechagodzilla exists. It has no practical use in reality. I mean, if you can build a laser that can cut through Godzilla's face, you can just build the laser to do it. I guess actually GVK makes a pretty good argument for what Mechagodzilla's use is, and that's just to pry his jaws open. But on the whole, Mechagodzilla just is kind of silly, and this movie directly addresses that head on. Mechagodzilla, they directly acknowledge, is kind of an outdated tactic to take on Godzilla, and if they haven't have the technology to build something to fight Godzilla that can kill him, why not just build a big gun that can kill him? Why do you have to go through the whole ordeal of Mechagodzilla? So I understand why people are not the biggest fan of this movie. I understand why it's a letdown, and it's just that for me, it doesn't let me down. I'm okay with it. I know that people love Godzilla fighting monsters, and so do I, but I have movies where he does that. If I want to watch Godzilla fight Mechagodzilla, there's of course the original movies. There's the Heisei movie if you want it to be a bit more of like a beam battle. Then there's the movies that I think really nail it perfectly, which is the Kiryu saga, and now we even have Godzilla vs. Kong. This movie provides a very different alternative to that scenario, the Godzilla versus technology scenario, one that I think is truly fantastic and compelling. I did a video back in the day on how Godzilla City is the perfect foil for Godzilla Earth, and I completely stand by that. All this preamble just to say, I get why it's not everybody's favorite, and in fact, I understand why this movie's many people's least favorite Godzilla movie, but for me, this one really works. And it just happens to be one of those movies that came out back in the day, you know, back when this channel was in its stride, and so I have a lot of very fond memories of this movie and the era and covering it in the lead up and aftermath. In particular, I have mostly fond memories of The Planet Eater, but I'm sure I'll get there next video. And without further ado, let's talk about Godzilla City on the Edge of Battle. The second installment of the Godzilla anime trilogy was released just 6 months after Godzilla Monster Planet in Japan. That is a super fast turnaround for Godzilla movies. This released in May 2018, and it was done by Polygon Pictures and Toho Animation. Instead of going full-on action-packed, crazy over the top, this movie had a really low budget, and so they opted for a psychological drama over action spectacle, and for me that's alright. We pick up moments after Monster Planet with the Aratarum? I still to this day don't know how to say that spaceship's name. I don't think they ever say it in the movies. We pick up moments after Monster Planet with the Aratarum picking up the remaining signals revealing Godzilla Earth has destroyed all of the transport ships after the death of Godzilla Phileas. Realizing Godzilla's atomic breath can reach low orbit, a debate breaks out over if they should evacuate and abandon the survivors or if they should wait, try and see if there's survivors but risk getting killed by Godzilla. And these are the types of philosophical debates that this movie really excels with. We then pick up right where the post-credit scene left off, with Haruo waking up in a native's hut. He's covered in this orange dust, and he discovers that humans can safely live in areas below where the toxic tree fog will reach. Honestly, the toxic tree fog is one of the least developed elements of the Godzilla anime trilogy, and one of the things that I think they do the worst, which is just making the environment like this foggy, gloomy, in a way very dull to look at. It gets very repetitive to look at environment, and I don't even really know the purpose because the Hatua can live in it just fine. So like, what does it symbolically mean? Just that I guess Earth has moved on from humanity? While trying to locate his friends, Haruo is saved from a servum's nest, a servum larva nest with like these worm-like servums. I'm not a huge fan of the servums, to be honest. I especially don't like how they're all one color, like just that bluish color, like that metallic blue. He's saved by the native, Miana. Meanwhile, Yuko and some survivors battle a nearly identical native. Haruo saves Miana from being accidentally killed by his friends. I don't know why they want to open fire on a human so bad. Even if that human scared them, it seems like they're kind of antagonizing that fight, as the Hatua don't strike me as the type to just kill you just because you're there, especially because they literally don't in a minute. But I guess they're scared and they might think she's a monster. So anyways, Haruo saves her from being killed, only for a bunch of natives to capture him and his friends. They take the survivors to their underground kingdom. I think that environment looks really pretty. It's really cool. There, they reunite with others, like Martin and Galagu. Martin theorizes, and this is one thing that I think is funny, throughout the whole movie, Martin keeps throwing out these crazy theories that are often very pessimistic, and also like completely constantly downplaying the Hatua, only for him to be very often proved wrong. So Martin theorizes that the natives are actually evolved from insects rather than humans. I don't know really why he reaches that conclusion. Well, the Bilisaludo decide that they're too primitive to be considered human, which I think is so silly. Actually, they say that they're too primitive to be considered humanoid, which just isn't true. They are humanoid, even if they're primitive. They're taken to a ritual altar where they learn that the women are twins, Miana and Mina. I really wish there was even just a bit more of a difference between their names, because it still trips me up to this day which is which. Miana is the nicer one, Mina is the meaner one, the more aggressive one. But it is hard to tell them apart, and I also still don't know if I'm totally pronouncing Mina's name right. The natives are called the Hatua, and they worship an egg. I really like all the Mothra Easter eggs in here. They also learn the Hatua are telepathic, and can quickly learn. Like, this is one of those things that I think is so funny, because they act like they're like super primitive and
and unadvanced and kind of dumb, but like they have mastered telepathy. Of course they wouldn't speak with a verbal language if they've mastered telepathy. I don't know how no one brings that point up the whole movie. The Hatua question why the gang is so violent, then reveal that Godzilla is also their enemy, because Godzilla is the enemy to their god, which I think is really cool. It's actually Godzilla is who killed their god, and the only thing their god left behind was an egg. The Hatua warned that anyone who has ever tried to take on Godzilla dies, which is why they've chosen to coexist with Godzilla. I think that that is really cool. The idea that like, no matter what you do, anybody who takes on Godzilla dies, it really solidifies his godlike status, kind of solidifies Mephi's whole prophecy. And also at the same time, it threads in those themes of coexistence, which obviously is like a Godzilla King of the Monsters thing, but it is in this trilogy. The whole idea of this whole trilogy is that you cannot fight things like Godzilla, you just must coexist with them in peace and harmony like the Hatua do. The Hatua are the template, not Haruo. We're not supposed to be inspired by him, and that's actually brought up later in this very movie. Martin discovers the Hatua are highly advanced and learns that Phileas, Godzilla Phileas, the Servum, and even the trees are all subspecies of Godzilla, which is explained a little differently in the English and Japanese versions. In the Japanese versions, they're all stated to be subspecies of Godzilla, adapting his traits in order to survive on the planet with him. Whereas in the English version, it's explained a little differently. It's said that they're not subspecies of Godzilla, they're still their own unique species, it's just that they have adapted traits from Godzilla in order to better survive his proximity. There's a divide in the gang with people like Bellobe, who remember fighting Godzilla 20 years earlier and how powerful he was and how hard it was to beat him, and then the younger humans, who don't have any memory of that at all, who think that they shouldn't continue fighting Godzilla and should leave. I really like that too, because it shows, like, of course, people who remember fighting Godzilla back in the day, coming off the victory of Godzilla Phileas, would view that as an overall victory and then a separate defeat at the hands of the original Godzilla, whereas of course the younger people view this whole thing as a suicide mission. It's then made very clear explicitly, which is only something that gets more context in the next movie, how guided Haruo is by Mephi's. I mean, even in this scene, he's directly reflecting on a conversation he had with Mephi's, and it's only once he reflects on that he's reaffirmed in his decision to fight Godzilla again, because Mephi's has convinced him it's his destiny. It's his destiny to destroy Godzilla. It's very clear throughout this whole movie that Haruo is basically coming up against his own feelings, which are that he should abandon the fight with Godzilla, and the way he's essentially been programmed by years of influence from Mephi's to continue fighting Godzilla at all costs. I love that setup here. It's so well written. It's not overt and in your face. Other than this one flashback, you only get scenes where whenever Haruo is like a little lost or unsure of himself, he wishes Mephi's was there to tell him what to do, and it becomes very clear Mephi's has been telling him what to do his whole life. I think that that is a great way to sow the seeds for the next film, and why it's such a struggle for Haruo to overcome Mephi's in the next movie. The Aratrum then discovers that Godzilla patrols the same path. It's the same pattern that he patrols. Meanwhile, Haruo and the humans search for a landing ship through a signal they detected. The natives then reveal their names as Miana and Mina. Mina is more aggressive and combat ready. Yuko is then jealous of them and their fondness of Haruo. I don't like the subplot with Yuko and Haruo. I don't really know how I feel about Yuko anymore. I used to hate her guts. I hated her. I don't hate her anymore as much as I don't really understand the purpose of that character in the first movie. They treat her like she's got this really deep pre-established relationship with Haruo, while at the same time treating it like they don't really know each other and haven't really interacted up to this point. Like it's like they can't decide. On the one hand, it seems like Haruo has a really close connection to her grandpa. On the other hand, I don't know if him and her actually have that much history. I also am unsure of the age gap between those two, but one thing I'm sure of is that she feels very strongly for him and he doesn't really feel as strongly for her. Because she's all upset about the twins' fondness of Haruo, Yuko then runs off into the servant pit. This seems a little weird. I don't know why the tentacles tentacle the way they do. It's a little suspicious, man. I don't think that they needed to attack her in quite that way, but they like literally wrap around her legs and pull her legs apart before trying to eat her. It's a little suggestive, I would say. It's odd. She's then saved by the Hatua's nanometal arrows. Adult servums then attack, but are defeated by Mephi's, my favorite dude, who shows up with the surviving infantry country. Then, as Mori abandons the search for the survivors, the Exif leader receives a message through a device called Garbatrium from the Exif god, warning them that the survivors will contact them shortly. This is also something that I'm very interested. Does that mean that Ghidorah is waiting because he's hungering, kind of like Galactus? He hungers to eat the earth and he really wants to? I'm guessing that's kind of what it is, because they're getting a message from Ghidorah. Ghidorah is sending them a message being like, hey, don't leave yet. Things are gonna go the way you want. Ghidorah can kind of see the future, it seems. And so he's warning them to hang out and wait. And sure enough, they do get a message just immediately afterward. Mephies gets a message to the ship. In return, an extract ship is sent down to collect the survivors and get them out of there. Haruo explains, once the ship lands, that he still plans to fight Godzilla with the help of the Bilisaludo and the newly discovered nanometal. They explain that the nanometal can only be caused by Mechagodzilla, as he was the last remaining source of nanometal, and therefore, if there's nanometal, it means Mechagodzilla is still around somewhere. Turns out the Hautua have discovered nanometal, and they've learned to fuse things with it on a molecular level. Kind of like the nanometal just instantly fuses whatever touches it. I don't know how that means it's not constantly spreading to the ground that it sits on, but whatever, move on. This actually allows the Hautua to enhance their weapons with nanometal. However, it's important to note they don't rely on it, and it's not a really essential part of their culture. In fact, they view it as straight up poisonous. I think that's really important because there's people that are like, well, how come the Hautua get to use nanometal? If nanometal's ultimately at the end of this movie, the theme of the movie is that we should reject something like nanometal, why do the Hautua get to use it? Because that's not what the theme of the movie is. The theme of the movie isn't that we should reject technology. The theme of the movie is that we should reject an over-reliance on it to the point that we sacrifice our own humanity. And the Hautua have not sacrificed their own humanity. They have once again found a way to coexist with the nanometal. To ensure that Mechagodzilla wouldn't proliferate, we actually find out that they use some sort of inhibitor placed on Mechagodzilla that would stop the nanometal from spreading. Maybe that's why the nanometal doesn't spread all the time to the things that it sits on. But anyways, it turns out that during Godzilla's attack on Mount Fuji back in the day, Godzilla destroyed parts of Mechagodzilla, including parts of his inhibitor. Therefore, the nanometal has been allowed to spread. A few humans actually retreat back to space, but not the humans that come down to pick them up. I always think that's interesting, that the humans who come down to pick people up wind up listening to Haruo's speech and joining his cause. Most join Haruo in discovering the source of the nanometal and just sticking with him in seeing where things are gonna go, hoping that his plan will work to kill Godzilla. Martin reveals then that if all life on Earth evolved traits of Godzilla in order to survive, then humanity must have done something similar in order to survive this world of monsters, on this planet of the monsters. They must have developed some sort of traits from an insect kaiju in order to survive, which is why they have some sort of insect level qualities to them, like the scaly dust that they produce. Martin explains then, only now, halfway through the second movie, that kaiju evolved due to global warming, pollution, and nuclear testing. This is what gave birth to the kaiju, and in particular, the nuclear testing is what gave birth to Godzilla. So they retain their generally original origins. It's just not all of them are nuclear. Some of them are more like monsters created from pollution, whereas Godzilla seems to be the nuclear monster. Because Godzilla has stopped this harm to the planet, defeating humanity in a sense, Earth then shows Godzilla as God, and all life adapted in his favor. I think that's a very interesting way to look at it. It's very Godzilla King of the Monsters, and actually, it's a little more interestingly done because Godzilla King of the Monsters sets up those wonderful ideas, and then it's never followed upon in the MonsterVerse. Whereas here, this is a full trilogy unpacking that, yeah, if the kaiju are nature's balance, then nature would be in their favor. It's just something interesting to think, like, from a certain perspective, from the planet's perspective, humanity is kind of the villains. The Servum attack again on the way to Mechagodzilla, but detecting Godzilla's DNA is in the area, the ground erupts into these nanometal spikes, killing and absorbing the Servum into nanometal, turning them into it, leading to the discovery of Godzilla City. Probably the single most divisive thing this trilogy does. Instead of having Mechagodzilla, it turns out Mechagodzilla was pretty much entirely destroyed back in the day, but he did activate. He just chose not to go to combat with Godzilla, or at least he was attacked too quickly before he could. The result was that some of Mechagodzilla survived and continued its mission to take down Godzilla, realizing that it couldn't rebuild itself to fight Godzilla properly, as it knew it would lose that battle. It instead opted to become a city, an ever ever-evolving Mechagodzilla city that grew over 20,000 years. It's actually in the ruins of the hole Mechagodzilla was destroyed in, and has generally rebuilt the facility Mechagodzilla was built in the first place with some Mechagodzilla AI additions. They find the downed head of Mechagodzilla, realizing that some of his AI unit is still intact while some of it has been blown apart. This is why Mechagodzilla is kind of not fully operating. It's only sort of passively going about its mission. Fully reactivating Mechagodzilla, the city comes to life with some awesome music. I love that scene. And then we find out that rather than building Mechagodzilla, again, it's just an impractical thing to do. Instead, they transform the entire city into a Godzilla execution trap. I love that. It's here 44 minutes in, about halfway through the movie, that we glimpse the sleeping Godzilla. Now, sometimes Godzilla does take about 40 minutes to appear in a movie, especially those American movies, but this does feel like it takes particularly long to get to Godzilla, and even now he's just sleeping. I don't know how Godzilla could sleep for 20,000 years, immediately wake up and then go to sleep less than like a couple hours later, but dude sleeps. That's all Godzilla Earth really does. Turns out that Godzilla's patrol is basically all around the city, as the city has a natural camouflage that Godzilla cannot detect it. So Godzilla knows something's in the area and has been lurking trying to find it, but for 20,000 years never has detected it just due to the camouflage. And that also explains why Godzilla-Phileus lived in this area as well. It perfectly explains why Mechagodzilla City, Godzilla Earth, and Godzilla-Phileus would all be in generally the same exact location. It's not an over-convenience or anything, it's that basically Godzilla-Phileus and Godzilla Earth were hunting for Mechagodzilla City this whole time. By reactivating the city, Godzilla stands a much better shot of finding out where they are, so they're trying to speedrun things. The mechs from the last movie are upgraded into the Vultures. I think the Vultures are awesome. I love their design. I love the pink-purple things that shoot out of them. They're jets, and I love the streaks they leave through the air. I also love how they like shoot in 90-degree angles. I think that they are so cool. They might be my favorite non-Mechagodzilla mechs in the Godzilla series, and are certainly my favorite human-built little like weapons if you're gonna put them in the category of like Super X or Argo Jet. The Vultures are my favorite. I think they're fantastic. I think they're really cool. They devise a plan to basically transform Mechagodzilla City into an upgraded version of their previous Godzilla trap, which has already proven successful in killing Godzilla-Phileus. With this nanometal mist they're going to use to disperse Godzilla's atomic breath, they can build this basically, it's a giant hallway that lures Godzilla into a kill point. I actually think it's a really, really cool idea. It's especially cool because it upgrades us from like a completely natural way to fight Godzilla, nature against Godzilla, into purely technology against Godzilla. However, this plan will require a lot of time, and so therefore they're worried that Godzilla will wake up and find them first. Mephes then has the Bilisaludo repair an Exif Gamatron crystal, which was previously destroyed during Godzilla's original attack on the lab. I also think that's great. It explains why the Exif haven't executed their Ghidorah plan sooner. We then find out that both the Hautua and humans have become suspicious of the Bilisaludo and the nanometal. Mephes doesn't trust it either. This causes Haruo to start having doubts. He realizes that he has an obsession with Godzilla. He's not the only one, man. I do too. I don't know what's up with that. But he realizes he has an obsession with Godzilla, and it's all for personal reasons. It's all about revenge for him. He finally comes to this realization that it was never really about human pride, and for him it's about his own hurt. You know, this is a big moment for him. He starts to realize that, well, he can never let go of this anger, and he will always want to fight Godzilla. He shouldn't involve others, which I would say he doesn't really. I mean, he gives them the chance multiple times in both the last movie and this movie, with multiple speeches being like, you can join me or you don't have to. You do not have to, and everybody volunteers to join him just because he's persuasive. And here again, Haruo still can't shake the influence of Mephes, who's like, no dude, this is your destiny. You're destined to fight Godzilla, and people chose you as their leader. Mephes is constantly working him in these small ways. I think it's great. And here's where we get the ultimate conclusion of the trilogy. It's set up right here, a little over halfway through City on the Edge of Battle. We find out why the trilogy ends the way it does. Yuko reveals that Haruo is an inspiration for the younger people around him. They simply can't remember Earth as it was, and they've become content with the depression, isolation, and coldness of outer space. That is, until Haruo staged his rebellion over the Taui immigration project, proving how abnormal all of this sadness and coldness around them is. Haruo's obsession with Godzilla proved to all of the humans on that ship, especially the younger ones, that you can stay mad at things that are unstoppable. You can learn to hate create things that you can't forgive, and you can dedicate your life to revenge. Essentially, the lesson that Haruo has taught all the humans around him is that if you try hard enough, like he did, you can stand a shot of maybe getting a bit of vengeance in the way he killed Godzilla Filius. Haruo has inspired people to not become content with their subpar conditions and to not look for better, but instead to focus on their anger and see it through to the bitter end. That is the lesson Haruo has accidentally taught the people around him, and that it really weighs on him, because this is Yuko telling him that. Yuko's like, this is what you've taught me. You've taught me that you can dedicate yourself to revenge, and that's exactly the decision that'll get her killed in the end, and it's basically his fault. Haruo then starts having these pains and reveals that ever since he wound up at Mechagodzilla City, his previous wounds have really started hurting him again. Martin reveals that actually lots of the soldiers are having this same deal. They all have this pain, and realizes that it's all of the people who were previously treated by the Hautua. He doesn't know why yet. Again, setting up for the next movie. This also explains why the Hautua have a resistance to the nanometal, their little gold dust, and why they view it as a poison. They're basically resistant to it and it harms them. Everyone who was previously healed by the Hautua is re-healed by leaving the city, showing that the city is having a negative impact on them. Meanwhile, it's re-energized the Bilisaludo, taking away their need to eat and sleep and all that stuff. Mephies then gives this sermon to his growing congregation about how the Exiv took to space after a monster destroyed their planet, and now they seek to guide other species to salvation. Haruo then meets up with Mephies and confesses that he feels lost, but Mephies reaffirms his leadership position and the sinister nature of nanometal, putting the seeds of doubt in Haruo even deeper, basically saying, yeah, you shouldn't trust the Bilisaludo, even if they can kill Godzilla. You don't want that. What you want is to do things on your terms. That's what you want. It's a really clever little seed of doubt he's planted here. He warns that if the Bilisaludo are so logical and mechanical, then can they really be considered highly intelligent as they start to lack compassion and emotional range? He warns that nanometal is indistinguishable from a monster. It's just a different type of monster. He explains that the Bilisaludo respect monsters and wish to become one with them. This is something he's probably learned through telepathy, listening to their thoughts. Mephies reveals that towards the end of many civilizations, most species wind up giving birth to monsters by mistake that wind up destroying them. Through technological advancement, they create monsters that wind up being their downfall. He says it's likely that Mechagodzilla is this monster for the Bilisaludo. We don't actually know that. For 20,000 years, Mechagodzilla has only taken over a small portion of the planet, and yes, while the Bilisaludo do dream of a world of a central intelligence, and back in the day it did seem like they had plans to conquer the Earth using Mechagodzilla, there's no real thing to suggest other than Mephies that Mechagodzilla City is truly evil or that the Bilisaludo will turn on humanity. All we learn is that the Bilisaludo want to take down Godzilla and want Mechagodzilla City to develop. It's very possible that in a world where they kill Godzilla, the Bilisaludo would have merged with Mechagodzilla City and gone on to be their own little thing. Maybe they would want to expand and take over the whole planet, but they never say they do, and there's really no indication other than Mephies that they want that. I think that's also very clever. The fact that, is Mephies even a reliable narrator here? Mephies then shares the secret name to Haruo of the monster that destroyed his planet and warns him that he must hang on to that. When he's fighting Godzilla, he must remember that there is a far more powerful monster that exists in space, and compared to that, Godzilla isn't worth the fear, so he should hang on to his resolve and do what he feels is best. I didn't remember this until just today. I was watching an old video of mine, but apparently back in the day we used to think that that shot from the trailer was Mephies kissing Haruo. What a different movie that would have been. Haruo then reassures Yuko that his goal is to reclaim the Earth for humans, not for the Bilisaludo or anything, but for humans, and so she kisses him in return, and it's very important to note he does not reciprocate. Both Miyana and Mina watch on and are quite upset by this. Don't love the love triangle there either, but whatever. The Bilisaludo believe that everyone should reconvene in Mechagodzilla City to fight Godzilla. All the people on the spaceship should go down to Earth and join the battle. Meanwhile, the Exif use this as a way to preach for unification and joining together. You know, the Bilisaludo want to create a world where everybody is in harmony with each other. Well, now the Exif can bandwagon off of this to be like, yes, and you should do that by joining our religion. It's a great way to get them more followers and influence and power as well. The humans begin to fear that with Godzilla dead, there will be nothing to stop Mechagodzilla, and that soon the Bilisaludo will take over the planet. And although again, it's just human suspicion. They then, in Mechagodzilla City, discover Bilosaludo volunteers merging with the nanometal to fuel the battle with Godzilla. But it's important to note that even now, with the Bilosaludo merging with Mechagodzilla City and having ability to influence his AI, they don't force a nanometal takeover of the humans in the city to do the same. They allow them the ability to just continue on as they are. Godzilla reawakens, and now, with Mechagodzilla City active, is very likely to find them in just hours. In order to speed up the completion timeline of Mechagodzilla City, Toho redirects all energy from defensive heat shields to offensive weapons. I wonder if they had just kept things as going, like continued to build Mechagodzilla City as planned, it would have taken a day or so, but would Godzilla have actually found them in that time if the camouflage was still active? It's very possible. Godzilla never finds them, and the plan works perfectly when it's time because they've had all the quality assurances done, they have multiple harpoons ready to go, and it's very possible that it was simply these rushed decisions that cost them the battle in the end. Basically, Icarus flying too close to the sun. They got too cocky trying to beat Godzilla before he could beat them. The humans protest the fusion between Bilosaludo and Nanometal, but Galagu explains that it's simply a way for them to turn into neural processors in order to speed up the city's construction. Galagu says he views Godzilla as humanity's greatest achievement. It's their greatest creation, but their biggest mistake was never finding a way to control Godzilla. They argue that they can evolve by joining Mechagodzilla City and turn themselves into essentially a monster, sort of proving Mephies was right. Again, Mephies would know this because he's had the ability to hear their thoughts this whole time. It really does raise the question, is Mephies an unreliable narrator, or is he simply sharing the deeper inner desires of others and being like, hey dude, they're not good people and they're gonna take over the planet? I don't know. I like the fact that they never truly say. It seems like Mephies is probably telling the truth, but he is also super unreliable. A debate then breaks out, which again, I think is really fantastic because it's a very well-written debate here, over if you really do become the perfect organism if you wind up abandoning your emotions in favor of logic and a hive mind. Does that even still qualify as human, or is it some type of other life that's not worth living? It's kind of the question that Evangelion raises as well. You know, like, if there's a central merged intelligence and all the emotions are washed into one, yeah, it would kind of logically wind up with everybody thinking super logically. It would wind up with everybody homogenizing in a way, but is that a life worth living? You sacrifice your individuality in the process, and what does that mean, you know? Is it worth the price of merging with technology in order to evolve? That's a question that we have to ask ourselves now more than ever, especially with AI on the rise, you know? In the future, what is going to be the price if you merge with an AI and that AI is super logical and it speeds you up and it helps your brain process and whatever? Where does your humanity end, and is that a life worth living? What's the point if you can't experience the emotional benefit of it? Yuko shockingly sides with the Bilosaludo here. She says it's simply better than living like the Hautua because we don't know what they're thinking. They're telepathic and they don't communicate. Again, I think they're really downplaying the Hautuas. The Hautua within a day have already started to learn human language. But it's very clear that Yuko's just jealous over Hautuo's relationship with the twins. Mechagodzilla City then stops creating its camouflage in favor of directing all those resources towards building weapons, a decision made by the will of the fused, overriding the controls of Galagu, seemingly proving the Bilosaludo right, that by fusing with the city you become more effective and they can make decisions that override human capacity. However, it's this same decision, this potentially logical move to try and beat Godzilla before he discovers them, as the probability of him finding them is relatively high, that winds up costing them the battle because they draw Godzilla's attention way too soon as he immediately beelines towards the city the second the camouflage goes down. With an ETA of less than 1 hour, Godzilla winds up stopping in far enough range, because again he can shoot to space, that he can shoot a long distance atomic breath strike towards them. They tried to defuse it with their emergency nanometal mist, but they don't have a lot of time to disperse that, and it causes Godzilla's beam to wind up damaging the city as it isn't reflected as much as it should be. Godzilla in return winds up destroying 1/2 of the EMP harpoons that were meant to kill him. In order to try and delay him, Yuko, Belube, and Haruo, trying to keep the peace between the Bilosaludo and the humans strong, after that whole debate really put them on a shaky grounds, he tries to keep the peace, all take to the vultures and take them into battle. And from here, the movie is kicked off into the highest gear. From that moment where the Bilosaludo turn off the camouflage onward, this movie is at an all-time peak. I think it's really, really fantastic. The pacing is great, the drama is really wonderful. It's not as action-packed and as spectacle-driven as some people wanted, but it's totally what I'm into. It's really cool, I think. It's just a little bit weighed down by the animation, I will say, though. Like, if it was better animated, it would be perfect. While trying to lure Godzilla to the trap point, they learned that that second EMP harpoon is completely beyond repair, so Godzilla effectively secured his survival with that one atomic breath maneuver. Godzilla tries his super oscillatory roar, which I think is awesome. It's one of my favorite powers of Godzilla Earth, very underused. I think this is the last time we see him use it. I don't think he uses it in the next movie. It's a super cool ability, but it doesn't do anything. It doesn't catch the vultures because they're so fast. The first harpoon then fails the quality test, again proving that they really shouldn't have put down the camouflage, as they just were not ready to take on Godzilla. Godzilla arrives too quickly nonetheless, the vultures can't slow him down, and the plan commences, with the bombing out of the area around Godzilla causing him to fall into a trap below him. It's a very Showa era type plan, you know, that reminds me of King Kong vs. Godzilla and sort of mixes it with a futuristic spin, like King Kong vs. Godzilla's plan to trap Godzilla mixed with, you know, Godzilla Raids Again's plan to trap Godzilla, and then added in this whole futuristic twist. It's really cool, I think. Godzilla falls into their big nanometal hallway, and it's filled with that diffusion gas that causes atomic breath to reflect all over the place, but again, it's still effective enough to strike a few things in the city, almost hitting Haruo, but in a weird scene that I'm not totally sure what happens, he's saved by the twins. I don't know if that's that they telepathically warned him to watch out for the atomic breath, or if it's that they literally redirected him, moved him out of the way of the atomic breath. It doesn't really say. He just says they saved him a second time. Godzilla is then heavily bombed by the vultures and by all of the cannons on Mechagodzilla City until he's trapped in a rapidly cooling liquid nanometal. I love that. Weaponizing the whole city against Godzilla is so freaking cool. First, something that was seen in Destroy All Monsters, but really taken up a notch here. And here they analyze Godzilla, they sync their attack with the noise, they destroy his dorsal fin after the noise does that little drop point that it does where it restarts, which reactivates his shield every couple seconds. The shield drops and has to regenerate. When the shield drops, they destroy the dorsal fin, effectively stopping the shield from regenerating, and then the EMP harpoons are fired. But without a second EMP harpoon in order to fire those final fatal blows into Godzilla, it only damages him. And so he stands there and starts irradiating heat as he converts all of that rampant electromagnetic waves inside of him into thermal energy. I love this, and it really doesn't make sense in the next movie. As Godzilla approaches meltdown here, he becomes Scarlet Godzilla Earth. I think that name was first come up with by GNA, and it is fantastic. It is stuck ever to this day. To gain higher resistance to the heat, the remaining bilisolutins fuse with nanometal. Galagu tries to force the humans to fuse with nanometal in the vultures too in order to save them and keep them in combat, but they're having some resistance. It's explained here how close Godzilla Earth came to dying. Very close. The reason Godzilla Phileas dies, it turns out, is because he tried to use an atomic breath attack after being in so much pain. He was trying to kill the people that were hurting him. As a result, all of that electromagnetic energy inside of him built up and he exploded like an atomic bomb. And here, Godzilla Earth does not do that, instead choosing to try and sweat out the pain. If they can provoke Godzilla into another atomic breath attack, he will die and explode. So I wonder if they started shooting him sooner, if it would have worked. Otherwise, he will be able to release enough heat to return to stability, the electromagnetic waves won't be as rampant inside of him, and then he can start to use his atomic breath again, and then he'll be able to heal. They can also fuse with the nanometal and become kamikaze pilots, basically flying straight into the EMP harpoons, sending them further into Godzilla, damaging him again and causing him to react in a way that would make him explode. Yuko is able to sort of resist the nanometal as it starts to hurt her, and so she basically like forces it to try and stop resisting it as it's taking over, which causes her to pass out. Mephies then warns Haruo through a communication device that if he does this, if Haruo goes through with this plan and kills Godzilla, the Earth will be claimed by nanometal. Who knows how long that'll take? I'm sure they could have found a solution to stop it, but that's the fear, is that if Haruo goes through with this, the Earth will be consumed by nanometal. In reality, it's because Mephies specifically needs Haruo, because only a few select individuals across the galaxy can summon Ghidorah, and Haruo's strong will is one of those people. But then Mephies explains that if Haruo simply kills Galagu and destroys the base he's in, the nanometal will deactivate, and it won't consume Yuko entirely. Galagu warns that the only way to defeat a monster is to become one, and so Haruo is stuck between the decision. Is it worth killing Godzilla and potentially sacrificing sacrificing humanity in the process, or is it worth allowing Godzilla to potentially destroy them anyways? On the one hand, you can ensure that Godzilla dies, on the other, you cannot assure that humanity can survive. But it seems more likely that humanity will die either way, so Haruo gives in and makes the tough decision with one final bit of telepathic encouragement from Mephes, and he rejects the nanometal, killing Galagu and Belubei in the process, and letting Godzilla reawaken, having sweated out enough of that rampant energy to go full thermonuclear mode, and Godzilla summons his atomic breath and melts Mechagodzilla City. As Godzilla wins, Haruo holds Yuko in his body, who now winds up in a coma because the nanometal was still fused with her enough to where when it was deactivated, she basically deactivates with it. In the end credits, the post-credit scene, we are treated to this wonderful little reverse sequence where Haruo's in agony and we wind up like reversing into all of these memories and all of this influence that Mephes has over him, basically showing that Haruo still doesn't really have free will. It's all Mephes pulling the strings, and we wind up back in the conversation in the cave where Mephes reveals the name of the monster that destroyed his planet. The monster Ghidorah. And that is where we leave it for this one into the next movie. I think that this movie is super underrated. Like, I get it. It's low on spectacle, it's a slow pace, but I really think it's a fantastic slow burn. The last 30 minutes of this movie or so are some of the best in any of these movies. I think it's fantastically written stuff. The drama is peak. It's just really well done. And that's because overall, I know not a lot of people might agree with this. Maybe some people do, I don't know. I think the human story in this movie is fantastic. I think it is fantastically written with deep psychological debates, themes, and questions. Plus, it's got these wonderful setups and deep connections to the next film. Like all of this subtle manipulation that's going on with Haruo and Mephes. It's so good. The thing that holds this movie back is the kaiju story. It is deeply underwhelming, especially off the back of potentially having a Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla fight, and then for Mechagodzilla to not even activate in this movie, for him to just be a city. It is deeply underwhelming. And Godzilla is once again very underutilized, only showing up towards the end of the film and basically doing the exact same stuff he did in the last one. Although I will say, Scarlet Godzilla Earth is so freaking dope. Scarlet Godzilla Earth remains to this day my favorite version of the Burning Godzilla. It's my favorite version of that thermonuclear Godzilla. I think it is so cool. The animation is for me what holds this movie back the most, as to this day, while Polygon Pictures might have a pretty good handle on mechs and flying and explosions or whatever, I don't think they ever actually found out how to animate Godzilla. I think that's one of the bigger things that holds this whole series back is I don't think Godzilla has a proper walk cycle. I don't think that Godzilla was designed in a way that he can move very well, and that's one of the reasons I think we see very little of him. I don't think they knew how to make Godzilla walk. I don't think they knew how to make Godzilla really look good in action, and to be honest, Godzilla Earth may look fantastic from like a very specific side angle, and maybe occasionally he looks pretty cool from the front, but overall, I actually think Godzilla Earth looks kind of dorky. I think that the design doesn't hold up as well from most angles. Some angles, again, I think it looks amazing, but most, I do not think so at all. I think Godzilla wound up being too bulky, too fat, and also those legs were too thin. I think there's a lot of things that hold that Godzilla design back, and I think that they never learned how to animate him, which is why all of the sequences with him kind of underwhelming. If they were better animated, it could be some truly stellar stuff, but instead we're treated to a lot of like really close-up shots of Godzilla or zooming around his legs or flying past him in a way that like he doesn't really get to shine ever, and the animation is overall what holds it back. Also, sometimes I'm into the art aesthetic of the CG animation, and sometimes I just don't think it looks all that high quality. The music in this movie I think is good but not great. We've got Takayuki Hattori returning again to do the soundtrack, and he's continuing his music from the last movie. We get some heaters in here for sure. I really like some of that Bill Saluto technology music. I really love the rappel theme that brings back in the military march from the last film, but this score is a lot slower than the last one, and I do think it's not as good. It's a little more atmospheric, and to me it doesn't live up to the last score. So I'd say the music is good but not great, which is kind of how I would describe this overall movie. Well, I think the script is fantastic. I don't think the movie itself is truly great, but I do think it's pretty good. I would give this film a 7.5 out of 10 on a Godzilla-Thon scale, which is to say an arbitrary rating that I give it in just whatever I'm feeling at the moment when I write the score. I do really enjoy rewatching this film, but it is not one I return to a ton, mostly due to the slow pacing and due to accept the fact that it comes in the middle of a trilogy and it would be weird to just jump into this one, and I really do think Monster Planet is a harder barrier of entry for me than this one because it has a lot less interesting themes to it. It's a lot less interesting drama in that last film. So I will give 2018's Godzilla City on the Edge of Battle a 7.5 out of 10. I think it's pretty solid. I have absolutely no clue what I rated Godzilla Planet of the Monsters, but I do feel I probably gave this movie a much more positive review than I did back in the day, and I probably gave this movie a much more positive review than most of the internet. Even to this day, this movie has very few fans. But I'm one of them, and I will always continue to sing the praise of the things the anime trilogy does well, while acknowledging that, yeah, I think the animation holds it back, the slow pacing holds it back, the music's not always my favorite, but some of it's pretty awesome, and of course, the lack of action does hold this series back. So I'll always acknowledge the flaws, but I want to be the cheerleader for these movies because somebody's gotta be, and I really do think that there's a lot of wonderful elements to these movies that, especially after the trilogy concluded with the full arc, I think there's a lot to love here, you know. With the third installment, I do think it all comes together in a really compelling way. But what do you think of Godzilla City on the Edge of Battle? I would love to hear your guys' thoughts. I'm sure that is a very controversial question. I'd love to hear, so comment down below and let me know. As always, I want to give a huge thank you to my patrons over on Patreon. It is through the support of the patrons that I'm able to continue to make videos like this for you. If you want to support the Patreon, you can use the link in the description below where you can get early access to content, access to the Discord community, and more. If that's not your thing, please consider joining as a channel member. Thank you guys all so much for watching. I cannot wait to jump into Godzilla the Planet Eater next week. I will see you all next time for the next one. D-Man, out. What's up, everybody? D-Man back. Welcome to a brand new video, and today we are going to be doing the 37th episode of Godzilla-Thon. Welcome back to Godzilla-Thon. It is time to continue our journey through the Godzilla franchise, and today we're talking about Godzilla The Planet Eater, the 2018 cap to the Godzilla anime trilogy. This is where it all ends. It's all been building to this, and boy, I can remember we were so excited, tensions were so high, so many people thought that this movie was going to finally deliver on the monster brawl potential of the anime format. Like, I remember I used to think Mechagodzilla was going to rise out of the remains of Mechagodzilla City, and the movie would begin with this epic battle between Godzilla and Mechagodzilla, and then eventually King Ghidorah would get involved, and I was hoping that all three of them would die and that they would all be wiped out in the process, and that is not what happens at all. This movie continues the trend of the Godzilla anime series by being an incredibly retrospective and character-driven drama, and really I think I described it best back in the day by stating these are not action movies, these are character dramas set in a world where Godzilla exists. That's the driving hook at the end of the day, and to be honest with you, this movie comes so late into the Godzilla franchise. This is the 34th Godzilla movie, and by this point we're 64 years in. This is 64 years into Godzilla's history. To be honest with you, I'm so glad that it did not continue down the path that many people thought it was gonna go down. I love how different this movie is, and I know that this whole series is so divisive, and I know that there are some people who really appreciate these anime movies, but most people do not. I get it, and again, just like I said in the last video, A City on the Edge of Battle, I totally get why. But you guys, I love this movie. I think it's fantastic. It's one of my favorite Godzilla movies. I don't know where it lands in the list. At some point I'll have to rank these things. I honestly do not know where it lands in my list of Godzilla movies, but as of recently, it's one of my favorite Godzilla movies. It's certainly one of my favorites that's come out in the new modern era ever since 2014 brought things back. And the thing that I love the most about it is how different it is, how much risk it takes, and ultimately at the end of the day, it's one of the most inspirational Godzilla movies to me that's come out lately, because if I, someday I want to be a writer and director of movies, and fingers crossed that someday I can tell a Godzilla story. I love to write Godzilla stories. I love to direct Godzilla stories. I have so many that I want to tell, and I'll say Godzilla the Planet Eater has been a big inspiration to me, and there's a noticeable shift in my writing before and after Godzilla the Planet Eater in the types of ideas that I'm exploring, the boundaries that I'm pushing, and I'm taking a lot of inspiration from Godzilla the Planet Eater in a lot of ways, and the reason for that is it's the Godzilla movie that's come out recently that I think has most successfully done the most different, in that it's really swinging for the fences with its ideas. It's not trying to follow in the footsteps of other Godzilla movies, but pave its own path forward, and I couldn't love it more for that. You know, I loved Godzilla King of the Monsters. It's one of my favorite movies of all time. Same with Godzilla Minus One. Godzilla Minus One's a bit of a different exception because Godzilla Minus One touches on so many of the ideas I've always wanted to see done in a Godzilla movie. Godzilla King of the Monsters, it was a great movie. I love the film, but I can't say it's a particularly inspiring Godzilla movie for me. If I were to make a Godzilla movie, I'm not sure how much inspiration I'm taking from Godzilla King of the Monsters, because that movie is really a homage to the things that's come before. In a similar way Godzilla Minus One is, but Godzilla Minus One, I'll get there in Godzilla-Thon. It perfected everything it was going for. I love that movie. But this movie, Godzilla The Planet Eater, I think it's got a lot going for it, man. I think it really does. It really does. Directed by Kobun Shizuno and Hiroyuki Shishida, this is the 34th film in the Godzilla series and the first proper Godzilla trilogy. It now marks the first proper Godzilla trilogy. Of course, there's been Godzilla franchise series, the Showa series, the Heisei series, the Millennium series that have made it past 3 films for sure. None of those feel like proper trilogies. The closest we got outside of this was that little Showa trilogy, you know, Mothra versus Godzilla, Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster, and Invasion of Astro Monster. That's probably the closest we get. We kind of get a Son of Godzilla trilogy going in the Showa series as well, with Son of Godzilla, Destroy All Monsters, and then All Monsters Attack, but that's a very broken trilogy considering one of them is not even canon. Point is, this is the first proper Godzilla trilogy being completed here, and I love it. It really does a great job of developing the world naturally and in interesting ways, developing the immediate consequences of the other movies in ways that I'm always begging for the MonsterVerse to do. The MonsterVerse pretended that it was going to go down the trilogy route and then didn't, and none of those movies have felt like fully organic developments of the world and consequences of the previous films in the way that this film does. This movie was initially released on November 3rd. That's when the first premiere happened. Of course, Godzilla Day, Godzilla's birthday, but the full release date in Japan was November 8th, 2018. This was 6 months after Godzilla City on the Edge of Battle, and just a couple months later, it was released internationally on Netflix on January 9th, 2019. And I gotta say, the Godzilla Planet Eater era, it coincides with the King of the Monsters era. Obviously, it was the same time period, really 2018, mid 2018 from like SDCC onward until the release of Godzilla King of the Monsters. It truly kind of marks the high point of my life, just in terms of all this stuff going on was so fun. I was having the most fun on the channel back then. The channel was doing better back then than it ever has since. That's the peak of the channel. It was the peak of the culture on this channel. It was the most fun I had making videos. It was all so new and exciting as well. And beyond that, that was also just a really fun time personally, you know. That's when I met some of my best friends of all time. That's when I ended high school with some of my other best friends. It was just a very exciting period. Lots of big changes. I have a lot of nostalgia for this movie. I have a lot of nostalgia for the soundtrack of this movie. I remember just listening to the Godzilla The Planet Eater soundtrack when I was down in my feelings, sitting outside in the cold breeze of the night some nights, just appreciating the music of this movie. Like, I have a really deep connection for this film. So the movie opens up, let's just get into it. The movie opens up with an ominous kind of version of Mephi's theme, which has really become the theme of this movie. It was actually kind of one of my critiques of this film in the time period where this movie came out, and I kind of felt like the soundtrack was so reliant on the Exif motif that it didn't have a lot else going for it, but boy, do I disagree with that. And by the way, I did not give enough credit to Godzilla City on the Edge of Battle in the last video either. While I agree that Godzilla City on the Edge of Battle soundtrack isn't as good as Godzilla Monster Planet soundtrack, I still think that one's probably my favorite of the trilogy. I really like the music overall. I've really grown on Takayuki Hattori's style. Back in the day, I was a little upset that it wasn't Michiru Oshima or someone else, but nowadays I like what Takayuki Hattori delivered, and I gotta say, I did not give enough credit to Agonizing Decision and Decision at the End for being two of the best songs ever written in the Godzilla franchise. They play at the end of City on the Edge of Battle. Those motifs are brought back into this film. There's so much wonderful reworking of music in this movie. I think they're brought in Ruin and Salvation. So freaking cool. So I just wanted to say that up top, that yeah, I've really grown on the soundtrack for this movie and all the trilogy overall, and I did not give enough credit in the last video for how wonderful I think the soundtrack of City on the Edge of Battle actually is. Anyways, the movie kind of opens right where the post-credit scene left off, with not a recap of the post-credit scene or a retelling of it, but a very similarly portrayed scene. It's stylistically very similar, and we get that very ominous version of Mephi's theme, implying that the Exif have been up to no good all this time, and in this we learn a lot of lore. We learn that the Exif have watched humanity for years, long before the dawn of civilization, they've been tuning into planet Earth, observing our history, and compelling us down a path that would eventually lead to the birth of someone that the humans could all follow. They needed a human to unite humanity under the name of God, because the humans would never truly accept the word of God as is out of fear of him, and so they needed a human to essentially bring them to the point where they can summon Ghidorah. All of it has been for the purpose of destroying humanity. Not only was Haruo groomed for extinction, but all of humanity was. We were essentially, in this timeline, humanity was compelled down a path of creating weapons that would eventually result in Godzilla's birth, all for the purpose of creating a monster for Ghidorah to eat. And then at the same time, Nephis picks Haruo and grooms him for his entire life to lead humanity to its extinction, while promising him that his destiny is to save humanity. It's so twisted and messed up, and in a way it backfires because it's this person, Haruo, picking him because of his strong will and desire to protect other humans, that backfires because ultimately Haruo fulfills the prophecy, rejecting Nephis and saving all of humanity through sacrificing himself. It's great. I love it. I truly think it's so fantastically written. If you ever saw my Godzilla most disturbing moments video I made, I did a list of some of the most disturbing moments in Godzilla movies, and I put the entire premise of this movie on that list. The premise that Nephis has been grooming a child since he was like 8 years old for the purpose of building him up as a hero to save humanity, with the underlying motivation of accidentally leading him, or without his knowledge, to destroying almost all of human civilization. It's so messed up. I feel so bad for Haruo. He's one of my favorite characters in the Godzilla series, as is Nephis, who solidifies himself in this movie as perhaps my favorite villain in the entire Godzilla franchise. I think he's so twisted and fantastic, and I love his calm demeanor. I freaking love the English cast for this movie. I think that Nephis voice actor just kills it. The Japanese voice actor does a great job as well. It's amazing. I love that character. Anyways, Nephis waited for a situation to birth a person who could unite humanity behind one single cause, so that he could hijack that person's mission to get all of humanity involuntarily led straight to Ghidorah, to praising Ghidorah, who would eventually kill them all. He waited for Haruo. Mechagodzilla City is nothing more than a mere crater. It's completely melted down. There's no Mechagodzilla to rise from it to take on Godzilla. And this sleepy jerk Godzilla, after sleeping for thousands of years, immediately hibernates again inside of this, which I actually appreciate here because we find out he's actually letting his electromagnetic waves inside stabilize. You know, obviously he went through a lot in the last movie. He's letting those waves stabilize. He's trying to basically rebuild his strength again after what he went through in the last film, and I do appreciate that. It's a much better explanation for why Godzilla's sleeping here than in the last movie, where he just is asleep just because the plot needs him out of the way for a while. So it turns out Godzilla, it barely does anything before he needs to sleep Shin Godzilla style. I guess it's maybe realistic, but it is disappointing. As Godzilla hibernates, Martin theorizes that in some ways humanity's progress seemed only to be in the favor of eventually bringing Godzilla, the ultimate life form, to life. In some ways, he is the planet's biggest protector. I think that this is double-faced because on the one side, it seems that the Exif literally led humanity down the path of creating Godzilla with the desire of feeding him to Ghidorah. On the other hand, I also think it plays into the overall themes of the trilogy about balancing nature in a way that the MonsterVerse is never fully committed to, where Godzilla is essentially portrayed as nature's balance regardless of morality, you know? Also, I just want to say, I never noticed Godzilla's spine is still visibly destroyed in this sequence. He's still healing from the attack in the last movie. That's great continuity. Up on the Archroom, we kind of follow a similar plot structure the first act of this movie as we do in the last film. So up on the Archroom, we cut back to them. The data from Mechagodzilla City is delivered. They listen to it all, and Doolido, the leader of the Bilisaludo, who I never learned his name until right now, wants to kill Haruo. He wants Haruo dead. But Hamamoto defends Haruo. Hamamoto was also Haruo's biggest critic. He's one of the leaders of the human faction on this ship. If not, he's the representative for the human faction, as the captain is, supposed to represent all factions. And he finally sides with Haruo, without any debate. He's siding with Haruo here. He finally, in a way, has proved in this moment that Haruo did succeed in his goal of unifying all of humanity, which is a big because that's exactly what the Exif wanted. Doolido then explains that Mechagodzilla City would have birthed a brand new era that led to the Bilisaludo leading humanity into a prosperous new age of technological revolution, and so it seems Mephies was telling the truth the whole time, and the Bilisaludo really were planning on destroying the planet in the purpose of building nanometal. Martin then discovers Yuko on Earth. She is brain dead, completely brain dead, but her heart is still beating, keeping her alive only because of the nanometal. The nanometal is keeping her alive, and she's keeping the nanometal alive. This is a plotline I didn't fully understand back in the day when this movie came out, that she is dead. She's definitively dead. Her heart is beating, but Yuko is dead as a person. I always thought it was kind of twisted that Yuko was like stuck in a coma and Haruo essentially kills her at the end of the movie, but that's not the case. She's literally dead. There's nothing for Haruo to destroy other than, I guess, her heart, but there is no brain functioning. She's not in a coma, she's not in a dream, she's dead. Martin then reveals that Haruo's compassion to not abandon Yuko is what cost them the battle, and that if he had condemned her to death and stopped Godzilla, he would have become a monster, both mentally and physically. Only a monster can defeat a monster. This is a line that I think is a little odd, because Mephies and Martin kind of come to this realization together, but it shows that the script on the English cut is a little weaker than the Japanese script. In the Japanese script, Martin is like, oh, so in a weird way, we're actually agreeing with the Bilisaludo and Galagu, who almost said exactly that in the last movie, whereas in the English cut, he says, that's the argument, which is paradoxical, but he never explains what the paradox is. In the Japanese version, the paradox is that they are agreeing with the Bilisaludo, and yet they killed the Bilisaludo for making that argument. That's the paradox. Like, in a way, they agree with the Bilisaludo, but they disagree with the Bilisaludo's methods. Essentially, Martin's realizing that the only way to defeat Godzilla is with a monster of their own, and they don't want to turn themselves into monsters in the process. But I do just want to say that I'm using that as an example to say that I do think the English script is a little worse and also creates some ambiguity in places that got very confusing, especially for me the first couple times I saw this movie, where I was like, what the heck is going on? And as we'll talk about, there is only one plot line in this movie that I truly think is not well written. To this day, I think there's a big problem with it, and it revolves around those damn anime thoughts, and I'll get there in a bit. Mephies then spins this whole conversation on Haruo's survival and rejection of the nanometal as a miracle. Adam then spreads the gospel, jumping in here, and convinces the other humans to join the Exif religion. Mephies gets the humans to worship Haruo for saving them from Mechagodzilla, while at the same time becoming the vessel for the voice of Haruo. They will never listen to Haruo himself, only Mephies. Miyana then stops Mephies from entering Mothra's temple. Martin then recovers Haruo's vulture, but with Mechagodzilla City destroyed, I guess as it was being destroyed, it sent out a stopping signal and locked up the vulture so that it won't turn on anymore, so they can't use it. Mephies then spins the rejection of nanometal by other survivors as a sign that God chose those specific survivors because they were kind of on the line of the Exif religion, and if you don't have faith in the Exif religion, you probably died in Mechagodzilla City, you got eaten by the nanometal, and that pretty much convinces everybody to have faith in him. They all just are like, yeah, that's pretty convincing evidence right there. Martin reveals secretly to Haruo that that's actually not the case at all. It was everybody who had medical treatment from the Hautua that survived due to the golden dust resisting the nanometal. But as Martin explains, everybody is so deep in the Exif cult that by revealing this information, it could look like an act of rebellion or sacrilege, going against the religion itself rather than trying to help spread information, which I think is a very, very clever critique on religion. And I think this whole movie has a very clever critique on religion and why people in religious power, the type of manipulation that can occur where they're trying to gain more power through misleading or misrepresenting events to gain their own political means, you know. I think it's very, very clever. Mephies then reveals to Haruo privately that he's well aware that it was the Hautua medicine, he already knows this, but he simply needed to unite all of humanity behind a single cause. He wanted to unite all of the human hearts in the cause so that they can battle Godzilla one final time. Mephies explains that his god will defeat Godzilla, and Haruo doesn't need to fear anything. It's not magic or the occult, it's simply technology that humans can't comprehend yet. It's so advanced that it seems like magic, but the Exif proved long ago the existence of their god through mathematical calculations, and through these Gamatron calculations, they've actually found a way to contact beings on higher dimensions, one of those beings being their god, and this god will defeat Godzilla. This is the god the Exif worship and rely on, and this is the god they've been communicating with throughout the last movie. Ghidorah wants them to succeed because he wants to eat. I don't know why they need all of the hearts of humans united in this cause. I don't know what that is. You know, I don't know why they need someone like Haruo to specifically give praise to Ghidorah, but maybe that's Ghidorah. Maybe that's just a Ghidorah thing. Maybe that's part of his ego. Maybe Ghidorah himself has some type of ego where he won't step in unless he gets the praise, or maybe people taste better if they're praising him. I don't know. I don't know what type of motivations he has. He's a higher dimensional being. It's kind of hard to understand higher dimensional beings, and I'm totally okay with that. I think it's fantastic. I think it's really cool, and I love that Haruo's reaction's basically like, you mean to tell me your god could have saved us this whole time? Then why didn't he? And he gets all mad and is like, have you just been letting us die just for the point of what? I think it's a great argument that Haruo rebuttals with. If your god could stop tragedy, why doesn't he? And then Mephi's answer is basically like, because I wanted you specifically to suffer, because I want to hear you praise him. I want you to praise Ghidorah. Which again, a very, very clever critique on real religion. I think it's good stuff. I think it's really, really well-developed themes that are given a lot of time to unpack. I think it's really, really well handled. It's also a touchy subject. I know some people could get very offended hearing that stuff, but that's just part of the discussion this movie's trying to have. If you're willing to engage in this movie discussion respectfully, that's what the point is to get you to think a little more critically. I don't know. I love it. I love it. I think it's great. As I said, it turns out Mephi's has been waiting for Haruo to basically become so helpless that his hatred for Godzilla overcomes his doubt about God. He needs Haruo to believe in Ghidorah, because if he believes in him and he himself asks for Ghidorah, summons him, his voice is so strong it transcends dimensions. We get a little bit of that at the end, that Haruo's hatred burns so strong that Ghidorah's aware of him from the higher dimension. But yeah, that's basically the point, is that he needs Haruo to suffer enough until Haruo gives in. When that happens, Haruo's passion will be so strong that he can stand at the altar and welcome God into this world so that he can take shape in our reality officially. Back up in space, until Haruo is held accountable, the Billis Saluto actually hold a rebellion, taking over the engine room and killing power to the Archrum. They kill power to its engine and strand it in orbit so that they can neither leave Earth nor help. They need to get Haruo, and they need to get him quick. Martin then catches up to Haruo, explaining that he's more of a symbol now. People will worship him, but will never listen to anything he says, only Mephi's. Martin then comes up with a plan to have Haruo disappear until tensions on the Archrum settle, and so that Mephi's can't continue to use him as an altarpiece. This is where it gets tricky. Miana the real one, takes Haruo to safety. This will slow everything. It'll slow Mephi's plan, it'll slow things in space, maybe they can come to a compromise saying Haruo ran away and so there's no point in fighting, or whatever. And so Haruo goes along with it. He and Miana escape to her hut. Haruo explains to Miana that he's depressed that he didn't kill Godzilla when he had the chance right in front of him, but even more so, he's depressed to find out that humans are still fighting and will never truly unite for justice or for the right thing. Miana explains that that's not how that works. It's not a matter of winning or losing in a battle with Godzilla, it's a matter of living and dying, and it's a matter of perspective. From her perspective, he's already won because he survived the fight with Godzilla, and in order to truly succeed in life, you have to reproduce. You have to survive and pass your genes on so that a part of you will always live on. It's in complete contrast with Mephi's perspective, which is that because the universe is finite and resources will end eventually, the only way to truly achieve a meaningful existence is to sacrifice yourself to a being that can live on beyond the end of the universe. And Miana's here to tell you that's not the case at all. You don't need to survive forever. You just should have a legacy worth living, and to have a legacy worth winning, you should bone her. She tries to bone Haruo. She gets naked in front of him. Boy, was it strange for me to watch that for the first time. I don't know why I had such a visceral reaction to this plot line, but I did not like it. I did not want it in this movie. One reason it might have thrown me off so much is because this is just not something that happens in most Godzilla movies, and if you look back on it, the Japanese media in general, at least within the Kaiju Eiga, specifically within the Godzilla series, is very, very conservative about what it shows. The closest we typically get to people even kissing in Godzilla movies is like Ogata grabbing Emiko's shoulders and giving her shoulders a squeeze back in the 54 film. We just don't see physical intimacy in Godzilla films a lot. I can think of like maybe an occasion in Godzilla vs. Megaguirus, but the people die immediately afterward. Other than that, I guess the closest we get in the US films, and specifically that scene with Ford and Al Brody in Godzilla 2014. But I just feel it's important to point out that my boy Haruo is the first person to bang someone else in a Godzilla movie. Dude's the first Godzilla protagonist to get laid, and in fact, the only, to my knowledge, character who bones someone else during the events of a Godzilla movie. I can't think of anybody else who does. Maybe my knowledge is like a little limited here and I'm just not remembering that there's another scene out there where something like this happens, but I'm pretty sure Haruo's the only person who gets to bang someone else in a Godzilla movie, which is maybe a reason why it threw me off so much, because it just felt like it came out of nowhere in this franchise. Unfortunately for her, despite the fact that she's the twin who has all of the chemistry with Haruo, and she's also equally as attractive as her sister, she is rejected outright. Haruo's like, no thank you, not interested. It's so silly. I don't know why they do the twist they do here in a second. Anyway, so she's downright rejected, and she leaves Haruo in the hut alone, where she hears a noise that draws her attention. The Exif have used the tension on the ship to lead a mass prayer for prosperity. They want all the tensions to reside. They use this political situation going on to gain more religious followers, and that's why they've allowed this political tension to grow. Again, very clever critiques. Pretty cynical, but still very well written. Mephes and Indaruf, I don't know how to say his name, the leader of the XF, telepathically discuss over space, probably using those Gamatron crystals, but telepathically discuss how hard it's been getting to this point. Indaruf explains that his side has actually gone relatively easy and is all ready, but Mephes is like, I'm sorry, I still need more time. Haruo still has defiance in him, and final suffering is needed to get him ready. Miana hears Ghidorah's beady 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 and goes to investigate. In the process, she overhears the telepathic conversation as the Hautua are also telepathic, and Mephes picks up on the fact that someone's spying on him and demands she comes out. Meanwhile, Haruo wakes up in a scene that I was so confused about what's happening. We see one of the twins start to undress Haruo. This, I thought, partially was a flashback to how Haruo got undressed before waking up in Godzilla Monster Planet's post-credit scene. Like, we're seeing that one of the twins has found out how to take his suit off in the past, so she's already taken it off. So now, we're seeing the flashback of that, and Haruo's just sleeping, but that's not what's happening. Despite the fact that we flash back to that scene, the scene of him being undressed doesn't have the flashback filter on it, and it's also directly cut with the scene of him waking up. The shots are the same of him waking up. Miana shows up. Miana tries to bang Haruo and leaves. Miana shows up and starts to undress him. To this day, what is she doing? Because the Japanese dialogue, she explicitly says she fears Haruo is gonna lose, so she starts to undress him and she's gonna make him win by connecting life. What was she gonna do if he didn't wake up? That's my big question, because boy, I'll tell you what I thought had already happened back when this movie came out. I thought she had already done the connecting of life. I was so upset with that plotline for being in this movie. Luckily, she doesn't. That's not what happens. She did not connect life with Haruo while he was asleep, but she was certainly undressing him while he was asleep. This scene is the only scene I think is not well written. I mean, this plotline, I should say, is not well written. Haruo has no chemistry with Mina. He has no chemistry with Mina. All of his chemistry was with Miana. Miana, the nice one, the one he spent all of City on the Edge of Battle with, the one who clearly cares for him more, and the one who, after this scene, he will continue to spend more time with. After this scene, Haruo is more friendly to Miana than Mina, even though Mina's gonna be the one carrying his baby. And in the final end of the movie, it's Miana who shows Haruo spring, and it's Miana who Haruo has his final conversation and goodbye with before taking his own life. Not Mina, the one carrying his child. We barely get any development for Mina beyond the fact that she was angry but is now very excited to bone Haruo. She's not even excited about it as much as she's like, I think that this should happen. I don't understand why they did the plot twist. If it were me, I would have written it so that Mina is the one who goes to Haruo. She's the one who Haruo is going to be taken to safety with. She tries to bang Haruo and is rejected. She leaves and is captured by Mephes and confronts him because she's upset that he's, gonna summon Ghidorah. She's captured and is used as an altarpiece. Miana shows up and is like, Haruo, I was worried you were gonna die. And then they bone. Then she's the one who gets pregnant. She aids Haruo for the rest of the movie, saves his life, saves him during the big Ghidorah sequence. And then in the end, it's her and Haruo fulfilling the same roles. She's just pregnant during it, where she shows him spring. She has the final goodbye with him, and then he ends his life. I don't know why they switch it. My only guess is that the writers knew that after Godzilla City on the Edge of Battle, we would identify with more and like Miana more than Mina. So in order to to get us more emotionally invested in saving the one that's captured by Mephies, it had to be Miana, and so Mina is the one that Haruo bangs and gets pregnant? I don't think that works at all. And let me tell you, this plot twist is so confusing that if you go check the wikis, the actual Wikipedia page will give you one explanation, Wikizilla will give you another explanation, and Gojipedia presents you with a third explanation for this plotline. One of the explanations is that Haruo spends some time with Miana, Miana leaves, Mina shows up, and they bang. It was Mina who first saves Haruo from the wreckage and undresses him. When he wakes up, it's Miana in the hut, and so he spends sitting on the edge of battle with Miana. That's what the Wikipedia will tell you, and that's what I'm inclined to believe. Mina saves Haruo off screen. When he wakes up, he's probably with Mina in the post-credit scene. It is Miana who he wakes up with in the city on the edge of battle and spends the movie with, and now Mina returns and undresses him. I don't remember if it's the Wikizilla or the Gojipedia, but one of them believes that it's Miana who saves Haruo. In Godzilla Monster Planet, Miana undresses Haruo in Godzilla Monster Planet. She's then the one he wakes up with in Godzilla City on the edge of battle, and he spends the movie with her. Then with Godzilla the Planet Eater, Mina shows up pretending to be Miana. Mina is the one who's protecting Haruo, but she's claiming to be Miana. She can't figure out how to undress his shirt because she's never done that before. That was her sister who did that. She leaves the hut, comes back into the hut, and then Haruo wakes up, and then they bone after he's already rejected her because he figures out she was pretending to be the other sister. That's actually a little bit more of the explanation I thought happened when this movie came out. I believe that's the explanation on the Gojipedia. The explanation on the Wikizilla is a little different. That whole plotline is so convoluted. I don't appreciate that plot twist. I don't think it works from a writer's standpoint because the two characters have no chemistry. Haruo has no chemistry with Mina. He has chemistry with Miana, and I don't think it works from the perspective of it's genuinely confusing why they do that twist. So anyways, Haruo realizes that because the one who undressed him and saved his life was originally able to get him undressed, but Miana couldn't figure it out, that means that the new twin must be Mina because she undresses him. I guess that's how he figures it out. Although, again, that wiki, there's another explanation that says that the shot of Haruo getting undressed was a flashback to before the events of the post-credit scene of Planet of the Monsters, and that he himself is the one who undresses, and that he's with Mina the whole time in this movie, and Miana was the one who could successfully undress him in the last films. I'm inclined to believe the Wikipedia is the one that has the proper explanation. Mina is the one who saves him off screen and is the one who shows up here now after he rejected Miana. And the voice acting would support that theory. After coming to this realization, Miana couldn't get him undressed, and that means that Mina is the one currently with him. She explains that she's scared. She's scared that he's gonna die, and he says, I'm scared too. And then they bang. They bang for, I don't know why. They just bang. They do. Why wouldn't he bang the other sister? Why would he bang this one? I don't know. Maybe he was just sleepy. Maybe he needed a nap and it didn't matter which sister was with him when he woke up. I don't know. I also saw some people getting upset that like, is that cheating on Yuko? First of all, Yuko's dead. Secondly, he never reciprocated with Yuko. She kissed him. He did not kiss her. Like I said, Miana then goes and confronts Mephies, who reveals that he kept his telepathy a secret the whole time so that he could gain the trust of the humans in the Villa Saludo, but that ultimately you don't really need telepathy to understand races like that because they wear their emotions on their sleeve. And she reveals that she actually figured out his secret a long time ago, and he's very impressed by that. He's like, wow, I really underestimated you guys. You guys are a lot smarter than I thought, and you've really mastered telepathy. She explains that it's because he was always so quiet, and he wouldn't communicate even using his mind. Therefore, it's a trait he had to develop only through the ability to speak through his mind in the first place. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to keep his thoughts quiet for so long. Mephies then forces Miana onto the ground and forces her to pray to the golden demise, or the golden death, as Ghidorah's silhouette appears with all three heads connected to the wings. Supposedly, Ghidorah originally exists in a form that resembles more or less the Ghidorah we know and love. He looks a little like a banana in the movie Monster series, but there is a Ghidorah out there in the other dimensions that looks more like the Ghidorahs we know, but that Ghidorah never takes shape in this movie. We only ever see its silhouette, and I'm fine with that. I know a lot of people don't like the Void Ghidorah heads. I was a little resistant to them too because they're such a radically different interpretation of the character, but I'll say, with the variants of Ghidorah out there, Death Ghidorah, there's, I think, Grand King Ghidorah, there's Kaiser Ghidorah. Void Ghidorah is the one that has the most unique portrayal. It's the one that feels the most earned. It's also the one that I think is the most interesting and overall hot take. Despite the fact that the design isn't my favorite Ghidorah is the one in Godzilla King of the Monsters. This Ghidorah has my favorite characterization and portrayal. It's maybe not even characterization, because again, I really like the characterization of the one in King of the Monsters, but this one has my favorite portrayal overall. The concepts at play here are amazing. Ghidorah is incredible. I love him. And I love the silhouettes too. I love that the silhouettes can attack and freak people out and even harm them later on. Her scream, she screams out in fear, wanting something to save her, and it's Godzilla, the supposedly destroyer himself, who awakens hearing this. Haruo then has a dream that Mephies takes him to this sacred fountain where he reveals that without the presence of humanity, Godzilla stops being a monster and simply becomes a natural creature. Godzilla's only Godzilla because humans give him the title of monster. It's only through this human perception and judgment of Godzilla and his actions that he's viewed as evil. Haruo has single-handedly scared all humans and ensured that they all view Godzilla with the same judgment that he does, and it was Haruo who ensured Godzilla officially became a monster for the new generation. Again, all sowing the seeds for why Haruo makes the decision to end his life later, as he's already inspired Yuko and led her to her death. He's inspired so many countless other people to lead them to their deaths at this point, and unfortunately, the symbol of himself is about to lead all of the rest of these people to their deaths, and so at the end of the movie, he takes his own life to prevent that from happening to the Hautua. Haruo then discovers Miyana in Mephi's sacrificial bowl and wakes up, with Mina revealing she felt it too. She could feel Miyana crying the word Ghidorah, and that's when Haruo puts the pieces that this really did happen together and goes to confront him. Mephies then holds a banquet, and this is a great scene, a really scary scene, one of the scariest in the Godzilla series, as Mephies sacrifices nearly every one of the surviving humans to Ghidorah, as Ghidorah enters our dimension as nothing more than a shadow, able to eat through the shadow of other people, which is I love that it goes with that multi-dimensional theory, and it kind of plays into what Godzilla Singular Point talks about with archetype, where if we are a lower dimension than Ghidorah, if you hold a Rubik's Cube up and you can only see its shadow, the Rubik's Cube looks like a square. The idea that shadows are representing a lower dimension, and here Ghidorah literally enters our dimension through a shadow, I think is so freaking cool, dude. I love it. Indorif does something similar in space, holding a sermon of his own, as Mephies uses his crystal to allow their prayers to cross dimensions into Ghidorah's dimension. As the humans devote themselves to Ghidorah, to becoming soup for Ghidorah, basically Mephies' whole explanation here is, when you drink soup, it doesn't get destroyed. It's not destroyed. It doesn't end. The soup doesn't cease to exist. It becomes a part of you, and you live on with that soup inside of you, and the soup then eventually breaks down and becomes fuel for you, and it will become energy for you, and you become part of its life force. You couldn't live without the soup, and that's what they need to do to Ghidorah, is fuel Ghidorah. They will become food for Ghidorah so that they can become a part of him, because he exists in eternity, and the universe does not. So in order to ensure that their life force has a meaning and an existence beyond eternity, they have to feed it to this higher dimensional creature. A very interesting metaphor and take on religion. Essentially devoting yourself to being, kind of in a way, in this movie, at least this movie's making the argument, you're devoting yourself to essentially serve a higher power's purpose that doesn't ultimately benefit you the way that you're being told it will benefit you, again, according to this movie, but then at least you'll get to live on in eternity. And it kind of downplays the entire purpose of existing in the first place. Like, the only point of existing is to get to the afterlife. That's the only point, is to get to the point where your soul can live on in the afterlife, even though your soul will be nothing but soup in a big bowl of other soup where all the other souls are already mixed in. That's the only purpose of living, is just for that? Well, then what's the whole point of sticking around in the first place until you get to that point? This movie makes the argument the whole point's the living part, not the dying part. That's the whole point of this movie. The whole point is that you're supposed to realize the value in life is the part where you're alive. That's the value. It's the part where you're here on this planet and can make meaningful connections with others. You don't have to live in immortality to achieve happiness. You have to pass down a legacy onto a family. That's the point this movie's making. A singularity opens up in space, and a head of Ghidorah exits the void, swimming in infinity. I freaking love the way that Ghidorah swims in basically the infinity symbol. It's not as obvious as that, but Ghidorah swims in infinity. He will live on forever, and he travels through infinite time and space. It's so cool. He distorts gravity and space-time in the process, revealing that the Artrum will die before it actually happens. They find out that it's going to explode and that they're all already dead because he's distorting gravity and time. So cool. I love it. I also love that the lightning comes off of his body. Good spin on the traditional Ghidorah lightning beams. The only reading the ship can get on Ghidorah is his gravitational distortion, and other than that, it's claiming that Ghidorah doesn't exist at all. That's the only force that affects him, which makes sense if you go with the theory that the fourth dimension is time itself on a plane of gravity where gravity can warp time. Time is the fourth dimension, and so Ghidorah is a higher dimensional being, and therefore he would warp gravity and time. Although seen with the naked eye, Ghidorah is not technically in our dimension. He's in a higher dimension, and we're only basically viewing his shadow if you view it through the singular point lens, which is the scientifically accurate lens to view higher dimensions. We're seeing the shadow of Ghidorah. That's why we never see all of his body at once in a way. Ghidorah is technically invisible to technology as a result. Ghidorah then constricts the ship like a snake, causing such intense gravitational strain that it explodes at different times. Explosions ring out at different times, like the ship is exploding in a really drawn out, agonizing end. It's very cool. And then after destroying the arch room, golden ripples swallow the earth as Ghidorah descends upon us. So good. This whole sequence is so cool. The Toho unite for defense as 3 black holes open up in the sky. Mina points out to Haruo that a distant mountain is where Mephi's altar is, and so Haruo's off. A lightning storm erupts as Godzilla responds, recharged and healed and ready for battle. Godzilla leaves Mount Fuji with the only urgency we ever see Godzilla Earth display, and then confronts Ghidorah, who lowers his head onto Earth and warps Godzilla's atomic breath in the process. Again, the only effect you can actually have on Ghidorah is just affecting the gravity around him, because that's the thing he's primarily warping in our time. I love that. Godzilla's beam curves through Ghidorah. It completely just phases through him, like Ghidorah is completely intangible to it, but it warps the beam's trajectory. And then when Godzilla tries to do it again, Ghidorah catches the beam in his mouth and redirects it to the ground, causing an earthquake. It's so cool. I wish Ghidorah had redirected it at Godzilla himself. That would have been awesome. Ghidorah is described as living space-time multiple times during this scene. Super cool. And he's using gravity to redirect Godzilla's heat-based attack. Very cool that Ghidorah's gravity is so strong it can even redirect light and heat. It's kind of like Ghidorah is a living black hole in a way. While Godzilla fails to strike Ghidorah, Ghidorah bites Godzilla successfully, choosing what and when to interact with our dimension. Ghidorah slowly starts sucking the life out of Godzilla. He slowly starts sucking the electromagnetic waves inside of Godzilla, keeping him alive and sustaining his life force out, draining him of power. The other heads of Ghidorah then appear and start to speed up the process, biting into Godzilla and wrapping around him and draining his energy. Ghidorah is officially consuming Godzilla as the Planet Eater. He's eating Godzilla. Haruo discovers Mephi's has Miana strapped to an altar. He then confronts him in a scene that I think is fantastic. I love the speech Mephi's gives here, and we learn that the Exif have traveled watching civilizations grow after civilizations grow, and all the time they wind up creating ultimate life forms, these monsters, and in this case Godzilla is humanity's monster. It's when this happens that they summon King Ghidorah to eat that monster, saying that it's basically the fruit that the planet produces, and once Ghidorah eats that life form, he'll then consume the entire planet. Basically, the Exif we meet were spared after they learned on their planet that the universe isn't infinite, it's finite, its resources finite. Thanos would love that. All life in the universe will eventually end in nothingness, and so in order to stop it from being a meaningless existence, as that's how they view it, they view the finite end of the universe as meaningless, whereas the Hautua view it as an even more rewarding thing. It gives all life purpose and makes all of the time we have so much more meaningful. Mephi's solution is just to travel from planet to planet and simply put an end to their misery before the natural end of the universe can do it itself, and so they feed it to Ghidorah so it can become a part of him, fuel him, and because Ghidorah lives on as infinite energy beyond our universe, so will part of you. Part of you will live as an energy inside of Ghidorah himself, fueling him. It's their eternal purpose. Ghidorah was discovered in his higher dimension, and the Exif summoned him to their planet to end their planet for them, and he did. Ghidorah spared a few Exif to travel throughout the galaxy as his heralds. It's kind of like this movie in a way is Godzilla versus Galactus, except Galactus is a lot scarier. Mephi's then reveals he's actually replaced his eye with the Garbatrium crystal he had repaired in the last movie. Another reason he couldn't do this before now is because he needed that crystal to be repaired. And it hypnotizes Haruo and sends him into a trance where Mephi's uses his telepathy to get inside of Haruo's brain and explains to him that because the universe will end and there's no eternity in this dimension, the only way for life to have a full purpose and to make sure each life force can achieve a form of immortality is to fuel a creature like Ghidorah who exists beyond time and space and beyond the universe. This is how Mephi's plans to continue the survival of the species, not in literally keeping them alive, but in at least keeping a part of them alive, a speck of them alive. Mephi's is trying to sell Haruo on this and the fact that it's actually a good thing. It puts an end to all suffering. It's actually pretty cool. You should do it. You should really do it, Haruo. You should say that Ghidorah is so great. Haruo, you should really say that about right now because we need you to. As Ghidorah offers instant relief from fear and pain and grants a vessel for life essence to live on. All Haruo has to do is embrace Ghidorah, offering his soul to Ghidorah, and Ghidorah will have full access to this dimension and devour Godzilla because Ghidorah does not have full access to this dimension. He can only peer into it, but he cannot act under his own free free will. He has to have someone guiding him, as he kind of, in a way, it's like he's again interacting with shadows and doesn't know where to aim. He needs Mephies to aim him. Mephies can look into the shadow and see the depth in it. Ghidorah can't. And Ghidorah would be able to take his full final form. Godzilla somehow, and again, this is maybe one of the only other things that I kind of view as a writing mistake in this movie. Godzilla powers into his Scarlet Godzilla form, except that he doesn't have the electromagnetic waves going crazy inside of him or the EMP causing him to go off balance. So I don't know how he's able to channel that much electromagnetism inside of him to be able to heat up like he does, but he does power up into Scarlet Godzilla Earth form. They believe that this might give him a good chance though, because Godzilla can just use the heat to indirectly burn Ghidorah out without actually having to touch him. But Ghidorah's not actually in our dimension. It doesn't do anything at all. And Ghidorah just sucks the heat right out of Godzilla, returning him to normal and actually below freezing. They then start to realize Godzilla's literally vanishing from existence. Ghidorah is basically taking him out of existence, and this is what triggers the realization for Martin. Meanwhile, Mephies takes Haruo through human history and his own personal trauma, reliving all of his worst moments and replacing and infiltrating his memories, replacing his grandpa in his memories. It's so twisted the way that Mephies is still grooming him and messing with his own real memories to further enforce that grooming, to be like, actually, all your memories are the way I want them to be. Meanwhile, Martin realizes that Ghidorah is transplanting Godzilla into a different dimension. He's taking all of Godzilla's energy into the dimension he's a part of, and Ghidorah is not even a part of this universe. He then realizes that the only way Ghidorah can be interacting with our universe to the degree he is if somebody is guiding him. Meanwhile, Haruo is confronted by all the victims of Godzilla and his friends, who beg for Haruo to sacrifice his life to Ghidorah. Ghidorah powers up in the real world, lifting Godzilla off the ground and into the air, as Martin figures out that Mephies is Ghidorah's anchor, guiding his every move. To get that message to Haruo, Mina takes Martin to Mothra's egg, as it is a telepathic amplifier, which is something we learned in the last movie. Mothra is the one with the telepathic abilities, and she passed those on to the Hautua. I love this use of Mothra. She could do more. I would love if the silhouette of Mothra battled the silhouette of Ghidorah. I would love that. That would be so awesome to have a metaphysical battle going on in the mind space. Meanwhile, a physical battle is going on between Godzilla and King Ghidorah. That would be so freaking cool. I would love that, but unfortunately, they don't go all the way there, but they do go a little there. I used to think that we were seeing the destruction of Hiroshima itself. Hiroshima had a very specific bombing target. It was this kind of crossed river. That is not what we see here. We do see a river, and it's clearly imagery that's meant to be evocative of the bombing of Hiroshima, but the bombing we see in this movie is not actually Hiroshima getting bombed. We don't see the actual bombing occur. It certainly doesn't look like Nagasaki, because Nagasaki is much more on the waterfront, so it doesn't really look like that to me either. But as we see the city getting bombed by an atomic bomb, clearly just a reference to humanity's biggest mistake they've ever made, the worst thing they've ever done. Mina and Martin send Mothra's spirit to save Haruo. It's so cool. She flies past the bomber they're in and destroys it, freeing Haruo, dropping him out of the air so that Mina can show up and grab him, delivering Martin's message. And it's there that Haruo discovers that Mephies is the one who planned all of this. In fact, Mephies is not only the one controlling Ghidorah right now, but he's the one who put a bomb on the ship that was going to Taui at the start of this trilogy, bombing the ship to Taui in order to set all of this in motion. Now, I used to wonder, like, why would he do that? I guess just to upset Haruo, but the point is, I believe Taui might have been a planet hospitable for humans. He could not let humans go to a new planet. It would take way too long for them to develop to the point where they can create another Godzilla worthy of having Ghidorah feed on it, and so instead of waiting, he decides to do everything he can to get humanity back to Earth by bombing the ship to Taui to make it look inhospitable so that they leave. Ghidorah then replaces Godzilla in Haruo's memories, as Ghidorah has officially entered those memories as well. Super cool, I love that. But one single stray memory, and I wish it was Mothra who sent this stray memory to Haruo, one single stray memory of the flower locket that Haruo had originally left behind that was given to him by his parents, symbolizing that spring will always follow even the worst of winters and that life will always renew. This memory of his parents and hope and humanity, it breaks Mephies' control, and Haruo rejects him. He rejects the whole message. He rejects the whole idea that the only purpose of life is to give yourself to the afterlife, and instead embraces the idea that it's the fact that humans don't live forever that gives them their beauty and their value. Breaking through this, he literally breaks through the crystal eye of Mephies and doesn't stop there. He actually digs both of Mephies' eye out with his thumbs. Pretty brutal, but we only see the one crystal eye get destroyed. And in return, Ghidorah's interdimensional tether is severed to this world, leaving Ghidorah stranded on Earth, bound to Earth's physics. Godzilla then finally gets to take revenge. Godzilla tail strikes one of the heads out of the portal it was attached to, breaking its connection connection to that portal, and so it dies. It blows up on the ground. He snaps the jaw off King Kong style of the next head. Very cool. And then finally, Atomic Breath's the last head. It tries to catch the beam again, but man, he's too strong. Busts through Ghidorah, hits the singularity and explodes it, and Godzilla doesn't stop there as he destroys all the singularities. I want to draw some attention back to Takayuki Hattori's soundtrack here. The song playing Farewell is so well written, man. It first of all starts out with this very beautiful, elegant version of the Mephi's Exif Ghidorah theme. It's kind of a peaceful ending for Ghidorah, as the scene itself is overall pretty peaceful, and then as Godzilla officially banishes Ghidorah back to the dimension from which he came, blowing up the portals in the sky, officially getting Ghidorah out of this world, saving the Earth, we hear Haruo's theme. In fact, if you go back and listen to the soundtrack, we haven't heard Godzilla's theme play where he's presented as monstrous since early in the movie. It's been early in the movie, before the threat of Ghidorah presents itself, that Godzilla was still seen as monstrous. And after Ghidorah's presence is known and we realize there truly are worse things out there than Godzilla and he's not all that bad and we've just been perceiving him wrong this whole time, they drop Godzilla's villainous theme and now he takes on Haruo's theme. A very peaceful version of Haruo's theme plays here as Godzilla and Haruo have kind of united in the goal of saving the planet. It's great. I love it. During this, Martin and the humans even wind up cheering for Godzilla and rooting for him in taking down Ghidorah. They have been won over by Godzilla as well. Mephi's then warns Haruo in his final moments that his rage is so strong that it's blinding. It's blinding to a blind man. It burns so bright that as long as Haruo lives, Ghidorah will be watching him. Basically, Haruo's pride and rage is so powerful that since Ghidorah is now aware of him, Ghidorah knows where he is and can always see Earth. And in a way, I think the idea is that Haruo has the power at any moment to summon Ghidorah into this planet by committing himself to Ghidorah, regardless of the fact that the crystal's now broken. Ghidorah doesn't need the crystal. The crystal was how Mephi's could allow Ghidorah into this world and aim him without actually letting him in through Haruo. But if Haruo wants, I do believe at any moment he could bring Ghidorah into this world to kill Godzilla, and that's another thing Haruo fears about himself, and that's another reason he has to go, because he knows deep down he might do it someday. Ghidorah will always be watching and waiting. Haruo then holds Mephi's and cries, sobs as Mephi's dies, as Mephi's was, in a sense, his father figure. And so despite the fact that this guy is pure evil and the worst guy in the galaxy and a terrible person and the most evil, despicable person we've ever seen in a Godzilla movie, Haruo still can't help but weep for the loss of his friend and family. It's so tragic, man. What isn't tragic is that XAI kicks on in a song that I think is translated as Evergreen. This song plays as we see humanity heals, nature heals. Over the next few months, they are nothing but prosperous. The surviving humans, which there's a lot more than I was led to believe, there's just a ton of them show up out of nowhere. The surviving humans throw away their weapons and their spacesuits and live peacefully with the Hautua. They integrate into their lives and life blossoms, literally. Plants grow, flowers bloom, things are good. Haruo and Mina, I believe, get married, but Mina is certainly pregnant with Haruo's child, and they're in love. And this happiness ends abruptly as Martin reveals that, yeah, he's still kind of got some of that human arrogance and definitely that human pride deep within him as he restores the vulture and it's active again. Turns out he can also restore its propagation and rebuild all of the societies that have come before. Anything that the nanometal has scanned, it can rebuild, including Mechagodzilla. It can kill Godzilla. It can rebuild Mechagodzilla City. They can do it this time. And here he finds out that it was through the living nanometal on Yuko that Martin took to restore the vulture. Pretty brutal. That's pretty messed up. Using it, he plans to rebuild everything. And with it, Haruo realizes they'll have a way to defeat Godzilla and in the process birth a totally new monster. Maybe not Mechagodzilla, but something completely different. Haruo then receives a vision from Mephi's and Ghidorah that things are turning out quite nicely. Everything's going to be restored just like they thought, and humans can't help themselves, but if given the tools, follow their egos to the bitter end and destroy the planet. Despite all of the humans actually liking their new lives, the second they're presented with the ability to rebuild the old ways, they're all on board. They're all like, yeah, this is going to be great. I can't wait for Martin to do this. Even though, again, they like their new lives. They don't even want them to end. They like living with the Hautua. And I want to note here, Haruo was shown to be the only human who never fully adapted into the peaceful lives of the Hautua. He's the only one who still wears the remnants of his uniform. He still wears half of his spacesuit. He never adapted and he never can. That's the whole point point of his character. He can never move on. Without saying even goodbye to his wife, Mina, Haruo just gets up and leaves. Miana follows him again. It should have been Mina who follows him, or I actually believe it should have been Miana, but Miana's the one who's pregnant here. Should have followed him, but it should have been the one that's carrying his baby. Should have followed him. Miana follows Haruo and discovers him grabbing Yuko's body. Haruo then asks her if Miana is scared of Godzilla and if she hates him. She says that yeah, she is scared of Godzilla, like she's scared of a tornado or any other force of nature, but no, she does not hate Godzilla, and in fact, the Hatua don't even have a concept for the idea of hate until Haruo showed up and taught it to them. And knowing his influence on Yuko and where that led her, and knowing where he's led most of humanity, and knowing that he himself can never move on, and that the human spirit will never move on from the desire to conquer, he decides to take it into his own hands to take away the ability to. Humans will never have the ability to conquer again, and in fact, as we've seen already, if you take away the ability to, they never want to. They just live content with the world they're a part of. Knowing all of this, and knowing that his presence will inspire others to go back to the old ways, as it did on the Artrum, and knowing that he will teach hate to the Hautua and inspire a desire to kill Godzilla, like he did with Yuko and with humanity, and that eventually, if humanity is able to defeat Godzilla, a new Godzilla, a worse Godzilla will be born, like what happened with the Bilisaludo, or knowing that he himself at any moment can give in to that religious urge and summon Ghidorah, and that maybe they can find a way to do the same, as the nanometal could also repair the Garbatrium crystal. Haruo decides to take away all of those options, get them all off the table, and let humanity live peacefully by themselves. He takes Yuko's body and the vulture to rid the world of the nanometal and the hate that once consumed it, and as the vulture activates, Godzilla awakens, sensing that there is an active threat to him and nature's balance, and as Haruo pleads for Godzilla to end his suffering, humanity's hatred, and end the last person carrying all of the stolen dreams of the past, Godzilla does so, shooting down the vulture as it explodes against him. In the end of the movie, the spring flowers live on, and so does Haruo, in the form of his son. The post-credit scene is set at some point many years in the future, where we see the Hautua living completely peacefully. They are worshipping at an altar shaped like the vulture, and they worship Haruo's sacrifice. They call him the Vengeful One, as his vengeance consumed him, but in the end he ridded the world of vengeance in the process. They wish away all of the things that scare them, and Godzilla is not one of those things. There is peace and coexistence at last. The human story of Godzilla the Planet Eater, I think it's so freaking strong. As you can tell, I've been gushing about it this whole review. I think it's fantastic. I think it's fantastically written. Mephies is amazing. He's my favorite villain of the Godzilla series. Haruo's journey is tragic and gripping, and I also think it's incredibly well written. Well, I can understand why people are critical of the ending, essentially suggesting that the world's better off with Haruo dead. You know, that's a Japanese trope. There's a lot of Japanese media that suggests the world's better off with the hero dead. The idea of the self-sacrificing, depressed Japanese hero goes back way into traditional Japanese folklore, and is nothing new to the Godzilla series, as it all starts with Dr. Serizawa sacrificing himself to save humanity from his own invention. It's all right there already. I think it's all great. I love the human story of this movie, and it retroactively made me appreciate the human story of the other films so much more, especially Godzilla City on the Edge of Battle, with all of the very well integrated setup and foreshadowing for this movie and the twist with Mephies. I think it's all right there. It's all great. It's a very well thought out trilogy. The kaiju story is the best of the trilogy by far. Godzilla gets the most to do here. He's awesome to see. They actually get us to root for Godzilla despite the fact that he's been the enemy the previous two films. Void Ghidorah is fantastic. I love the way he moves. I love the way he swims. All of the way he interacts with the environment, the way that the sensors can't pick up with him, the way that the lightning comes off of him. I love everything, except I just don't know if I understand the design choice personally, but I appreciate how it was used. It's used in a great way. The way he coils around Godzilla as this infinitely long and terrifying being that we can't perceive is great. I wish we could have gotten one sequence where Ghidorah takes his full form, but other than that, it's all great. I love it. Ghidorah really plays into the cosmic horror vibes that we've never really gotten to explore with that character before. The visuals are much better here than they were before. We get rid of that really depressing color grade with the fog and the blue haze over the entire planet. The planet actually doesn't wind up foggy in this movie after Ghidorah is defeated. It winds up being looking very nice and hospitable again. The pinks and blues in this movie are very beautiful. beautiful. That sunset scene or the sunrise scene at the end of the movie where Toho sacrifices himself is really, really great. It looks so beautiful. And the actual visuals are great with the travel through the past. I love revisiting scenes from the other movie. It's great that we can go into scenes from previous films in a way that you don't really get to do in live action sequels, but we get to travel into previous movies and into previous scenes and interact with and affect them. It's really great. The animation's still not my favorite. I think the animation is what holds this trilogy back overall. If it was better animated, if it had some 2D Evangelion at its peak level animation, this would be a fantastic trilogy, but the animation still does kind of hold it back a little bit. The music is very strong, some of the best of the entire trilogy. I gotta shout out the fact that my favorite song in the entire trilogy plays here, and that's the first half of Attack That Consumes the Earth. The second half with the jump scare is not as good as that first half. Ruin and Salvation's fantastic. Farewell's great. The last one is great. And also, this movie's got the best XAI song with Live and Die. That's the best one they wrote for any of these movies. It's the only one that feels like it truly nails the theme and tone of the film that came before it. You know, I feel like Whiteout is really out of nowhere. I feel like Whiteout does not fit the tone of that first movie. The Sky Falls is okay, but Live and Die is really, really great. I think that's the best one. Evergreen's alright. It does fit the scene it plays, but I will say the visuals on that montage are really weird. I don't know why we go to that like weird painting-esque visual where it's like poorly animated, like nothing really moves right. That's not my favorite. That's not my favorite sequence for sure. But overall, I think that the movie's great. I really like it. It really has stuck with me over the years. I love that it does new things. It's one of the Godzilla movies I've thought about the most since it first came out. It's one of the ones that's really stuck with me, and I think it's really a shame that people don't give this trilogy more love overall, as the whole trilogy's generally really well written. It's underwhelming. It doesn't live up to the spectacle that we all hoped for, and certainly not with the amount of kaiju that were promised to be in Godzilla Monster Planet, only for them to all appear in Godzilla Monster Apocalypse, a prequel novel, not even a manga. I can understand the disappointment, but I think as is, the trilogy we got is actually very strong and deserves a lot more love than it gets, and I hope my reviews have been able to help enlighten some people into why I love these movies and why I will always defend these films as being really, really well written, interesting Godzilla movies, and why I like them so much. Also, this is the end of a freaking era, man. Before I give Godzilla the Planet Eater a rating, I just gotta say, this is it. I just finished off the last page of my Godzilla-Thon notebook that I take all my notes. I handwrite my notes for these movies. I just finished off the notebook. It was a notebook that has served with me since freshman year in high school. It was originally my government notebook, but I used it so barely in government. I only had to tear a couple pages out to move on to Godzilla-Thon. And starting my sophomore year of high school, I started reviewing Godzilla-Thon using this notebook, and it has served with me until now. We're 8 years in, or I think 8 years in since I started Godzilla-Thon. 8 years later, I just finished off the original Godzilla-Thon notebook. I'll have to start a second one for the next era, which fittingly begins with Godzilla King of the Monsters. I think that's going to be fun. We just ended the anime trilogy. We ended my Godzilla notebook, and this is the last Godzilla-Thon title card I did the artwork for. I did the artwork for this all the way back in 2019, in May of 2019, when I was going to reboot Godzilla-Thon. I did the artwork for this. This is the last artwork I ever did for Godzilla-Thon. I did all the Kong-a-thon artwork after this, I believe. So technically, the Kong Skull Island review of Kong-a-thon is the last artwork I ever produced for any of these reviews. But from here, I will have a thumbnail artist working with me who has produced the thumbnail art for the reviews moving forward. So it really is the end of an era in so many regards. Thank you guys all for sticking with Godzilla-Thon. I give Godzilla the Planet Eater a very solid 8.5 out of 10. I think it's fantastic. I think it's great. Do I think it's perfect? No. I think the visuals kind of hold it down. The pacing of the monsters' movements hold it down. The underwhelming fight holds it down. But on the whole, the ideas, the writing, the premise, it's so strong. The core themes and allegory being explored are so well done. Godzilla the Planet Eater is a solid 8.5 out of 10. I love this movie. I will continue to sing the praises of this movie for years, and I hope my review helped you guys see why. Thank you guys all for watching. I want to give a huge thank you to my patrons over on Patreon. It is through the support of the patrons on Patreon that I'm able to continue to make videos like this for you. If you want to support the Patreon, you can use the link in the description below, where you can get early access to content, access to the Discord community, and more. And if that's not your thing, please consider joining as a channel member. I'd really appreciate it. Thank you guys all for watching. I hope you enjoyed. I will see you all next time for the next one. D-Man out. What's up, everybody, man? Back. Welcome to a brand new video, and today we are doing episode 40 of Godzilla-Thon. There's no better way to celebrate 40 episodes of Godzilla-Thon than with Godzilla Minus One. That's right, today we're taking a break from the MonsterVerse to jump back over to Japan to see what Toho's been up to in the meantime since Shin Godzilla, and to talk about Godzilla Minus One. To celebrate Godzilla's 69th and 70th anniversary, as Toho decided that this is the 70th anniversary Godzilla film, to celebrate, it truly is the 69th anniversary, that's when it came out, Toho released the 37th Godzilla film and the 30th live-action Toho Godzilla film, which they consider this the 30th film of the Godzilla series. This was brought to us from a longtime Godzilla fan, and always Sunset 2 director Takashi Yamazaki, who also directed Godzilla the Ride. And this movie was made with a pure love for Godzilla. Through reports and interviews with Takashi Yamazaki, we've learned that Godzilla Minus One's been in the pipeline for a very long time. Toho's approached Yamazaki about it even before Shin Godzilla was made, and Yamazaki turned it down because he knew his VFX company, Shirogami, couldn't compete with the current visual effects industry, and also because he knew that they needed to wait for them to have the technology so that he could pull off the vision he had in his head. This is the first thing that makes this movie so special. This is the first ever Godzilla film with the same writer, director, and visual effects supervisor. You know, back in the day throughout Godzilla's history, you'd typically have a writer like Shiro Kayama, Shinichi Sekizawa, or whoever else. Then you'd have the director, for this example we'll just say Ishiro Honda, and then you'd have the special effects director. This was an entirely different director working with an entirely different crew on basically an entire different studio, and that was Eiji Tsuburaya. This is the first time it's all been under one roof with Takashi Yamazaki. Even in the modern day, you'll have like a director, but then you'll also have the VFX directors, and they're different people. A lot of the MonsterVerse directors, for instance, don't understand the VFX workflow. They don't work with it directly. Gareth Edwards, of course, did, but not all of them do. And so they leave that in the hands of the VFX studios, and that's shipped out across multiple studios. With Shin Godzilla, it was a little different situation. You had a co-director with Shinji Higuchi and Hideaki Anno, Shinji Higuchi handling the special effects sequences. So it's a little more of an even thing, where it was a co-director this time. But Godzilla Minus One is the first Godzilla film to be unified under one creative lead, and I think that really shows, because this movie really is a love letter from one man, and you feel it. You feel that this is a creative vision that is unified across one person. I feel like it has a level of cohesion that most Godzilla films do not. This is also the first Godzilla film that's set pre-1954. Of course, that's partially why the title is Minus One, and this was released on November 3rd, 2023 in Japan, and on December 1st, 2023 in the United States. It was the fastest turnaround between a Japanese release and an American release for a Godzilla film as well, so that was pretty cool as well. It's also the first Toho Godzilla film that they themselves handled the international distribution for. Lots of firsts with this movie. This is also the Godzilla movie that I would say at the moment I am the most familiar with. It's not technically the one I've seen the most, just because like throughout my lifetime I've seen other Godzilla movies more. Of course, because those other movies have been around for so many more years than Minus One, they have the advantage in that department. Especially considering I do a little Godzilla-thon pretty much every single year, and by watching all the Godzilla films every year, I'm particularly exposed to the early Showa era, as those are the ones that I definitely make it through, as sometimes I don't always make it through my Godzilla-thons, but I always make it through the early Showa era, and so I'm really familiar with those early Showa era films, and I've seen them so many more times just because I've had way more years with them. But Godzilla Minus One is probably the Godzilla film I've watched the most in the shortest time span, and it's the one that I've spent the most time with as of the past few years. As of 2023, this is the Godzilla movie I've spent the most time with, and it's actually really refreshing, because normally when that happens I get really burned out on the movies. Of course, I spend a lot of time with Godzilla King of the Monsters, and I went through some major periods of Godzilla King of the Monsters burnout. I spent a lot of time with Godzilla vs. Kong, and I went through major periods of Godzilla vs. Kong burnout. I spent a lot of time with New Empire leading up to the film's release, and I was burned out on that one pretty much before it even came out. Godzilla Minus One, I'm not yet burned out on it. I've seen it in theaters more than any other Godzilla film, well over double digits, approaching like 24 times in theaters. Not quite, but getting there. I saw it in so many different formats in theaters, and then since it's come out, I've watched it at home multiple times, which is also a difference, as a lot of the times I'll watch a Godzilla movie over and over and over again when it's in theaters, and then once it comes out on home, I really won't watch it again for a long time. I'll let it cool down. Minus One, I have no burnout with. It's very unique in that, and it's also the one that I've dived into the novelization for recently. I've spent a lot of time breaking it down on the channel. I've done so many Minus One videos. Of course, I'm talking about the sequel for Minus One, which is coming out, and yet I'm not burned out on it. All of that is so special. That's so unique to this Godzilla movie. It's the only one that I have not gotten burned out on by spending this much time with it. Even Shin Godzilla. I watched that movie when it came out in theaters so much, and then I watched it just after it came out in theaters, leading into the home release so many more times that I did get burned out on that one pretty badly, and I took years off of watching that movie. Not that I fell out of love with it, just that I was like, okay, I need to switch it up. And again, that hasn't happened to me yet with Minus One. The film picks up in the final days of World War II with Koichi Shikishima, who lands his Zero on Oto Island. The first shot of the film is the Zero flying in over the ocean with the bomb attached to the bottom of it. It's kind of an inversion of the old Godzilla movies. You know, the first Godzilla movie, Shin Godzilla, starts out on the ocean and then you hear the footsteps of Godzilla and you're following behind the wake of a ship. This one, you're starting out in the sky tracking over the ocean. It's kind of a flip of that. Instead of being in the sea, we're in the sky. It's pretty cool. And the first time I saw this movie, I, of course, didn't have a ton of context to what's happening, as, you know, the movie's just beginning here. And I will say, I truly, for a moment, totally forgot what the plane looked like that delivered the atomic bomb. I definitely, for the briefest moment, thought that this was going to be a sequence displaying the atomic bombing of, I figured, Nagasaki. I was pretty amazed that they were going to start a Godzilla film with such a bold and controversial moment, and that is not what happens. But that's because I went into this movie with a certain expectation, which I'll talk about at the very end, that it was not the accurate expectation to go in with, which was kind of an expectation this movie was going to be playing with real-world historical events more than it does. This is a period piece, and the fact that it's set in the 1940s was a really big selling point on this movie. A lot of the teasers were rich with historical context and visuals and little Easter eggs to history, and so I guess I was expecting going into this film a much deeper emphasis on playing with the real-world historical state Japan was in post-war, and that is not quite what this movie does. Instead, this movie presents us with very specific parts of history that build up the story it's trying to tell, which I'm totally fine with. But that was all just to say that, yeah, when this movie started, I felt like, wow, that was going to be an insane thing to start the movie on. And potentially, thankfully, that is not where we begin. Instead, we pick up with Koichi Shikishima landing his Zero on Oto Island. He has missed his kamikaze attack. Claiming he's had engine problems, Shikishima leaves his plane to a bunch of mechanics under the lead of Sosaku Tachibana. Tachibana's crew discovers there's actually nothing wrong with the plane at all. Instantly, I love the dynamic between Shikishima and Tachibana, the two of those characters meeting on Oto Island. You get a sense of history and respect between the two of them, but you also immediately see that Tachibana knows what Shikishima's done and disapproves of it, but he hasn't said anything about it, which I really like. Shikishima then goes and sits by the ocean watching the waves come ashore, and he's confronted by a mechanic. This is another one of my favorite parts of this movie. Every single character, even these little side characters like this mechanic, they all have such memorable moments. They all mean something. It's like back in the original 1954 Godzilla. Ishiro Honda was very clever in that he'd introduce us to characters in their everyday lives. Think of the people on the train, just talking about their everyday lives, talking about not wanting to evacuate, talking about, oh, they've just been through this with the war. And then later, a couple scenes later, they're directly in the vicinity of Godzilla when he appears. It creates this sense of familiarity with the world. It really builds up the characters. It makes the whole movie feel more meaningful because these characters feel real. And this Godzilla movie does the same thing. We have this mechanic show up here. He has this brief little moment where at first it's like, oh no, is he going to confront Shikishima? But then he does quite the opposite. He comforts him. He tells him that the world needs more people like Shikishima. It's this beautiful little human moment of connection between these two, showing that there's no judgment between them. Also establishing a lot of context as to when this movie is set. The movie just says it's in the final days of World War II. The novelization, I believe, implies that it's around August, but the movie itself, if you actually read the Oto Island mechanics board, it seems that this is in February. Either way, the context here is that everybody knows the war's gonna end. Everybody knows Japan's gonna lose. And so why would Shikishima go and sacrifice his life for a worthless fight that they don't believe in? He shouldn't be asked to. And this mechanic shows this compassion right off the bat, and that's what Godzilla Minus One is full of. Human compassion, on a level that I would say no other Godzilla film has ever been, other than maybe Mothra vs. Godzilla 1964. Another one of my favorite Godzilla movies for similar reasons. I think it is absolutely beautiful to start the movie this way, and you know what else is beautiful? Is that this was shot on location. On location in Japan. It's gorgeous. The island scenery is gorgeous. It's just a beautiful mountainscape in the background with a very nice sunlit sky. The clouds are so pretty. It especially pops in minus color when you get a lot of rich textures. It's so great. And this is something that dawned on me immediately in theaters. Godzilla Minus One is a movie shot mostly on location, or as much as they possibly could, you know? There's a real stark difference between this opening scene on Oto Island and some other Hollywood blockbuster pictures which over-rely on CGI, green screen, and the volume. It was really, really nice to have something different and to have something real again. It establishes an authenticity to this movie that very few modern movies achieve, and that's super nice. I'm not saying that like even the MonsterVerse doesn't achieve this. Of course, Kong Skull Island is incredibly well done, shot on location. Godzilla 2014 has a real tangibility to it. King of the Monsters, maybe a little bit. That's too much shot on soundstage. I could see that argument. Godzilla vs. Kong, I would totally agree. New Empire is its own deal. But on the whole, I actually think the MonsterVerse does a pretty good job shooting on location. Even New Empire does a lot of location shooting. But I'm just saying, in the modern landscape of movies, it was really immediately refreshing to have such a beautiful landscape on full display, knowing that we're on location, not in the volume. It was really nice. Some deep sea fish start washing ashore with their guts bursting out of their mouths. It's such a crazy visual. And it's also a really cool way to foreshadow the ending of the movie, as of course, this is essentially the trick they use to kill Godzilla, forcing him to surface so fast he decompresses and dies, the same way these fish were forced to surface and decompressed and died trying to escape Godzilla. That night, the air raid sirens ring out and we get this incredible scene as Godzilla appears as this massive dinosaur that's familiar to the locals, establishing an immediate connection to Oto Island and a sort of mythology to this world that I really appreciate, calling back to the 1954 film and giving us my favorite ever iteration of a pre-atomic Godzilla. I really like the mystery of what Godzilla is pre-atomic bomb in the Showa series, but we never get an answer to it. We know that there is a creature called Godzilla. He exists. He is a monster that is irradiated by the atomic bomb and shows up as Godzilla. Originally, the idea was that the reason his skin is so wrinkly and textured the way it is because he's suffering from radiation and heat wounds. Shinji Nishikawa disagrees in his Godzilla Encyclopedia, stating that those burns actually were sculpted onto the mini models but didn't translate to the suit, meaning it's very possible Godzilla just always looked like that, and the only difference was that now he has the atomic breath and is radioactive. Either way, we don't know. What we do know is in the Heisei series, we meet the Godzillasaur, and although there's brilliant concept art of what the Godzillasaur could have looked like, the final version I find very underwhelming. Just a kind of T-Rexian dinosaur with sort of Godzilla-ish features. I think it's very underwhelming. I do not actually like the design or characterization of that Godzillasaur. I think it's too clumsy. What I really don't find is, I really don't find the Godzillasaurus interesting. I don't find it all that interesting or compelling. The Millennium series never really gives us an answer as to what Godzilla was pre-atomic bomb. Then we jump to the modern day. Shin Godzilla presents us with a wildly different version of what Godzilla is pre-atomic bomb. He's like a microorganism or some sort of undersea life that transforms into all these different forms before achieving Godzilla's state. We get that represented in Singular Point as well. We never really unpack it in the anime trilogy. And the MonsterVerse actually presents us with my least favorite pre-atomic Godzilla origin to date, which is just that they stripped Godzilla of that atomic origin, completely wiping out the entire core themes of the Godzilla series. Who knows why? There's theories that it's because the DOJ got involved with the making of Godzilla 2014 and erased all atomic connections. I actually really like the MonsterVerse Godzilla. I just find it to be more than a little disappointing that he's not an atomic monster. 98 also presents us with a pre-atomic Godzilla, which is an iguana, which I don't find compelling either. I find that one to be also very lackluster. I guess in that universe, universe, if Godzilla can transform from an iguana, then there should be all sorts of irradiated monsters running around, which maybe that's what the cartoon gets into. I don't actually remember. Either way, this is the first movie that presents us with a pre-atomic Godzilla that I'm in love with. I love the design. It's very MonsterVerse inspired, which is kind of cool. It kind of ties into the idea that the MonsterVerse Godzilla is not a radiated monster, he just is himself, and this design kind of looks a lot like that. I really like the pre-atomic Godzilla here. He feels like a dinosaur, but he also feels like Godzilla. He's got those very menacing back spines that are unmistakably Godzilla. This is just downright a cool Godzilla design. I would be fine with a movie where Godzilla looks like the pre-atomic Godzilla in this movie the whole time. It would be very MonsterVerse inspired. I actually really like it. I love the way he moves. I love how fast he is. I love how creepy he is. I love how intelligent he comes across. I love that they give him a characterization, that he actually goes out of his way. You don't really get the full impression of it in the film, but especially in that novelization, which I know I shouldn't rely on. I don't want a novelization to have all the answers, but I don't think that this novelization has the answers. The novelization just gives you additional context, which is how they should be used. Of course, they don't need to be used. It's in the movie as well. Godzilla does not kill Tachibana. Godzilla does not kill Shikishima. In the movie, you could see that as they just got lucky, but I like the idea that the novelization kind of presents, which is just that Godzilla didn't kill them because they didn't attack him. We also established that Godzilla's got some sort of connection with the Oto Islanders, and when deep sea fish appear on the island, they know Godzilla will appear, and there's something of an implied symbiotic connection between them, where the natives really appreciate the fish that Godzilla brings ashore. It's a delicacy on Oto Island. I love that. Immediately off the bat, we're getting so much history without actually having to spend time on it. Like, we, the audience, are forced to engage with it. And then you can watch Godzilla's behavior and see, yeah, he does attack when provoked. He attacks the guard tower because it shines a light in his face and there's loud sirens blaring. He's probably scared. He then starts wandering around very menacingly, but he leaves Shikishima alone despite the fact that he directly identifies him and looks at him. And then he attacks the mechanics only after they shoot at him. And the fact that the two that survive are the two that didn't open fire, it's really cool. I really, really like this pre-atomic Godzilla. I think he's fantastic, and it sets up Godzilla going forward in a really great way. And this whole scene is so well done. I cannot praise this scene enough. This whole sequence is incredibly cool. As Godzilla makes landfall, he attacks the outpost, and the mechanics take shelter, and it's just so intense. The music is amazing and terrifying. I love the sound design of Godzilla's growls and his breath. It's so cool. I love that moment when he breathes on Shikishima and Shikishima reacts to the odor of his breath. It's just this tiny little detail. Tachibana then actually orders Shikishima out of their little bunker and tells him to go get in the plane and fire at Godzilla. They're all mechanics. They don't know how to do that, but Shikishima does. He does get in the plane, but he refuses to open fire. The mechanics panic and fire on Godzilla, and Godzilla brutally kills them one by one. He's terrifying here. I wish Toho didn't have their stupid little mandates, because it's clear to me, and I think everybody, that Godzilla should be eating these people. He bites onto them. It feels like he should be grabbing them and eating them up, but Toho has a very strict mandate that Godzilla is not allowed to eat anybody, and so in the end, Godzilla winds up throwing them through the air, which in some degrees is a little more messed up, because he doesn't even really get anything from it, other than killing them because they attacked him. I love that long shot where Tachibana's crawling out of the bunker, Godzilla bites the one mechanic, throws him through the air, stomps on the other, his tail strikes through the building. It's all very well done. Godzilla brutally kills each and every mechanic except Shikishima and Tachibana, and Shikishima's almost taken out as Godzilla destroys his plane. I think it's great, and this is where Shikishima passes out. The aftermath is so tragic, with Tachibana dragging the bodies around. You see the actual human devastation that Godzilla causes. There's some kind of gore on screen, and Shikishima and Tachibana have this moment where Tachibana's just yelling at him and throwing him to the ground. It's a really, really well done scene with a lot of great characterization for these two men. It adds a lot of trauma to both of them, and you understand how both of them feel and why they feel that way. As the war ends, Tachibana and Shikishima are brought back to the mainland. I love the visual of all of those wounded and traumatized soldiers on that transport ship. That comes straight out of history. Tachibana comes up to Shikishima and hands him a bunch of photos of the dead mechanics. It's photos of them and their families as a reminder of what Shikishima has caused, or at the very least, what the two of them feel he has caused. Of course, I've done many videos breaking down the fact that Even if he opened fire, Godzilla would have survived and it would have been the same result anyways, if not worse. But they don't know that, obviously, and it sets up the core themes of guilt so well. Shikishima is a man overridden by guilt to the point where he feels like he cannot live his life. He is a man so traumatized by his past that he lives as a shell of a person. Through this movie, Godzilla continues to represent his trauma, rearing its head over and over again. Every time he thinks he's going to get to start living, Godzilla will appear to remind him of his past. And it's only once he confronts it and overcomes it through both his bravery and the support he gets from his friends that he's able to overcome all that trauma and start to live for real. It's so well done. It's a really different theme for the Godzilla series, but it's so universal. It's not like the fear of atomic bombs, which this movie does have some of that atomic allegory as well, but this is a more personal and universal theme than we really have ever seen in a Godzilla movie. It's such a core theme that so many of us can relate to on different levels, whether it's PTSD, whether it's a missed opportunity that haunts you, whether it's something tragic that happened to you or that you feel you've caused. You know, there's so many levels to it that we can all relate to it on some degree. We all have a Godzilla weighing over us. We all have something that is holding us back, and it's only through confronting it and coming together with support of others that we can overcome that. I love it. I love it so much. It's kind of like the themes of forgiveness in Godzilla King of the Monsters, which are a little more universal than some of the other Godzilla themes. Of course, that one's a little more directly tied to religion, but it doesn't need to be. Shikishima arrives back in his village in Tokyo, but nothing remains. I like that it's a village in Tokyo because it's easy to forget the Tokyo fire raids caused technically more devastation and death than the atomic bombings. It was just that they happened over a much longer period of time of years of repeated bombing attacks. But the Tokyo fire raids were absolutely devastating and very overlooked throughout history. The United States has a long history of bombing civilians to try and make a point, thinking that somehow through that they still retain the moral high ground. And it's moments like this when we can see some of the devastation that causes. Of course, I do feel that this movie could have gone further, like you see all the traumatized soldiers on the ship coming home from the war, but you know what you don't see? Any wounded soldiers. You know, we never really have like a Saving Private Ryan moment where we see the actual full devastation the war causes on people, on their bodies, on their soul, you know? We never get that in this movie, and we don't get that here. I've heard this movie described as a sanitized version of how post-war Japan felt, and I do feel that that's the truth, but I will say, well, I can understand some criticism about that. Like, I believe Hideo Kojima it was maybe him, or maybe it was a Japanese director. I honestly cannot remember who it was, but it was a very prominent figure in Japanese pop culture, spoke about this movie, saying that it was basically a sanitized version of post-war Japan, and saying that they understand why mostly foreigners, Westerners in particular, are so interested in this version of Godzilla in this story, because it presents post-war Japan, a type of suffering that Americans are not used to seeing. But it doesn't present the realities and the true depths of the horror of that suffering, and I guess I can understand that. Nothing in this movie feels as upsetting and real and tragic as that amazing post-Godzilla devastation sequence in the 1954 film, when Ishiro Honda really puts on display the human cost that the war took on Japan, and people, and children, and mothers, and fathers. It really puts that on display. You have children dying of radiation poisoning. You have wounded people missing parts of their faces and body parts and suffering in the hospital. Bodies piled on bodies. That's not something that this movie displays, and I would say that's because this movie is, again, a personal journey. I understand why people maybe wanted more of that suffering on screen, because it is important, especially for Americans, to reconcile and understand what the true cost of the war was. But that's not what this movie's trying to talk about. That's what the original Godzilla's for, and that original movie does it better than any other movie probably could, because it was so close to the event. It was so close to the history. This movie uses that history to tell a much more personal story. That's why I'm completely fine with it. I do not feel that it's necessary to fully dwell on the pain of post-war Japan. I understand how the movie's tagline, you know, Japan post-war goes from zero to minus, could set that expectation. Even the title, Minus One, Godzilla's basically dropping them below post-war. But I don't think it's needed for the story. I do not think it's needed for the story being told. And I love the story being told. And we still do get some of it. You know, Shikishima's village, it is visually displayed to us how absolutely ravaged parts of Tokyo were, how destroyed lives were. And we do see some of that human cost. We don't fully dwell on it, but we absolutely do see some of that cost. Shikishima finds that his house has been completely annihilated, turned to nothing. He finds out that his parents were killed in an air raid, and he also finds out from his neighbor Sumiko Ota that they weren't the only ones. Everybody had this type of suffering. Everybody lost something. She figures out immediately what he's done to survive, knowing that he was a kamikaze pilot, and him being alive means only one thing, which is that he abandoned his mission. And so she starts to hate him, blaming him for this, blaming him for the death of her children. She has lost something as well. She lost her children to the war, and of course it's not Shikishima's fault. Even if he had gone through with his attack, it wouldn't have meant anything. Shikishima could have taken his life, and her children would still be dead. And I think she knows that as well, which is why she doesn't really hold it against him for the whole movie. But I do think this scene does a great job showing the tragedy of post-war Japan. It's very effective, but very brief with it. I love how sorrowful the music is. That song Pain, it's fantastic. And the sound design is great too. I love the clinking of wood, and really it is the wood sounds overall, you know? Sumiko throwing the wood pallets onto each other, moving them out of the way as she's walking back to her house. You can hear them clanking against each other. I love when you get the like little montage transitioning to night where the people are kind of beating that metal against the wood. I'm not even sure what that guy's really trying to accomplish. Maybe he's trying to chop the wood or something. I've never really thought about what it is he's doing there, but then you get that moment with the father and the son, you know, drinking out of the teapot. It's just really well done sound design, which is another thing I think this movie absolutely excels with. Later, Shikishima meets Noriko in a black market after she gets caught stealing and drops off a baby with Shikishima. She leaves him with a baby and escapes some guards who are trying to catch her. Shikishima debates leaving the baby behind and waits for her return, but she never comes back, and so he takes the baby with him. Seeing how caring Shikishima was with the baby, Noriko follows him home, explaining that the baby isn't hers. Its mother was killed in a fire during the air raids, along with her parents, and she has become the protector of this child. She then makes herself at home with Shikishima. I love this scene as well. I love Noriko. I love how she's just immediately like, I'm doing what I want, and she's taking a lot of initiative here. She has a lot of agency in this movie. I also just love her personality. I love her, like, she doesn't care. She doesn't care about his judgments at all. But you can also tell she's a deeply caring person, and she does immediately care for him right off the bat because she sees the sensitivity in him and also relates to the fact that he has lost so much. I really love their bond. I love their connection. I love this found family. I love this core characterization. This core trio, Shikishima, the baby, Akiko, and Noriko, form the best core heart of any Godzilla film from a human standpoint. I don't think any Godzilla film has been as successful with its core characterization than this movie. And it's not done here because we haven't even met the full cast yet. Sumiko questions Shikishima the next morning about the woman and the baby, and she finds out that Noriko's not the mother. And this is where you see again with her, she immediately doesn't like Shikishima because he has abandoned his duty as a kamikaze pilot, and yet she is such a deeply caring person that she can't do anything but help them. The same way that Shikishima outwardly is telling Noriko that he doesn't want her here and he will not care for her, but he can't do anything but. They're two people that are so good to their core that they cannot do anything but help others. I love the way those two characters reflect each other so much, and again, that's not done either because we haven't even met the full cast yet, and that's the entire cast of this movie. This movie is a beautiful movie about nice people trying their hardest to be there for each other. We don't get movies like that. The biggest conflict we get between human characters in this movie is between Shikishima and Tachibana, and again, Tachibana despises Shikishima for what happened on Odo Island, and yet he can't do anything but be there to help Shikishima. It's so amazing. So amazing. We need more kindness in the world. We need more kindness in films, and movies like this do so much for that. It's so great. All of the characters in this movie are great inspirations. All of them. Sumiko scolds Shikishima and Noriko for not being able to take care of the baby, and you see that she will be there for baby Akiko. She gives up her prized white rice for Akiko, telling them that they can live off anything. They're adults, they can figure it out, but this is for the baby. Also, just huge shout out to the production design for this whole sequence. Shikishima's bombed out village in particular looks amazing during these early scenes. It looks amazing the whole movie, but during these early scenes, there's wet spots everywhere. It feels damp, it feels dirty, it feels sad, there's burn burned, charred wood all over the place. And one detail that I didn't notice until watching this movie, there's spider webs. There are spider webs on objects in the background, like barely visible, that tether objects in the background, because they would be. Because those objects have been there for a few months now. It's so detailed and amazing. One thing that I've brought up before in videos about this prop design, later when Shikishima's rebuilding his house, he's got lights in his house, of course, you know, but back then the wiring was not done as well, especially in these post-war buildings. And so he has literal wires going up to the lights. You can see the wiring on screen and they're frayed, they're aged. You can literally see they're like falling apart. There's age to them. It's so good. Months later in 1940, we see that Shikishima's shack is growing. He's building a house out of it. We can also see visually again through the prop design, their clothes are a little nicer than the last time we saw them. They're getting things put together, but they're not quite there yet. He returns home with news that he's got a new job. He's going to be working for the government. It pays well because it's quite dangerous. He will be on a specially made ship meant to avoid mines and will be looking to defuse undersea mines left behind during the war. The US and Japan laid something like, what do they say, 60,000 mines in the ocean during the war. And when the war ended, what do you do with those? You got to get a map of where they are and you got to go out there. You got to disarm them. Otherwise, they will just be there ready to kill civilians later. Showing, in a way, a price of war that I've never thought about before. And I know is a price that still is kind of relevant. You know, you still hear about like a village in Britain found a bomb in a lake and they have to pull it out and it's from World War II and it didn't detonate back then, but they have to defuse it now, you know? Like that still happens to this day. You still see stuff like that. And this is one thing, a part of history that I've never thought about. What the hell do you do about all the mines you left? You can't just press a button and blow them all up. You actually have to go out there and risk people's lives to disarm them. It's a small thing that I really appreciate about this movie. It's a great way to give the characters weapons at a time when Japan was completely demilitarized, so nobody had any weapons. It's a great way to give our characters some weapons so they can fight Godzilla later. It's a great way to get them out into the ocean so that they can come in combat with him. And it's a really great way to, again, show part of the post-war suffering that we do not think about. Innocent people had to risk their lives to clean up the mess that was caused during this war. I really like this movie's approach on it too, because the war was started by governments with egos, by people with egos in positions of power, as all wars are. And this movie does not put a lot of blame on the civilian soldiers, especially those drafted. You know, people drafted into war do not hold as much of the blame here as the government's responsible. And I appreciate this movie putting the emphasis on the government being responsible for all this devastation and not the individuals. Now, of course, lots of individuals did absolutely horrible things during the war, and that's on them. And sometimes that was on entire groups of people allowing horrible things to happen. But the individual, people like Shikishima, should not carry the blame for the war forever. Not everybody believed in it. Some people had to do it or else they were going to die or their families were going to die. So I just wanted to say that as well. I really appreciate that part of this movie. Upon learning what Shikishima's job is, Noriko protests. We get the first instance here that her parents have instilled a mission in her, a mission to live while they were burning alive. She doesn't outright say that yet, but she forbids Shikishima to die, urging him to live. That is one of the movie's main core themes, you know? The idea of living. Not just being alive with a heartbeat, but living your life unimpeded by guilt and moving forward. Shikishima explains that they need the money. They need this. And it's not just a matter of what he's doing, but it's a matter of saving them all. It's a matter of, if he doesn't get this job, Akiko will starve to death. Kind of another thing that this movie doesn't fully unpack, but it's present. It's here. The fact that babies and children were dying post-war because they did not have the resources they needed. Nobody was looking after them. They can't even afford American powdered milk. The Americans are here. They should be able to help provide for people like this, and yet they're not. They're not. And that happened as well. People were forced to crawl up from the depths of their bombed out village to try and remake a life for themselves, and there was a lot of suffering in the meantime. I love as well that Shikishima explains that this is not certain death. This is not like kamikaze pilots. And he arrives to work to find it's a dinky little wooden minesweeper. This is the Shinseimaru, and he meets the crew of the Shinseimaru, the best cast of any Godzilla movie to date. Fantastic. Overall, amazing. We meet the captain, Akitsu, the doc, Noda, my favorite character in this movie. I think he's fantastic, and the kid, Mizushima. I love that they all have distinct and defined personalities. I love that they all have integral roles to play and different themes with each of them. Every single one of these characters undergoes a character arc. Every single one of these characters matters to the movie. It's amazing. It's fantastic. The Shinseimaru, with their partnership, the Kaishinmaru, will go along the ocean, cutting bombs, allowing them to surface, and then they'll they'll shoot at them to explode them. Again, some good foreshadowing here, like cutting the bombs and letting them raise to the surface like balloons is exactly what they do to Godzilla at the end, and then shooting the mines to explode them is later what Shikishima does in Godzilla's mouth. And here we find out immediately Shikishima is a great shot. He impresses Mizushima and Akitsu, who could not hit the shot. And here we see Mizushima wishes he could have been in the war. He feels like he didn't serve his country enough, and he has a lot of pride in both himself and his country. But he winds up deeply offending Shikishima in the process, as the war is not something to glorify. There is something to be said for having pride in yourself and your country and wanting to stand up and fight for others. But Shikishima is a reminder that the war is not the way to do that. And continually throughout the movie, Mizushima will be reminded of this lesson, and in the end, he does join the fight against Godzilla, and he does pay a price in that he's almost killed for it. But he does so in a completely harmless way. He does so in a completely supportive way. You know, he joins the fight without firing a single shot. It's fantastic. He gets a taste of being a hero and defending his country and others without becoming a soldier. One night, Shikishima has a nightmare that his village is under attack. He opens the door to find the Oto Island mechanics being killed by Godzilla, and I do kind of wish that Godzilla looked more monstrous here, more terrifying, you know, like a nightmare design of Godzilla. That'd be awesome, but I understand given that Godzilla's gonna go through a design change here in just a minute, they maybe didn't want to do that yet. You know, you want to keep Godzilla consistent with how Shikishima remembers him, but still, very cool. I love that scene as well. I love that he's being tormented by this. He awakens and Noriko tries to comfort him, but he's so upset that he actually believes he's already dead. He can't even make sense of reality. Another thing that I think is great, like this contrast between being so torn up by your guilt that you're so dissociated that you don't even know where you are. I think that's another thing that many people can relate to. Noriko reminds him that he is alive, and the photos of the mechanic are finally what does it, pulling him back to reality. And even when he's back, it's not like he's happy. There is still so much trauma to him that he starts to sob for the Oto mechanics who have died. And here we cut to July 1946, Operation Crossroads Baker test. Basically, like, Shikishima's trying to move forward, and here the movie is trying to say, it's only gonna get worse from here. You know, it'll get worse before it gets better. July 1946, Operation Crossroads Baker test in Bikini Atoll. It's the only time on screen we ever get to see the creation of Godzilla at the hands of the Americans. It's a great way to tie into the atomic origin of Godzilla, while not playing into the 1954 Castle Bravo test. Of course, here, it's this test, the Baker test, that creates Godzilla, as the nuke winds up hitting a sleeping Godzilla in the bottom of the ocean, transforming him into something even worse, something more monstrous, and something more tragic, as Godzilla wasn't all that bad of a guy, but now he is. Over the next few months, Shikishima gets very used to his job. We get this great little montage of him growing a friendship with the Shinseimaru crew. We also see him and Noriko raising Akiko together. They build a life and a family together. They build a home for their child. And one night during a celebratory dinner, the Shinseimaru crew comes over, and here they find out that Noriko and Shikishima are not married. I love the humor in this. I love this scene. It's such a human scene, and it does not belong in a Godzilla movie. That's my favorite part of it. It feels like calling back to the olden days of Godzilla films when we'd get scenes of the characters being humans outside of the story. I love it. They find the story of Shikishima's found family so beautiful that they just can't understand why Shikishima hasn't embraced it yet, and this winds up offending him even more, and so he shuts it all down, telling Akiko that he's not her father, and that he doesn't want to marry Noriko. This upsets everyone. And again, we get a great little thing here, where like, this scene, Shikishima basically says, I don't want Noriko, I don't want to marry her, and in the next scene, we get her response to that. In March 1947, Noriko gets a job in the newly rebuilt Ginza. She plans to move out on her own and feels like she's holding Shikishima back. Obviously, she feels like, it's either you step up now or I'm out of here, and Shikishima does not do enough. Shikishima protests, but not enough to get her to stay. And again, here, Shikishima wants to move on. He wants to move on from his guilt so that he can live happily with Noriko, but he won't get to. A series of shipping disasters happens at sea, and I like that this is kind of like we're picking up at the start of the first Godzilla movie with a series of ship disasters in the ocean, except now we know why. We've seen the origin of this. We've seen what comes before. The US discovers that the creature responsible is Godzilla, and Godzilla wages a war on naval ships in the Pacific. I love that you can see like Godzilla specifically going out of his way to target those ships. They're not even like closing in on him, he's closing in on them, and he's also closing in on Japan. This is where the movie does something that I think is pretty clever, a pretty clever way out of dealing with the actual political history of the time period, as I was hoping this movie was going to unpack the US occupation, having the occupational forces have to defend Japan, having them have to team up with their former enemies, and instead, I think the movie does something very clever because that's not what this story's about. That would get in the way of the core personal story this film is trying to tell. And so, they find a really clever way to bow the US out of this, get them out of the movie entirely. Out of fear that any sort of retaliation against Godzilla will provoke the Soviets and raise tensions, the US passes the fight to the Japanese. And they don't fully give them access to like weapons or anything, but they do allow them to defend themselves and say like, hey, this is gonna have to be a you guys problem. And I like that first of all it shows the US is not fully taking responsibility for their actions here. They've created Godzilla. They're not even gonna do anything about him. They're gonna let him wreak havoc, which is very real world. That's very much what the US is known for, causing problems and then bowing out immediately when they actually have repercussions. And it's also a great way to just ground us with the characters. It also shows that there's not just the US is to blame, because the Japanese government does the exact same thing and bows out of this fight for the same reasons, leaving it to a bunch of private citizens to handle, which is this movie's way of being like, hey, they're not fully on our side either, guys. They're not here to help us either. It's us, the people, that have to stand up for each other. In May 1947, the Shinseimaru is sent out to the remains of a massive US ship. Love the visuals, love the tension, love the music here, and Noda explains that their mission is to locate and confront the creature responsible. Shikishima then spots floating deep sea fish and connects the dots that this is Godzilla, and Godzilla's here now. It's back. He reveals that he was a failed kamikaze pilot and that he was present for the Oto massacre. Noda then reveals that it's up to them to scavenge mines out at sea and use them against Godzilla as a way to stall until the Takao can arrive to kill Godzilla off. Later, Godzilla does appear, ambushing the Kaishin-Maru, kicking off what is probably the most iconic scene in this movie and what is, in my opinion, a perfect Godzilla sequence. Believing they're the last defense between here and Tokyo, Akitsu planned on confronting Godzilla, that is, until he sees him, when he realizes you can't fight God, and he tries to run, but they really can't. Their ship is stalled, and so they're forced to confront their problems. They do combat Godzilla, who chases their ship in this amazing sequence where he's closing in on them. There's so much tension. I love the way Godzilla swims. I love how menacing he is. I love that it feels like he's almost toying with them, but I also love his limitations. He's not fast enough to catch up to them right off the bat. He is struggling to catch up to them. He is not invincible. They can do things to damage him, and it creates so much more of an interesting dynamic than if Godzilla was purely invincible. If he was able to catch up with them immediately and sink their ship. If Godzilla was so powerful that nothing they do could ever do anything to him. That's not interesting. And I don't find a Godzilla who's purely invincible to be compelling at all. I find this type of Godzilla to be compelling, one that is a little smaller. The size honestly doesn't always matter, it's just how they use him. Like, I appreciate in this movie that Godzilla is a little smaller because it creates more intimacy between him and the human characters. You could have done the same thing if he was bigger, but I like that size. I like the size of him in this movie. I like the limitations. I like that he's slow. I don't need him to be super fast, and in fact, typically if Godzilla moves too fast, it breaks my immersion. I like that there are weaknesses that can be exploited here. It creates a way more interesting dynamic because you get the sense there is a way to win. There is a way to beat him. And if there wasn't a way to beat him, we're just waiting for him to destroy things. If there is a way to beat him, it raises the stakes because we're wondering what's gonna happen next. I like that we wonder what's gonna happen next. And I also like how in direct danger the core central cast is here. A lot of Godzilla movies, they'll put the core cast like on a hill or something and they'll watch scenes like this play out, but they won't be in them or participate in them. I love that it's our core main characters who are a part of this attack. It's a great way as well because this is also a different dynamic for Godzilla. We're not used to fully exploring him as a sea monster. I love that he's like an amped up Jaws here. You know, he's like the shark from Jaws. He's so scary. I love it. I love seeing Godzilla in his element in the ocean in ways we've never seen before. It's fantastic. They wind up detonating a mine inside of Godzilla's mouth, blowing half of his face off. Such a crazy visual, and it damages their ship in the process, but it's not done. Godzilla regenerates in the best on-screen use of his regeneration factor we've ever seen. Something that was first brought up in the Millennium series with Regenerator G1, but we finally see it done in a compelling and scary way here. It's great. Godzilla regenerates and is about to attack them when the Takao arrives, blasting him. I love it! I love the whip pan over to the Takao. I love the music kicking in. Divine is one of the best songs ever written for the Godzilla series, right up there with Persecution of the Masses. It's incredible. It sets the mood and tone for this movie. It is amazing. I love this scene so much. This might be my favorite scene in this movie. I love it. They blast Godzilla up a bunch and you can see it does injure him, but it cannot kill him. It's not doing enough damage to kill him. And it also teaches our characters a valuable lesson that Godzilla is way more vulnerable from the inside than the out. So Godzilla dives down and then rises up and does battle with the Toho. Something that I really was desperate for before this movie came out was to not just see Godzilla use his atomic breath to blast through things. I don't love the atomic breaths being like so over relied on. I'm fine with them being incredibly overpowered, but I would like there to be a cost to it, whether it drains Godzilla of energy or whatever, whether he can't use it all the time. I like a Godzilla who is forced to rely on other things. The sea battles in the Heisei series in particular was just Godzilla floating around shooting things with his atomic breath, and I love that here Godzilla climbs up onto the Toho, biting through it, crashing through it, grabbing it, smacking it. I love that there is a physical fight here, and I love how much weight Godzilla has. Like, even just Godzilla grabbing this ship is nearly sinking it. It's amazing. The Toho blasts Godzilla off of it. He falls under the water, and you can see it does injure him. It does wind up hurting him. And as Godzilla sinks into the ocean, a blue glow emerges. What an incredible way to build up the atomic breath. We, the audience, know what this is going to be, but you still don't fully reveal it yet. Also a great way to save it for later. Godzilla fires his atomic breath up through the ocean in this insane bolt of atomic energy that slices the ship and then explodes outward like a mini nuke. It's incredible. What a cool twist on Godzilla's atomic breath to make it a literal atomic bomb. What an awesome change up. It also makes Godzilla's atomic breath very different because it now it has an effect on Godzilla as Godzilla surfaces and he is charred up and injured from his own beam. It's a great way to say, first of all, it's a slow beam. It takes some time to build up. And number two, there is a cost to it. Godzilla isn't even allowed to wield nuclear power without some sort of ramifications. There is a direct cost to his atomic actions for himself as well. It does more damage to others than it does to him, but it bites him in the ass as well. It's great, you know? That's how I feel about the United States. The atomic bombs did more damage to others than it did to the US, but it still weighs on the US and damaged them in the long run as well. We still see the price of that to this day. I also love that it's also because of Godzilla's action here. The atomic breath that winds up injuring him, that later on, all of the wounds he suffers in this scene are the wounds that are re-exposed from the pressure damage that wind up helping kill him. I also just love the way Godzilla looks with all the battle damage. I love me a character battle damage. I love when a character takes a beating, and I love seeing Godzilla finally show some battle damage. I feel like movies are way too scared to show Godzilla with battle damage. Rarely ever do we see it, but it's always awesome when we do, and this is my favorite instance of it. I think he looks fantastic. I love his roar here, the new twist on the 54 roar. So cool, so powerful. He roars in triumph and then returns to the ocean, swimming away. Shikishima passes out and wakes up in a hospital and is informed that Godzilla is still heading for Tokyo. Nothing changed, but the government has ordered them to silence. They're not allowed to talk about Godzilla out of fear that it'll start a panic. That night at home, Shikishima finally confesses his trauma to Noriko, and she is incredibly supportive of him. She's there to reaffirm him. She shares that her parents passed on the mission to live to her while they were literally burning to death in front of her. She has her own trauma from the war, and she is here for him, and she wants them to be together. I love it. It's great. The next morning, Shikishima awakens to see Noriko and Akiko so happy and peaceful and cute that it's time. He finally asks for the auto mechanic's forgiveness so that he can start to live again, and unfortunately for him, he hasn't earned that forgiveness. At least he hasn't earned it for himself. Because as an answer, Godzilla appears, blowing through a naval blockade. Love the visuals as he swims under that ship and making landfall. As Shikishima plays with Akiko, they hear an announcement on the radio. What a classic Godzilla setup here. It's also a tie-in back to the Always Sunset 2 scene. Godzilla has appeared in Ginza. We cut to Ginza and there is absolute chaos in the streets as Godzilla tramples through. I love this moment of silence where everyone's screaming and then they go silent as these trams crash into the street, and then Godzilla steps down and they start to scream again. It reminds me of that amazing footstep reveal in Godzilla 2014. We then cut to Noriko's train in Tokyo and it takes off towards Ginza, putting us right in the direct path of Godzilla 1954. Amazing stuff here. The train takes off but is stopped as a tram flies through the air, crashing into the tracks. We then hear the footsteps out the window, drawing everyone's attention as Godzilla arrives. Ifukube's Godzilla theme starts blaring. It's amazing. I can understand understand why people find the Godzilla theme to kind of be out of place with the rest of the music. The rest of the music is so ethereal in this movie, and the Ifukube Godzilla theme is so strong and classic and bold that it does stand out, but I like that it stands out. It stands out to say Godzilla's here. It's really cool. It's also a great way to be like, this is the definitive classic Godzilla movie. Like, this does it all. It's got the Ifukube music. It's got the classic Godzilla solo film vibes. Everything you could want happens here. Godzilla comes trampling through the street. I love when he steps on that bridge and explodes the ground under his foot. Then he bites into the train, lifting it into the air. Just great classic Godzilla stuff as well. He splits it apart with Noriko as the only survivor, jumping into the river, and then Godzilla drops the train right behind her. Godzilla then returns to another iconic movie location, the old Nippon Gekijo Theater. He starts to attack it as reporters watch on, doing a live commentary on what Godzilla's up to. He tail strikes those buildings to dust. It's amazing. And then he kills the reporters as he walks past, striking the building with his leg. Noriko's almost killed as she makes it back into the streets, but is saved by Shikishima, who shows up to get her out of there. A tank assault then strikes Godzilla, I love that as well, who emerges unscathed and more powerful than ever, charging his spines one by one. Takashi Yamazaki has found a way to make Godzilla's charge up cooler than it has ever been. The way the spines glow blue in that like very MonsterVerse-y way, where the blue glow is from the core of the spines, but then they wiggle and they eject out to show they truly are charged. Also tying back into the atomic bomb, of course, this is supposed to detonate like a Fat Man-styled explosion, which is why Godzilla's spines have to compress inward to fire the atomic bolt in the first place. They build up one by one. It's so powerful. The music is incredible. The atmosphere is great. The visuals are great. The sound design is great. And then Godzilla unleashes his atomic breath, and it's amazing. Even before it explodes, I love the way that just the atomic breath disintegrates the buildings around it. There's a shockwave the atomic breath itself releases. Could have been a little more blue. I would have liked if it was a little more saturated blue, but I love it overall. Then explodes into a full-on nuclear bomb on the capital and annihilates Tokyo. Noriko saves Shikishima by pushing him to safety, but she's hit with the blast in the process. In the aftermath, Shikishima emerges in the rubble, looking for Noriko, but finding he is the only one left. He then sees my favorite visual in the movie with Godzilla watching the mushroom cloud, such a prominent visual, and screams everything that the Godzilla series has been about up to this point. Everything thematically that Godzilla has represented is represented in this one shot as Godzilla watches on and then roars at the growing mushroom cloud. Then black rain falls on Shikishima as he screams in agony. The music swells into this amazing opera. It's so good. The black rain tying back into real life history is so devastating, and we see the city is completely destroyed. Thousands are killed or missing. A wake is held for Noriko in the aftermath. The Shinseimaru crew and Sumiko band together, again showing that these people, despite their differences, are always here for each other. They band together for Akiko, and Shikishima is so disturbed by what's going on that he starts to cry and then breaks down, sort of laughing, feeling that he's being punished. He's being punished from the Oda mechanics for his lack of action, and in fact, no, he's not. Godzilla was going to do this regardless, but he cannot escape those feelings. I like that Godzilla's there to remind him over and over again of his trauma. Well, at the same time, he is reading into it in a way that only he could, in a way that anybody would in his position. Noda reveals that there's a plan being hatched on how to fight Godzilla and asks Shikishima to join. This is where the movie kind of gets into this slower bit, like kind of, I don't know, about 30-40 minutes go by before Godzilla shows back up. But unlike with Shin Godzilla, where it feels like the movie grinds to a halt, I feel like we're still really cruising here. This meeting scene is probably the longest feeling scene of this stretch. Like, we do spend some time here at this meeting, but then once this meeting's over, we fly through the next few sequences. And I really like this meeting scene. It's very compelling to me. The meeting is held and it's filled with former servicemen. Mizushima actually is the only one who hasn't served, but he's here because the Shinseimaru crew was joining because they've all fought Godzilla. Then the former Yukikaze captain, Hota, comes in. I like again that we're playing with real world history a little bit here. Takashi Yamazaki seems to have a really strong sense of real world like ships and vehicles and weaponry and like little details like this. You know, the Yukikaze being one of the destroyers used here. Of course, that's a real ship in real life. Although the captain Hota, I don't think he's supposed to be a real guy. But I really like Hota. He's actually a pretty underrated character. I like him a lot. He appears and explains that the US will remain out of this fight, but has allowed the Japanese to rearm themselves at least a little bit. They've gotten 4 destroyers for use. The Japanese government is also out of this fight, basically leaving this in the hands of their own little organized group here, all in an effort to avoid Soviet escalation. Again, kind of skirts past a lot of the more interesting topics you could cover with the historical angle, but it is not necessary for the story, and I like that Soviet reasoning as an excuse to get the story more focused. This is a civilian-led effort. I like that, putting the power in the hands of the people. People protest the lack of support and firepower they have, considering the only 4 destroyers they've been granted have no weaponry and have been decommissioned. I really like that aspect of the historical angle. But Noda explains that they're unneeded. Conventional weapons don't work against Godzilla, so they have to fight him with unconventional means in the first place. Noda has devised a plan to sink Godzilla, using tanks full of Freon gas that will envelop Godzilla in bubbles and cause him to rapidly descend. I love the idea that they're gonna fight Godzilla with the power of the sea, as Noda says. The fact that the only way you can take Godzilla down is through a force of nature builds up Godzilla as a force of nature even stronger. I think it's so cool. Akitsu and Shikishima aren't quite sold, questioning how a sea creature could be killed by this means, considering he's already used to the ocean depths and the pressure, which I really appreciate the movie explaining as well, but it isn't technically the pressure that's going to be doing the damage. It's the rapid changes in pressure and atmosphere. That is a really cool way to fight Godzilla. Godzilla will be crushed by the rapid pressure change itself after dropping into the depths of the ocean. Shikishima almost leaves, but Noda and Mizushima convince him to stay, and then Noda explains the plan in full, that they're going to use the destroyers to wrap around Godzilla, causing him to get entangled with the Freon tanks, and then they're going to use those to plunge him into the Sagami Trench. If Godzilla survives, they will force him to surface using massive balloons made by the Toho Balloon Company, a fictional company for this movie. Those balloons in this movie are used to help people when ships are sinking or during events like that. They're like giant life preservers, they explain. The rapid decompression will cause Godzilla to burst. A demonstration's held in the courtyard and most people are convinced. Some of them still, however, hold out and choose to leave, going home with their families. I like that the movie basically says there's no shame in not wanting to fight. You don't have to. No one's being forced into this conflict. It's completely voluntary. Obviously not the choice the government gave people during the war. A lot of the people decide to stay. Somebody's gotta do it. After a passionate speech from Hota and an inspiring message from Noda that this is not certain death. Again, this scene has a lot of really great humor mixed in. I love that moment when Noda speaks into the microphone and it's too loud and it's like and everybody reacts to it. And then I also love here the way that people are reacting to, like, very naturally. Like, is it certain death? No? Well, that beats wartime. I like that a lot. Again, humanizing everybody, and all of these people in the room, everybody with, like, speaking lines, and even a lot of the people that don't have them, continue to come up over and over again from this point till the end of the movie. They're all involved in Operation Watasumi. It's great. You've got the guy with the mustache. He's a very prominent figure here in this scene, and he will show back up later. He'll show back up, first of all, he's the guy that asks, like, are you saying we should prepare our families that we're gonna die? And then he also shows up on the ships during the finale. And then there's also another man in this scene, the second guy, who's like, I saw what happened in Ginza. There's no way to fight this. That guy winds up being the first guy to salute Godzilla after his death. Again, just like Ishiro Honda, layering in these characters so that we care about them later when they show up. They're not faceless soldiers. We've seen them in these scenes before. Also, fun fact, that guy who salutes Godzilla at the end is one of the soldiers in Shin Godzilla, so he's a returning character. He's the only character to return in both Shin Godzilla and this movie. That night when they're all getting drinks, Akitsu questions Noda's plan. Noda wants to lure Godzilla around in order to get him to the trap point using a recording they've recovered from Ginza. Mizushima thinks that they should use the destroyers to pull Godzilla up, but he's quickly dismissed. I always thought that, like, wouldn't it be good to use the destroyers in conjunction with the balloons, have the balloons pulling and the destroyers pulling at once, but it probably wouldn't have made a difference either way. They would have gotten Godzilla a little higher up before the balloons pop. I like that moment where Akitsu's like, in short, your plan's full of holes, and then later the plan literally is full of holes as Godzilla escapes by popping holes in the balloons. Shikishima, on the other hand, has a different idea. He requests a fighter plane in order to lure Godzilla around. Akitsu confronts him about just doing this because he wants revenge for Noriko, and again, it's not like they hate each other. It's not like they're even all that personally mad at each other, but what's happening here is Akitsu knows that Shikishima ultimately has lost his desire to live. Now they all know he's a former kamikaze pilot, and Akitsu doesn't want his friend to get hurt, so it results in anger. He grabs Shikishima and confronts him about not marrying Noriko when he had the chance. Shikishima says the reason he didn't, despite wanting to and knowing she wanted it, is that his war isn't over. What a great line, and a great way to sum up the way people like this feel. Also, I feel like Shin Godzilla and Godzilla Minus One both kind of have overarching themes about Japan still to this day being looked at as the country it was in World War II, and still to this day having the reputation of post-war weighing down all these aspects of the country. And I like the idea that this movie, as well as Shin Godzilla, raises the question, can Japan's war finally be over? Has enough time passed that they can finally move on? Can people finally let the country move on from being stuck in its post-war state? The fact that the US wrote their constitution very hastily and poorly, resulting in a lot of very, very complicated and in some degrees intentionally so policies that weigh the country down. I think it's interesting that both Shin Godzilla and Minus One ask the question, can their war finally be over? Noda does go through with Shikishima's request, locating a Shinden. What a cool plane, something I didn't even know existed, but it looks fantastic and it really sets a mood for this movie. I really like it. The shape of it, the color of it, the whole thing, it's so cool, and I love the way it flies later on, but it's in bad shape. But Shikishima knows just the guy, a skilled mechanic who could repair this plane. Shikishima searches desperately for Tachibana to repair this plane and in some ways finally get closure. It's also because Shikishima has alternative means for wanting Tachibana's help. He won't accept help from anybody else. It has to be Tachibana. Eventually, he sends out letters accusing Tachibana of causing the Odo massacre that get his attention. And this works, and Tachibana shows up, attacking Shikishima. This whole sequence really flies by, and from here, the movie wraps up rather quickly. I think it's fantastic. Like I said, it's just that one meeting scene that I think goes on, and kind of, not even in a bad way, but kind of goes on slowly and deliberately. But then from here, like, this whole montage is quick. This whole rest of the finale is really quick. Tachibana learns that Godzilla is back and responsible for the destruction of Tokyo. Shikishima explains that Godzilla is invincible from the outside, but he needs Tachibana's help to transform the Shinden into a kamikaze plane so that he can fly it into Godzilla's mouth, killing him. I like that Tachibana here is like, he doesn't hear the reason in it, but you can see how angry he is, and you can see that he's like, oh, so you're finally going through with your mission, are you? And Shikishima immediately calls him. Tachibana's war isn't over either. So Tachibana accepts the mission to repair the plane. But I feel like another thing is, like, as this goes on, Tachibana's got to weigh on that, right? He's got to think about it at least a little bit. Like, the whole basis of Shikishima's plan is that the Takao couldn't hurt Godzilla, but from the inside he's vulnerable? Tachibana's got to realize at some point he has to accept the fact here. Shikishima could not have done anything to stop Godzilla back in the day. If he had opened fire, it wouldn't have worked. But now Shikishima has a plan. That's probably one of the reasons he forgives him later on. That and the fact that I think he's just matured. And he realizes, most importantly, Shikishima has matured. Akitsu reassures Noda that things will work out as preparations are underway. Then a radiation buoy picks up readings that Godzilla is heading for Tokyo. Unfortunately, plans aren't quite finished, but everyone is willing to do whatever it takes to get things done. I love the idea that everybody's working together here. Noda gives this wonderful speech about how this is not a fight to the death, but instead a fight to live for the future. Such a beautiful scene. Noda and Akitsu then tell Mizushima that he isn't allowed to help out. He isn't allowed to join the fight. They're trying to save him from the horrors of war, knowing what it's truly like. I think that's a great scene as well. I love Mizushima. I love his pride. I love how much he wants to help. I love how much he cares for them. I love how hurt he is here. And that moment when Akitsu's walking away and says, "We leave the future to you," is so beautiful, because you see Noda and Akitsu truly believe they are going to die, and they're trying to save Mizushima's life. Meanwhile, Shikishima heads home, and he thanks Sumiko for looking after Akiko all this time, and it's here where she starts to realize something is wrong as well, and you can see she cares so deeply for him. Even though she was so mad at him at the start, she cares for him, not just for Akiko, but for him. And so Shikishima shares one last night with Akiko, his daughter, finally accepting the title of her father, and it's a great cute little scene. As she sleeps, he leaves her with a note full of money for Sumiko, and then he slips out to meet with Tachibana as he finishes the Shinden. In the morning, Akiko goes to Sumiko and she realizes exactly what's going on. Then Godzilla enters the bay and attacks the acoustic minesweepers projecting his roar that are supposed to be leading him around. The plan does not work, and Godzilla lands at Yokosuka Naval Base. It's awesome. I love the way he throws that ship on shore. I love the shots of him landing. So cool. It forces an emergency takeoff of Operation Watasumi. And as that's going on, Shikishima gets into Shinden and sets out for the countryside to find Godzilla and lure him to sea. Meanwhile, Sumiko gets a telegram. And this leads to this whole amazing sequence, one of the best sequences in the movie, and the sequence that for me is the most -1 of this whole film. The song Resolution is playing. It is fantastic. I love it so much. It's got this amazing pace to it. It's got this wonderful over motif, you know. I don't know, I'm not I don't know music terminology, but I love the main motif that continues through the entire song. I've described it on the channel before as like this little is really Shikishima's theme here. It plays earlier in the movie, it plays here, it plays during the credits. It's really kind of the theme of Shikishima. It even plays when he's about to sacrifice himself at the end of the movie. And then the choirs are brought in with this enormous thundering, booming bass drums. And that is Godzilla. And this song really is the battle between Shikishima and Godzilla. Shikishima is light and nimble and in the air. Godzilla is low and heavy and bassy. And the two of them contrast. They fight. Godzilla's got the godly choir going on. And in the end, it's the resolution part. Shikishima's part that survives. That's how the song ends. Shikishima will win the fight. I think it's great. Oh my god, and I love this scene. I love the visuals. I love the Shinden flying around the love when Shikishima's looking out the window and you can see he's got like a certain level of pride of himself, you know? He's a great pilot and he's back in the air and he feels like he's in his element. He feels like he's finally doing something right. This is the first time in the movie when he's truly fighting for someone other than himself, as in this scene he is only fighting for Akiko. That's the only thing on his mind anymore. There's no self-preservation left. Only the goal to do better for the people around him. Then he locates Godzilla in the countryside. Those beautiful, beautiful shots as Godzilla stomps his way into the village, destroying that building with his foot. And then the Shinden flies in. I love this scene so much, man. This finale is one of my favorite finales of any Godzilla film. I want to say it's my favorite of any of the solo Godzilla films, but man, even though this is a more exciting sequence, you cannot top the thematic weight of Serizawa using the oxygen destroyer. I mean, that's just its own special breed. But other than that, this has got to be one of my favorite finales to any Godzilla movie. Shikishima locates Godzilla in the village and the two attack each other, with Shikishima finally taking shots at Godzilla and being able to outmaneuver him. Godzilla getting frustrated and tail swiping and then charging after him. Shikishima leads Godzilla to sea and straight towards the trap point, and then Operation Watasumi is underway. They send the destroyers after Godzilla and Godzilla sees them coming, charges up his atomic breath, and blasts the two destroyers, exploding them. We find out they're actually vacant. They were sent there as a decoy to get Godzilla to use his atomic breath so that he'd have to take some extra time to build up a new charge. The explosion blows up so huge and then giant waves crash against the two surviving destroyers, and the operation officially kicks off when Hota calls it, and Ifukube's Godzilla March slowly builds up. Ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum, bum. So great, being brought back, originally used in the Heisei series, and then building up and kicking off with that epic Godzilla March. And it's used the way it was originally intended in the Godzilla series, technically not written for Godzilla, but originally when it was used in the Godzilla series, that's a military march, and it's being restored to its original context. I've seen some like kind of pretentious takes about Ifukube's music, in particular about how the King Kong versus Godzilla theme has strayed so far from its original meaning that we don't even recognize it as King Kong's theme anymore. Well, first of all, it was never really King Kong's theme. It is used in King Kong vs. Godzilla. It's not King Kong's theme. It is the main title for the movie, and then it's used as the natives sing it to put Kong to bed. It's used a couple times throughout that film. It was used way more iconically, I would argue, in 1995's Godzilla vs. Destroya during the end credits fanfare celebrating the history of Godzilla, as they thought that was going to be the last Toho Godzilla movie. And this is kind of the context in which it's used here, is this epic fanfare extension of the Godzilla March. I think it's a fantastic use of that theme. And it's like, that take cracks me up where it's like, we've strayed so far from the use of that theme that you don't even recognize it as King Kong's anymore. Godzilla's March was written in the, Arctic Forest is the first song Ifukube ever used it in. It's used as a broader a symphonic piece. And then he, of course, used it in not Godzilla, but I believe in 1953 in a movie called like The Flower Shop, or like it's called like Woman in the Flower Shop or something. I don't know. It's like a love story movie, and it's used as the opening march there. So we are far from the original context of these songs, and I think that's fine. Ifukube was really well known for reusing his music in new and creative ways, and I love that that legacy is continuing here. It's just so epic here. It's so good. This is my favorite iteration of the Godzilla March, especially with that King Kong vs. Godzilla theme. I love this rendition from Naoki Sato. The only other one that comes close at the moment for me is King of the Monsters is pretty good. This is pretty close to the King of the Monsters version, and the one from Singular Point is fantastic. But it's so exciting. We kick off with such an exciting finale. The ships take off towards Godzilla. They wrap him up. He's trying to figure out what's going on. Shikishima keeps distracting with the Shinden. Godzilla's taking swipes at him, jumping, trying to bite him. And then they wrap around Godzilla. He realizes that he's in danger, starts to charge up. Right before Godzilla unleashes his atomic breath, that coil hits. I love the sound design. It just goes doing. And then right before he atomic breaths, we call it. The Freon tanks burst and Godzilla is plunged into the ocean. It's so exciting. The music also is fantastic right there. Oh my god, I love it. They do in fact sink Godzilla, and the pressure does harm him. It squeezes him so hard his atomic energy goes out and he cannot do his atomic breath, but it does not kill him. They try to surface Godzilla with the balloons, and it does seem to be working. It causes his eyes to bulge out of his head. It's so brutal, and it causes him to start swelling, but he is able to shred the balloons, as you'd expect, given how spiky he is. The destroyers try to pull him up, just as Mizushima said, and just as Noda warned, they do not have the power. The crane holding on to Godzilla starts to break. As all hope is about to be lost, Mizushima arrives with an army of tugboats, proving that he is not worthless and he can help out, again, without firing a single shot. This is an edit where I can understand why people don't like it, as it makes not a lot of sense for us to just cut to all the tugboats tied onto the destroyers, pulling them in opposite directions, and it kind of skips the time gap. It's like, how is Godzilla still so pressurized with that big of a time gap? I don't care. The pacing of the scene is fantastic. It works really well. This is about the only logical leap you have to take in the entire film for the most part. It's about the only one. And it's a much smaller logical leap than pretty much anything that happens in 1954's Godzilla. I mean, just think about the fact that they were able to build those high tension wires around the entirety of Tokyo in a matter of days. Like, that makes no sense. The oxygen destroyer itself makes no sense. This little cut makes about as much sense as them building the high tension wires. So I'm totally fine with it. I'm totally fine with it. It really works for the flow of the scene, and it's a great moment. It gives Mizushima such an epic moment, and I'm a big fan of it. I love everybody banding together to save the day. And they gotta catch themselves a Godzilla, so they're pulling him out of the water, and it works. They surface Godzilla. He is dragged up to the surface, and he looks horrible. He's all swollen up. There's enormous bulging pieces of him. It's kind of bloody. His eyes are completely like about to pop out of his skull. Godzilla's screaming in agony, and you kind of, for the first time in the entire film since maybe the beginning, feel bad for him. You feel bad for him. He doesn't deserve this, and everybody knows it. Godzilla starts to charge up. He's still not damaged enough, and he's about to atomic breath them all when this amazing long moment of silence. The first time I saw this, you could hear the tension in the room without a single sound. You could just hear people's, like, everybody holding their breath. It was so palpable. It continued on multiple theatrical viewings. What a powerful, powerful moment, cutting to absolute silence. And then the Shinden catches your view. And the movie does such a brilliant trick of having Shikishima so involved in the fight at first, but then completely transitioning to Watasumi to the point where many people, including myself, were so caught up in the drama that we can kind of forget about Shikishima. Is it obvious? Yeah, of course. Shikishima flying in to save the day is obvious. His sacrifice is obvious. Even the fact that he escapes and is able to eject is obvious. Of course, there's that brief hint with Tachibana earlier, and same with the telegram. We all know what the telegram's coming to with Sumiko, but it doesn't matter how obvious it is. The movie was effective in getting us to go along with the drama for such a moment that I was able to forget where Shikishima was until the Shinden catches my view, and then all at once it comes flooding in, and the movie presents it like it's gonna be his death so heavily that I also wasn't thinking about it. I wasn't thinking he is gonna eject, even though earlier I figured when Tachibana's talking to him that he is gonna eject. But the Shinden flies in. Shikishima crashes into Godzilla's mouth and the plane explodes, blowing off the top of Godzilla's head. It's brutal. Noda then spots Shikishima parachuting down in safety. We learn in a flashback that Tachibana repaired an ejector seat in the Shinden to save Shikishima, encouraging him to live. And the fact that Tachibana can forgive Shikishima is already touching, but the cutaway to Tachibana crying tears of joy and relief that Shikishima has survived, that it's finally over and they can live peacefully is so amazing. Godzilla then disintegrates, atomic energy bursting through him. It's fantastic, a fantastic Godzilla death as Shikishima descends. Godzilla literally melts into nothing. It's so cool. And to be honest, I'm kind of sad that Godzilla survived, only because it is such a beautiful ending. Everyone on the ships starts to salute Godzilla as the true victim here. And then the ships arrive back in the harbor. Shikishima and Mizushima reunite and hug. Mizushima is celebrated as a hero. Everybody gets their happy ending. And then Sumiko appears with Akiko on her shoulder. And she gives Shikishima the telegram. I love the callback with her hitting Shikishima the same way she hit him in anger at the start of the film, as she's so happy that he's alive and relieved that this happy ending has finally occurred. Shikishima arrives at a hospital with Akiko and they find Noriko alive with bandages over her face and a broken arm, but she is alive. She asks if Shikishima's war is finally over, and they embrace as he tells her yes. As they hug, a dark mark in the shape of Godzilla's dorsal spine grows through her veins in her neck, an ominous but beautiful ending. I know some people were like, again, kind of a little underwhelmed that she survives, because there's no chance she survives in Ginza. And of course there's no chance she survives in Ginza. It's, first of all, heightened for the movie. Is it melodramatic? Absolutely. It's not trying not to be. It's great melodrama. That's another complaint my friends have, is that this movie's a little melodramatic, even with some of the acting. I think in particular Kamiki and Minami Hamabe they find to be melodramatic. Again, look at Godzilla history. That first film is heavily melodramatic. Emiko breaking down in tears when Serizawa's burning his notes. Pretty much any scene with Emiko and Ogata is highly melodramatic in the original film, and that's not a bad thing at all. And it works there and it works here. I love this scene. I love that she survives. It's heightened. It's beautiful. And it's also, it makes sense thematically. You know, Shikishima has worked so hard to forgive himself and to make amends for what he feels he's done wrong. For the movie to end with him still being punished with Noriko's death does not work. He needs to have this, and he earns it. It's one of the only instances in a movie where they save a character from what is definitely a death, and it works because the characters earn it so much. When you think about writing story, like Robert Marquis puts it best, when a story ends, everybody has to be fundamentally changed. And death is a very good way to do that, because you can kill a character off and they can't undo the character's death, and therefore that is a fundamental change to the core of the world at hand that is so big that it has changed everything moving forward. If you save a character, you don't have something that gravitational occur in the script. But this movie shows everybody is so profoundly changed before she's shown to be alive that the reveal she's alive doesn't undercut the change that has occurred with the characters and the story. It is so solid. I love it. It is such an earned happy ending. As the movie ends, we get the Godzilla shot. Now, I can't help but feel this was only added because Toho has a mandate that you can't officially kill Godzilla off without either reviving him or having a second Godzilla be born, which I might have preferred, but given that we're getting a sequel to this movie, this is okay. If we weren't getting a sequel to this, I would have preferred the reveal that there is a different Godzilla that has come into existence, because who knows what that one will be like. That one could be a little more neutral. It could even be a good guy. Who knows? I like the idea that there's always a Godzilla. I get what Toho's going for. I get that they don't want Godzilla permanently killed off, but I cannot help but feel it is a little underwhelming in a way, or maybe even just that it's a little too similar to GMK's ending with the heart, which picks up beating again as Godzilla's gonna regenerate and live again. But we cut to the ocean and we see all of the chunks of Godzilla, all the remains sinking into the sea, and they begin to reanimate. The core of Godzilla is alive. It begins regenerating. He will return. And that is where the movie ends. I love it. I love it, love it. And then the very, very ending, as the end credits are finishing up, we hear that iconic footsteps and Godzilla roar, which starts the 54 film. Obviously, this one's the -1 version of that, but I think that's great as well. Also ties into the whole Godzilla Zero thing. Like, we've arrived at the start of the first movie in a weird way. Obviously not canonically, but you get what I'm saying. Like I said earlier, the only thing in this whole movie I would want is more. I love the characters, I love the world, I love the story, I love it all, and I would have liked more. I would have loved a longer Godzilla destruction scene in Ginza in particular, because the trailers were very heavy on that, so it did spoil a little bit too much of it. And also because it's just great. I love the destruction scene. It's a fantastic one. I love that it finally lets Godzilla like go all out again. It's been a long time since we've seen Godzilla care. Like a lot of the Heisei movies, Godzilla just kind of walks and destruction happens around him as he's walking. He has characterization in context of his fights with other kaiju, but not in context of his destructive ways, other than in Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla. The Millennium series is kind of hit or miss on that front. Sometimes they do a really good job with it, other times I don't think they do nearly as good of a job with it. But in particular, like Shin Godzilla, I love the movie, and I love Godzilla's big rampage, but he only walks. He has like almost no motive. There's nothing, no characterization there behind Godzilla's eyes. And that's kind of the way it was in some of the Showa films as well. This is one of those cases where Godzilla's going out of his way to destroy things. He's going out of his way to stop and attack the train, to stop and attack the Nippon Gekijo Theater. He goes out of his way to tail swipes through the streets. You know, there's malice behind his decisions, and he's working for it. I like that he actually has to fight to destroy the theater, you know? One of the other benefits of having a smaller Godzilla makes the destruction a little more engaging. It's only that the destruction scene in Tokyo in the 1954 film lasts for such a long time and destroys Tokyo so thoroughly, going through so many major districts, and this movie really only goes through 1 or 2 major districts, that I would have loved that scene to be longer. But that's not where the core of this movie was. The core wasn't on the destruction, the core was on the characters and the story, and so it's okay that it wasn't longer. Again, same deal. I would have liked more of the real world history to be played with. I would have loved more analysis of how the US and the occupational forces would have responded to Godzilla. I would have liked that. I didn't need it, and I do not need it. I would have liked it. Those are the reasons that back when this movie came out for the first time, I rated it a 9 out of 10, saying that it didn't do anything that blew me away in a way where I couldn't have seen it coming. And really what I think I was trying to say was that I would have liked more in some regards, because I had built up an expectation of what this movie was going for, rather than immediately identifying what it was. And having identified what it truly is, a core personal story about someone overcoming their personal demons and grief, I'm so fine with it. It's such a perfect movie. I think this truly is the perfect Godzilla movie. It's the best elements of the series all done in one film, all done to its best. Of course, the only other thing you could do is a monster versus monster fight, but that wasn't core to what Godzilla is originally, and it clearly doesn't need to be core to who Godzilla is. Shin Godzilla, Godzilla Minus One, Godzilla 84, Godzilla 54 all prove you do not need another monster to have an interesting movie. Sometimes Godzilla movies are actually more interesting before the enemy monster even shows up. So you don't need a big Godzilla versus film to have it be an engaging Godzilla movie, and this is a perfect example of that because this is a perfect Godzilla movie. It's every element that I love in Godzilla films all done to its best. The human story is an absolute 10 out of 10. I know that this is going to be a hot take. Other than Serizawa, this is by far better than the original movie. I think every single character, even the side characters, shine so much here. It's got fantastic themes about trauma and guilt. It's got amazing core dynamics, the friendship on display, everybody working together, all of the way everybody relates to one another is so interesting and compelling. The original movie has a great core theme, but it's the theme that makes the human story interesting. All of the themes in that original movie are what elevate that human story. This human story is elevated and the themes help it. This human story doesn't need the themes, but it benefits from them for sure. I don't think anything will ever come close to the true power of Dr. Serizawa, to his character arc in the 1954 film, to that movie's core message, because that movie was so closely connected to the history it was basing itself on. But given that context, and given a lot of the contexts around that movie, this movie does it better than any other. The kaiju story is amazing. I think that this is the best Godzilla we've ever seen. It's my favorite Godzilla design. It's all of the elements of the Heisei Godzilla that I love, amplified and scarier. It's the classic Godzilla design, modernized. He looks fantastic. I love the color of him, the kind of brownish hues on him. I love the sharpness of him. I love all of him. I love how large the spines are. He's so cool in this movie. It's so great. Godzilla's characterization is fantastic as well. Godzilla's got a great character. Earlier in the movie, like I said with that Godzilla sword, you get the impression he's not a bad guy. You kind of get the impression Godzilla's just a territorial defensive animal. He becomes a monster and goes on a vengeance quest. Godzilla's got his own motives going on here. Godzilla's out for blood. He attacks Ginza and he's trying to transform it into his own territory. Essentially, Godzilla's taking out all the buildings, making it a little more like what he wants it to be like, but he's not doing it necessarily evilly. I mean, there is some malice to him. He's going out of his way to chase certain people and just smash the buildings with his tail and stuff. To Godzilla, it does feel like this is a holy quest to transform the city back into what he wants, given that humanity has attacked him in such a vicious, brutal way. But then Godzilla claims the territory as his own and heads out. It's not like Godzilla's here to destroy the whole world. Once Godzilla's got Tokyo, we find out that he's added it to his territory and he's gonna keep coming back to Tokyo. Who knows what he would do from there? Would he continue to try and expand his territory out? I guess we'll see in a sequel if they unpack that. I don't know. But I like that Godzilla's finally got things going on for him again. And I should specify, like, the Toho Godzilla. The MonsterVerse Godzilla's always got things going on for him. It's just a matter of if they're consistent with the things that were going on with him in the film beforehand, you know? I also love the origin. I love the Godzilla sword. I love the mythology of it. I love the stakes with Godzilla. I love that he's not overpowered. Thank God, I'm so done with overpowered Godzillas. I don't find them interesting or compelling. I also love the scale. I love that he's back down to 50.1 meters. He's in his Showa size. Godzilla feels smaller and more tangible as a result. I love it. The special effects, these are Oscar winning. It's the first Godzilla film to ever win an Oscar, and they're fantastic. For a budget of less than $15 million, somewhere more around the $10 million range, it looks amazing. Post-war Japan looks amazing. There are some shots where, like, Noriko's on the train and the buildings are out the window. You couldn't tell that that's all just CGI out the window. You couldn't tell. It looks real, and that's not what Tokyo looks like in real life. It looks nothing like that. None of the areas seen in this movie still look the way they do in this movie in real life. None of them look like that anymore. The closest we get is the Ginza Waco building, the clock tower, but even that is so surrounded by other things that are so futuristic that it loses the context it has here. And even in the movie, they've decorated it to look different. Everything in this movie looks fantastic. Godzilla looks amazing. I love the way he moves. I love that Godzilla moves in a way that's like, you can tell it's hard for Godzilla to exist on land. He moves pretty smoothly in the ocean, and once he gets on land, it's a struggle. And it's not the way he moves when he's small. He moves much faster and more fluid when he's small. It's clearly an intentional choice. Also, if you look at the way that Godzilla the Ride moves, as well as the way that this Godzilla moves in the big 70th anniversary short film Toho released, Godzilla Minus One moves much more smoothly there, much more fluidly, which I know is some people's complaint that Godzilla moves really clunky in this movie. I think it's intentional. I think it's to show how heavy he is, how hard it is for him to move in his big heightened state. I think it's fantastic. I love it. And the special effects are so amazing. The CGI is amazing. All of it's amazing. The music is perfect. Naoki Sato's soundtrack is incredible. What a peak score. The ethereal music is already one thing. Divine is some of the best music we've ever heard in a Godzilla film. It captures the power and ferocity of Godzilla so well. Resolution captures that conflict between humanity and Godzilla better than maybe any other song. And the Ifukube music is used so well here. Does it feel slightly out of place? Slightly, I guess so. But what I love about it is that when it kicks on, it's unmistakably Godzilla to the core. And this is the core Godzilla movie. It is everything I love about Godzilla done so well. And it's not done because then there's Godzilla Minus One minus color. A beautiful reimagining of this movie with just incredible detail put into it. It's not just a black and white version. They've colored every single frame differently. You know, they've worked intentionally to make sure each frame works as intended. They've brought out the brightness in the eyes. Someone had to mask out characters' eyes to bring out the brightness in them so they didn't get lost in the contrast. Someone had to work on the skin tones to make sure the faces didn't get lost in the contrast. They've added a subtle film grain, a subtle film shake, a subtle vintageness to it that first of all adds a more documentary-like feel to it, ties it back to wartime footage, makes it feel more real, like it's an actual thing that actually happened, makes it more believable as a result, and ties it back more into the period aesthetic of this movie, while also connecting it back to the original 1954 film, which this is not a remake of, but a reimagining of. I love it. I love that this movie, first of all, isn't a remake of the original movie, it's its own story, but that it's so associated with that movie and so connected to it and so loving of that story. And the black and white version is a great way to achieve an even stronger impression of that. It's incredibly well done. Godzilla Minus One Minus Color is the definitive Godzilla movie. I think that the original will always be Godzilla at his core, and that will always be the movie I would recommend people to watch. Absolutely, if you're gonna have to only watch one Godzilla movie, it might as well be the original. But if I'm gonna tell somebody to start with a Godzilla movie, it will be Godzilla Minus One. Probably, honestly, won't tell them to start with Minus Color, but if they want a Godzilla movie that feels a little more closer to the core of Godzilla, to his history, go for the Minus Color version. Otherwise, this is the Godzilla film. It does the human stories better than ever. It captures all of the themes throughout the Godzilla series, the themes about the horrors of war, the themes about the atomic bomb, the things about all that made Godzilla special. It's all present here. The atomic bomb isn't unpacked as heavily as it was in the 1954 film, but that's because this film has other things to explore. This is the Godzilla movie, and over time, since this movie's release, it has become my favorite Godzilla movie ever. I love it. It's perfect. I think it's a perfect film. This is very close to the Godzilla movie I've always wanted to see and the Godzilla movie I wanted to make, which there was a weird experience watching this movie, kind of realizing that the dream I had of making a Godzilla movie of my own has got to change because the Godzilla movie I wanted to make has essentially been made. Although I never pictured it as a period piece, this very much touches on almost all of the ideas I wanted to do in my own Godzilla movie someday. So it was a weird experience, but also a very exciting experience for that reason. I am so happy to give Godzilla Minus One a 10 out of 10. This movie has aged so well, like I said at the top. It's the only Godzilla film I haven't found myself getting burned out on yet. I love it. I love the visuals, I love the color, I love the music, I love the characters, I love the story, I love Godzilla in it. It's everything I want. And when people ask, like, what do I love about Godzilla? This Godzilla represents all of it. This Godzilla behaves the way I picture Godzilla behaving. He is fantastic, even with his own level of tragedy, which is an essential element for Godzilla. It's one of those things that the MonsterVerse never has truly included. Is it sad that he's the last of his kind? I don't know. Is he even the last of his kind, or is he the first of his kind? They can't even commit to that. I like that this movie adds in that tragedy to Godzilla again. And I like that this movie takes a little more risks tying him back to his atomic allegories when it's kind of seen as a little scary to do so nowadays. Like they call Godzilla's atomic breath the heat ray now. Whatever. My point is, this movie is fantastic. It's all of the things I love about Godzilla done incredibly well. I could not recommend this movie more. 10 out of 10. My favorite Godzilla movie to date, and I'm very happy to keep spending time with it. I love this film, and I will continue to love this film, and I cannot wait to watch it again. There is another version of Godzilla Minus One, and it's the English dub. It was first released on Netflix. It's also on the DVDs. I watched it again for this review. It's the first time I've watched the English dub since it came out, and I still stand by my opinion. I'm happy that an English version of this movie exists. I do not think it detracts from the movie all that much. I like it. I like it a lot because it opens the accessibility of this film so much to people who either cannot read subtitles or absolutely downright refuse to, and I understand you can be pretentious about that, like, well, if they refuse to read subtitles, they don't deserve this movie. Shut up. Let this movie expand to people beyond yourself. Don't gatekeep. Gatekeeping's for losers, and I don't think you're a loser. This movie, I'm glad that it can be seen by all and appreciated by all. I love the dub. I love that it exists. It's a very, very well done one as well. The voice acting is all incredibly well done. It does, I would say, lean more into the melodrama, especially with the actor who plays Shikishima and the actress who plays Noriko. They lean very heavily into the melodrama, but they're not terribly far off from the performances of the original. I do not think it holds a candle to the Japanese version for a couple reasons. Number one, Japanese is just the definitive Godzilla language, of course, after all this time. It's the language this movie was meant to be seen in. The actors' performances are incredible in the Japanese version, and the English version does not capture the full gravity or range of those performances. And there is something very special about seeing this movie with the Japanese and reading it with subtitles that builds it into the atmosphere of it being the definitive Godzilla movie. But the English dub, very well produced. The sound mixing is fantastic. They do a great job with the sound mix. I was really impressed at one scene when Akiko's crying and then the human characters are talking over her. Like, that's clearly a decision where they've had all the characters' dialogues laid out on different soundtracks, benefit of the modern day editing system, and so they can choose which dialogue to keep and which dialogue to replace because Shikishima's talking in English over the actual Japanese Akiko baby. Pretty impressive. But overall, fairly well written, only minor script changes. It does include one change that I like for the better, which is the change that Tachibana puts in, he installs the ejector seat mechanism into the Shinden. He doesn't just repair it, he actually is the one who includes it for the sole purpose of saving Shikishima's life, whereas in the Japanese version, it'd be really kind of messed up if he didn't repair that seat and tell Shikishima about it. It would make Tajimon a downright villain. In the English cut, it makes him even more heroic because he's added in this thing before he even learns that Shikishima has truly changed and redeemed himself. Before he even learns that, he's already made the decision to save his life. Other than that, you know, like, people were crying about the final line being slightly different with, "Is your war finally over?" to "Shikishima, is this war of yours finally over?" I don't care. It's about the same line anyways. Subtitling's already a subjective art form, so it would have been translated different if Anthony Kim was not the one doing the subtitles for -1 in the first place. I'm totally fine with it. I'm totally fine with the English dub, totally fine with the small dialogue changes. I think on the whole it works really, really well. I think mostly the voice actors are cast well, and the ones that aren't cast perfectly aren't cast poorly, which is a big distinction. There are some voice actors I think that are slightly off, but I don't think they're really distracting at all. I think they all do a great job. Whereas like Shin Godzilla's English dub, I didn't think turned out as well. I thought the sound mix was nowhere near as convincing, and I felt like the voice actor for Rando Yaguchi was distractingly bad. I thought it was a distractingly bad pick. It just, the voice did not match the character. Not a bad voice job or voice acting job, just a miscast, and this movie does not have that. I know, kind of a hot take to praise the English dub so much, but I really like the English dub as well, and I'm glad we're beyond the era of English dubs heavily re-editing the movies as well. Like, glad that it's just the Japanese movie with English dialogue, as it should be. Thank you guys so much for watching. I really hope you enjoyed. I want to give a huge thank you to my patrons over on Patreon. It is through the support of the patrons on Patreon that I'm able to continue to make videos like this for you. If you want to support the Patreon, you can use the link in the description below where you can get early access to content, access to the Discord community, and more. If that's not your thing, please consider joining as a channel member. I'd really appreciate it. Thank you guys all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. I will see you all next time for the next one. D-Man